Fang Xiu suddenly woke up early in the morning because his phone rang, breaking the silence of the room and interrupting his deep and peaceful sleep, causing him to immediately jump out of bed. When he finally opened his eyes and woke up, he saw before him something completely inexplicable and strange that struck him to the core and left him perplexed. Since then he could not understand what it was, why it had happened to him specifically, and what was the meaning of this strange and incomprehensible phenomenon he had seen that morning. When he woke up, he saw some strange and frightening red hieroglyphics on the walls of his room, which looked very bright and somehow threatening, making him uneasy. Fang Xiu couldn't understand what these characters were and where they came from on his walls. After all, this had never happened before and he was confused. A split second later, those hieroglyphics disappeared, and he couldn't tell if it was a fantasy, his imagination, or maybe it was just a strange dream. But those hieroglyphs were really real. He could see them clearly, and that sense of reality of what was happening never left him, making him doubt his own mind. Then he realized he was not in his room, but in some unknown place he didn't recognize at all, and that raised even more questions for him. Fang Xiu couldn't understand where he was or how he had gotten here, because he remembered exactly going to bed at his house. He noticed that his packet of noodles that he had left on the table the day before had disappeared somewhere, and this only added to his anxiety and confusion. He also noticed that the 2 napkins that had been on the floor were also gone, which was completely incomprehensible, because he remembered exactly leaving them there. He still couldn't figure out what was even going on here, and was trying to figure out what could have happened in the time he'd been asleep. He is still grade, age and face similar to the life path of the other, received their care, passed the exam in a top university, won solid prospects, but now works as an ordinary salesman. He is in the body of Fang Xiu from a parallel universe, trying to figure out how and why this happened, and what he should do next in this new reality. Even though he has moved on to another time, it is unclear to him what those writings on the walls meant, and what they could mean to him in this situation. There is nothing in his past memory about these strange events, and this confuses him even more, forcing him to search for answers to the questions that arise. And at that moment some girl called him Zay and told him to go eat, which surprised and puzzled him even more. Fang Xiu was surprised that in this parallel universe, he was already married, because in his reality, he didn't even have a hint of such a relationship. The girl asked if he was awake and called for him to eat, repeating it several times to make sure he heard and understood her. He had not found such a beautiful and affectionate companion in the past, and this only added to the mystery of what was happening, for he did not know how to feel about it. The girl kept calling for him to eat, and her voice sounded very sweet and gentle, which caused him mixed feelings and slight confusion. Fang Xiu didn't know whether he should call her wife, girlfriend, or sweetheart, because he didn't remember her at all and didn't understand what was going on. He also wondered how he should address her, for it was important that he did not give away his confusion or arouse suspicion. Though the name she'd given him seemed fitting, he still hoped there was something in the memory that would help him figure it out. Fang Xiu began to think about who his wife was and why he couldn't remember anything about her, which only made his situation more complicated, and at that moment his heart beat more frequently, for there was no information about her in his memory. No name, no biography, no hobbies, no favorite pose. At this moment, the girl's face began to change drastically right in front of his eyes, which gave him a real shock and made him recoil backwards. Her eyes began to hypnotize him, and he felt himself losing control, not knowing what was happening or how he should react. Fang Xiu fearfully asked who she was and what was happening to her, trying to make sense of this strange and frightening event. And at that moment, the girl changed completely and asked if he could see her, which caused him even more questions and doubts. Fang Xiu apologized to the girl, for his brain was overloaded from all these strange and incomprehensible events happening around him, and he didn't know how to react to it all. The girl reiterated once more that he could see her, and completely transformed, taking on some new, even stranger and more frightening form than the one before. After a few seconds, Fang Xiu suddenly realized that he was left without his head, causing him to be truly terrified and panicked, for he didn't understand how this was possible. After a few seconds, Fang Xiu began to hide his horror, trying not to give away his emotions so as not to attract the necessary attention, and try to figure out what was going on. He was completely sweaty with fear and his hands were trembling, for he did not know how he should handle this situation and what to do next to stay alive. He couldn't tell if he was really dead, and assumed it was still a dream or some hallucination caused by unknown causes. Fang Xiu looked up at the ceiling and saw those ambers again, and realized that he was definitely dead, because this couldn't happen in real life. Plus, he realized that this was clearly not a dream, and that this could be some kind of clue that he needed to pretend to be blind in order to survive. But Fang Xiu realized that he needed to do things differently, and that previous attempts had failed. So he decided to try a different approach. He was sure he was seeing things as usual, and from his recollection, he hadn't seen his wife before at all, which only added to his doubts. He had always lived alone and had never heard of it, and now it all seemed somehow strange and incomprehensible to him, which demanded an explanation. There was some hidden meaning in that phrase, and he decided he wouldn't let the girl know he was seeing her, lest he give himself away. Then she wouldn't exist in his reality either, and he could escape this strange and frightening situation he found himself in. The girl came into his room again and told them to go eat, as if nothing had happened and this was perfectly normal for her. Perhaps her physical existence was a path to normalcy, and Fang Xiu was trying to figure out how he should proceed in this situation. Fang Xiu started to get up from the bed, and the girl immediately looked at him at this moment, as if she expected him to do something. He realized he had to stay still and not look at her or he would die, so he began to proceed carefully so as not to arouse suspicion. At this point, the girl started to pull out her long tongue and laugh, which made him even more horrified and made him freeze in place. She reiterated that the guy was seeing her at this point, and he didn't know how to react to that so as not to give away his fear. Then, of course, Fang Xiu died again, which was another confirmation for him that he was in some kind of vicious cycle. A split second later he stood up abruptly again, as he always did, and realized that this cycle was repeating itself and he needed to find a way to break it. But this time he no longer stood up in fear, but more in rage, for he was tired of these constant deaths and wanted to find a way out. Fang Xiu wanted this girl to die, alas, for she was the source of all his troubles and suffering, and he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't understand how he had gotten to this state, and what he needed to do to stop this horror and get back to normal. He could assume that he was in a time loop, and after each death, everything started from the beginning, like some weird and creepy game. He just stared down without looking at her and tried not to give away his emotions, lest he attract her attention and provoke another death. But she herself came up to see if he could see her, and this only increased his anxiety, for he did not know how to avoid this encounter. At this point his supposedly wife came to him again, and he didn't know how to react, for this was still new and incomprehensible to him. As he sat on the phone, she asked why he was looking at other women, and it caused him to have even more questions and doubts. She told him that he should love only her, and it sounded like a threat, making him wonder how he could escape the situation. When the guy brought the phone too close to his face, she said she didn't think he was nearsighted and asked why he was holding the phone so close. She then asked if he could see her or not, a question that further increased his anxiety and confusion, making him wonder. Fang Xiu couldn't understand why this technique wasn't forbidden. He needed calmness to understand the situation and find a way out. At that moment, he noticed that things had gotten good and the girl was gone, which gave him a sense of relief, albeit temporary. But a few seconds later, she appeared on his phone and asked if he could see her well, which caused him a new attack of terror. Fang Xiu then threw his phone away after being frightened, not knowing what to do next or how to deal with this nightmare happening around him. He was furious, for he realized what was about to happen, and it left him no chance to calm down and deal with the situation. His wife appeared right behind him and said she could see him, and this further increased his fear and panic, causing him to freeze. She began to transform, ready to kill him, and he realized that the time for thinking and planning action was long over. Fang Xiu also wanted to attack her at this moment, hoping that it would help him deal with the situation and save himself. But of course, the monster was much faster than the guy, and that left him no chance of successfully attacking and escaping. A few seconds later, she bit him right on the arm, causing him unbearable pain and despair, for he didn't know how to fight. Within seconds his wife had completely bitten off his entire arm, and he felt the strength leave his body, leaving him in agony. Fang Xiu sat up and said that this time, he was eaten and started laughing, seeing no other way to handle the situation. He was sure it would be different next time, and that gave him some hope of a successful conclusion. The sixth time, everything happened unexpectedly and he died due to low skill, which only increased his feelings of hopelessness and despair. Fang Xiu had given up hope of getting out of this time loop, but he still tried to find a solution despite everything. The 8th time, he wanted to escape, but it was no good, and he realized that there was no way to hide or escape from this horror. He also tried to answer her, hoping it would help him make some sort of impact, but it didn't have the desired effect. He thought it was better to enjoy this strange and frightening experience than to suffer all the time and try to find a way out. After 13 attempts, he prayed for death, for he saw no other way to end the suffering and torment that continued. He was healthy on the outside but sick inside, with a soul. Alive on the outside but inside, death was unstoppable, and this only increased his suffering. During each death, memories of that passed of his surface, and it helped him better understand what was happening and how to deal with it. He was beginning to realize that this world was the only difference from the past, and it was helping him find some answers to his questions. The essence of this world was beyond his comprehension, and he didn't know how to deal with it or what to do next in such a situation. On the 18th try, he wondered why he couldn't stop this loop, who wrote those hieroglyphics on the ceiling, and why they were disappearing. What it is that these urban legends carry, and how they relate to his current situation, which only added to his confusion. His journal seems to be one of them, and it gave him some clue to find answers to his many questions. Fang Xiu called her a knave, and that was the only thing that came to his mind as he tried to figure it out. He wanted her to die so that he could save himself, for he realized that she had to die so that his torment would finally end. This was already Fang Xiu's incomprehensible attempt to escape from this strange and frightening world he found himself in without his desire or understanding. She woke him up every time, but never once touched him, making the situation even more mysterious and unpredictable for the trapped Fang Xiu. She asked him what he wanted to eat first, and it sounded like a challenge, because he didn't know how to answer or what to choose at that moment. Then she said that he could see her, and this only increased his anxiety and doubt, for he had been careful not to give himself away in any way. Fang Xiu approached her at this moment, deciding to test his hypothesis and figure out how he should proceed in this unusual situation. Then he literally walked through it, and it was unexpected and shocking to him, for he had not expected such a development and reaction. She could only strike when she was sure he could see her, and that gave him some hope of escape. The girl yelled that she had already made breakfast for him and he should eat faster, which only made him feel more anxious and worried. Beautiful and cunning, she made breakfast not to eat, but to trap him in her trap and carry out her plan. The only way to get out is to go outside, and through his wife's insight find out what's wrong with this world and why it's happening. The girl asked again why he wasn't eating her cooked breakfast, and it sounded like a threat, making him even more nervous. Fang Xiu was left with no choice but to walk out of this house and try to find answers to finally end this nightmare. She told him he didn't need to go, that she would spend time with him at home, but he knew it was a trap and couldn't trust her. He now had a chance to avenge all his suffering and deaths, and he wasn't going to miss this opportunity, because this was his chance. He said that no one would get away with 18 murders and he would surely find a way to stop the horror and punish those responsible. No one should get away with this, and Fang Xiu was determined to avenge everything that had happened to him in this world. It was now his duty to avenge himself for all his suffering and deaths, and he was willing to do anything to accomplish his goal. He was sure he would find a way to destroy this evil and end this endless chain of death and torment that haunted him. Fang Xiu wanted to go back and kill her again to break this vicious cycle and find the peace he had been searching for so long. He opened the door to get out and felt hope and determination return to him to face all the challenges. But as soon as he stepped outside, he immediately noticed something strange and frightening that made him wary and ready for a new challenge. For 3 days he was literally in hell trying to figure out what was going on and how he could get out of this nightmare that was haunting him. Fang Xiu was greatly surprised when he realized that in front of him was something incredible and frightening that he couldn't explain. Then he started laughing panically at the whole thing, not knowing how to deal with this horror and find a way out of this situation. Fang Xiu said that this world was incredibly interesting despite all its horrors and strangeness, and he wanted to understand its nature. Fang Xiu then began to vomit from the whole thing, unable to endure the tension and fear that was building up in him with each passing moment. To his surprise, someone came up and asked how he was, and it left him feeling confused and not understanding what was going on. It was a girl who had asked if he was sick, and her concern seemed unexpected and strange to him in this horrible world. Fang Xiu said it was fine, and she could call him brother, trying to find some connection and support in this situation. He too wished he had a sister as sweet as her who could help him deal with this nightmare and find answers to his questions. Right at that moment, there was no trace of the cute girl, and a sinister monster appeared in front of him, ready to attack him without pity or mercy. Fang Xiu raised his head to look at all of this, and his heart beat faster at the realization of the horror and hopelessness taking place. The monster started screaming for the guy to see him, and this increased his anxiety, making him search for a way to survive this nightmare and find a way out. Fang Xiu started laughing and said that it was very interesting, trying to hide his fear and not show his weakness in front of the monster. He had liked her at first and didn't think she would want to kill him, but now things had changed and had become incredibly dangerous. There are a lot of monsters like him, and he doesn't have to worry about not having a chance at death, because it's always there. It's so cool that they've all been dead for a long time, and Fang Xiu realized that it's only an illusion of safety in this creepy world. Of course, after a few seconds, the hero died again, and this became a habit for him, though each time it was unbearable. And then, as always, he woke up in his bed again, ready for a new day and the new challenges that lay ahead of him. There had been so many breakfasts in 20 days that he had already lost count, and each one was like a test of survival. After watching for half a day, he realized that this world was full of all sorts of monsters, each of which carried a threat and great danger. Some looked scary, but were stupid. Others walked aggressively, but couldn't affect anything, like shadows out of nowhere. The third had a non-human form, but would get as close to the target as possible, as if they were kin, and would reciprocate by striking. His wife was an example, but even though the common man couldn't detect them, they still followed him everywhere. He assumed that they wanted to become one with him, and that made him look for a way to make sense of this strange world. With such circumstances, he will have to find a job to explore this world and understand its nature, to find answers to questions. At this point, he got a message at work that the sun was up and he wasn't there yet, and how late he was. 6 months ago he sold the property, but the owner never paid, although he should have had enough for a while. After a few seconds, the hero went as fast as he could to where he needed to go, hoping not to be late and to catch everything. When the hero arrived at the place, he could not understand what happened, and why everything around seemed so strange and unreal. He couldn't figure out where the sales office had gone, and it made him feel confused and bewildered, making him wary. Fang Xiu arrived on the scene, and realized he was in a mental hospital, which added even more questions. He got a call asking why he wasn't answering. What was wrong? And he said he was fine and asked where he was now. Fang Xiu said he was already on the spot and would call back soon, hoping to figure out what was going on and find all the answers. Liu Academy had once been here, but now it was a mental hospital, and it didn't make any sense to him. It can't be so creepy, but also so interesting, thought Fang Xiu, determined to explore the details of this place. Right as the guy walked in, he felt something, and the feeling was strange, making him wary. Fang Xiu realized that he had stepped on something soft, and it caused him to be very surprised and afraid of the unknown. He had apparently realized why he couldn't come in here, and that realization came too late, when there was nothing he could do to change it. At this moment, when Fang Xiu took it, was literally touching a woman's breasts, and it was completely unexpected and strange. Of course, the characters felt a good feeling at this moment because what was happening around them reminded them of the happy times they spent together, enjoying every moment of their life together. The warm-up ended instantly, and he flew into the moment, feeling a sudden sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, allowing him to move more freely and confidently. The girl started screaming that he was a pervert and that she would sue him for inappropriate behavior, threatening to sue and get justice for herself. At this moment, she ran to the policeman, who started asking what Fang Xiu had done, trying to understand the situation and find out all the circumstances of the incident. Fang Xiu looked up and realized that this was the same academy where he had studied and where the important events of his past had happened. But after a few seconds, he closed his eyes and opened them again, hoping it was all just a dream, but reality was still the same and hadn't changed. At this moment, the academy seemed even more ominous, but he couldn't believe that all of this was really happening to him here and now. He tried to touch the walls to make sure they were real, but everything seemed strange and unreal, as if he were in another dimension. He realized that his hand was completely through them, as if these walls were illusory and didn't exist in the real world. He could see but could not feel anything that was around him, And that was scary, as he did not know what might happen next. If other people are able to see this, they will also experience shock and fear, not understanding what is happening or how to deal with such a situation. The hero then stuck his hand right into the wall again with a question, hoping to find the answer and realize what was going on around him and how to deal with it. And then it seemed to dissolve into space, disappearing from sight and leaving behind only a void that swallowed everything around it. He realized that this was a mystery shrouded in darkness that he had to solve in order to find a way out of this strange and frightening situation. The assembly hall, the canteen, the restroom, there was not a soul anywhere. Yet there was a heavy odor of blood in this ward that heightened the atmosphere of terror and fear. Fang Xiu thought about it all at this moment, trying to find a logical explanation for what was happening and figure out what he should do next. He was then able to stick his hand into the wall again, hoping to find a way to escape and solve the mystery that surrounded him in this enigmatic place. After a few seconds, he was completely through that wall and saw a man lying on the bed, which added even more mystery and questions. Fang Xiu was very much surprised when he saw this, not realizing what was happening and how it all related to his past and present. Some girl began to turn towards him, slowly and uncertainly, as if not realizing what was going on around her and who was standing in front of her. At this moment, the monster turned around and the girl called him brother, which caused Fang Xiu to have even more questions and misunderstand what was happening. After that, Fang Xiu immediately penetrated through the wall, hoping to find answers and solve all the mysteries that surrounded him in this place. He leaked into another wall, continuing his journey, full of danger and unexpected twists and turns, not knowing what awaited him behind the next obstacle. Then he saw the monster right in front of him, and the sight was so frightening that he froze in place, not knowing what to do next. When he passed through the monster, he was very much surprised, not understanding how this was possible and what was going on in this strange world. There were at least a dozen monsters here, and each one looked even more frightening and sinister than the previous one, creating an atmosphere of terror. Some ward doors were wide open, and monsters could come out of them at any moment, posing an additional threat to Fang Xiu. Just like last time, he didn't know all these faces, but he could only keep his cool thanks to the fact that his favorite wifey had killed him once. The sick notes and the map could help get something out of them, find clues and solve the mystery that surrounded him in this strange place. Fang Xiu tried to figure out what it all meant and how it related to his past, present, and future to find a way out of this situation. Was all of this really created by humans? These creepy chambers that used to be full of life have now become places of fear and horror where monsters dwell. At that moment, something leaped onto him, as if an invisible force was penetrating through the walls and enveloping his body, bringing with it a chill and a sense of unease. It was some nurse who looked like a monster, with a distorted face and strange movements, who suddenly appeared in front of him and started whispering something. She asked if he wanted to join her in this secret existence, where all is not as it seems and every step brings new mysteries. Of course, he knew how he should react to this, trying to remain calm and not show his fear so as not to provoke her into aggression. There was a clue in the observation room, and there must be more clues in other places, but the exact answer must be in the very center of the building. Amazingly, the hospital office overlaps with the sales office, giving the feeling that the place serves both medical and commercial purposes at the same time. There is no office on the first floor, and this is strange, as such places should always have an administrative office where you can get the information you need. At this moment, two people were asking why Fang Xiu hadn't come yet, since Wu Dahai was already furious, although it was better not to cross paths with him in such a state. It was Zhao Hao and Wu Dahai, the men asking how dare he come here unannounced and what he needed here at this hour. Fang Xiu realized that the second floor didn't have the right office either, making his search harder and harder, forcing him to climb higher and higher in search of answers. The man yelled and asked how dare he push him, who let him go up to the third floor, and what he was even doing here. The man said he would go with him and stop him from continuing his quest and interfering in matters that did not concern him. Fang Xiu had found what he was looking for at this moment, and this discovery was so important that he didn't notice the panic around him. The man shouted at him not to touch that door, as there was something dangerous lurking behind it that could harm anyone nearby. The man realized that this was the end of his quest, but he couldn't understand what it was all for and what Fang Xiu's true intentions were. Just when Fang Xiu opened the door, he immediately saw feet lying on the floor, a sight that was so unexpected that he froze in place. There was a man and a girl named Wang Zitang, as well as Li Fei, and they all looked at him with surprise and incomprehension. The man couldn't understand who had let all these people out, and why they were now here in this strange and frightening place full of mysteries. Fang Xiu then suddenly grabbed the girl's hand, hoping to find answers to her questions, but this only made things worse and caused her to panic. The man told the guy to let his girlfriend go, threatening consequences and promising to deal with him if he didn't stop his actions. Fang Xiu still let go of her hand, realizing that this would only complicate his situation and lead to more conflicts that he wanted to avoid. The girl started telling him not to dare push her, threatening to call for help and get the attention of others to stop him. Fang Xiu then saw some note on the table, which could contain important information and the solution to all the mysteries surrounding this place. Perhaps this hospital holds a big secret, and he must unravel it to understand what is going on around him and how to get out of this nightmare. Zhou Qingfeng should be the director of this hospital, and a letter addressed to him could shed light on all the mysteries that tormented Fang Xiu. How could he know that he would come here at this very moment? And what was his purpose in this mysterious and strange place? Maybe the answer to all the questions lies there, in the depths of the building, where the most important secrets and clues that Fang Xiu has been searching for so long are hidden. The guy noticed that instantly the plugs were knocked out and the entire building was plunged into darkness, creating an even more eerie and frightening atmosphere around him. The man told the other to ask where else he could find clues, for every detail was important to the unraveling of this whole strange and frightening story. In this place and at this hour, Fang Xiu doesn't think it's just a blackout, as everything happening around him was too strange and frightening. Fang Xiu then turned on the flashlight on his phone to somehow illuminate his surroundings and realize what was going on around him in this pitch darkness. Fang Xiu wondered what the monsters were doing in such a situation, and he began to scrutinize the darkness, trying not to miss a single detail. The mental hospital abruptly disappeared from sight, and nothing could be seen around, as if the whole place had been swallowed up by an impenetrable darkness devoid of any light. The man said he had not reached anyone, and although he was texting, they were not delivered, as if the connection was completely cut off in the area. According to his abilities and position, he has access to more information and hidden secret worlds, and they can imagine. No cell phone signal and no electricity voltage. If he's not mistaken, these signs prove one thing: that they've entered some special place. Fang Xiu realized that they had entered a forbidden area, and this realization brought with it a sense of fear and anxiety for their fate in this place. At this point, the worker was complaining about his spreadsheet not being saved and asking why the lights went out right now, at the worst possible time. The man told him not to yell and better go look for the panel board to see what the problem was and how he could get electricity back to the building. At this moment, someone was abruptly climbing the stairs and shouting, attracting the attention of everyone present and causing even more worrying and anxiety. Everyone was fine, but now they were starting to worry about the amount of future rework they would be facing if the lights didn't come back on soon. At this point, of course, all the workers were sitting idle, not knowing what to do next or how to handle the situation as everything plunged into darkness. One girl was scared and couldn't figure out what to do, why the flashlight on her phone was so dim, and how to handle this strange situation. They said maybe the flashlight was dusty and she should wipe it down, but the phone still didn't work, and that raised even more questions. No one had communications, and this added to the sense of isolation and helplessness, making their situation even more critical and frightening. Fang Xiu asked the man what the area was, trying to figure out exactly what kind of place they were in and what kind of dangers surrounded them. Everyone was wondering what they were talking about, not understanding how this was possible and what exactly was going on around them in this strange and frightening place. No one believed that something like this could happen. Everyone thought it was a lie and thought that something had just happened and things would soon go back to normal. The man started shouting and telling everyone to shut up because he had important information to report on which their lives and safety depended. What he is about to say is very important. It is a matter of life and death, and everyone must listen carefully and carry out his instructions without the slightest objection. Everyone immediately began to listen to him attentively, realizing that the situation was really serious, and their salvation in this horrible place might depend on his words. Simply put, the supernatural has a place in this world, and they must be willing to face something beyond normal understanding. The so-called forbidden zone is the realm of supernatural forces, which can be understood as subspace. It is the spooky world full of dangers. It's been 3 minutes since the guard left to check traffic. Has he run into something that won't let him go back in? The average person needs incredible confidence to circumvent the laws of this world, or else death awaits them, and they must be prepared for any surprises. The man immediately started asking what they should do in this situation to deal with the threats and find a way out of this dangerous place. He replied that they needed to figure out how to get out of here alive, and to do that everyone needed to be as focused and prepared as possible for any difficulties. Otherwise, if they don't figure it out, everyone will die and that will be the end of them. So the most important thing now is to act quickly and decisively without wasting time. Fang Xiu felt a familiar feeling, as if he had been in a similar situation before, and it helped him gather his thoughts and start to act. He could only assume that they had been here before, leaving their footprints and signs, which he was now noticing as he tried to make sense of what had happened. Fang Xiu then said that they were already here, and this statement made everyone anxious and worried, causing them to look around carefully. No one could understand what Fang Xiu was saying. His words seemed meaningless and incomprehensible to them, but they still listened to every word he said. At that moment the girl was grabbed by something and she cried out in surprise, not realizing what was happening, or who or what had attacked her. They said he was definitely lying, and asked where these creatures he was talking about were, since they had seen and heard nothing. At this moment, Fang Xiu said that it was Wan Zili, and everyone began to look carefully in the direction he was pointing, trying to see something. The girl simply disappeared, and it was as if she had never been there, and everyone began to panic, not knowing what to do next. The girl who was standing next to her couldn't understand how it happened, because she was right next to her at that moment and saw everything with her own eyes. She tried to call out to her, hoping she would at least say something back, but there was only silence all around, and no one answered her cries. Everyone noticed that she had really vaporized, and it seemed unbelievable how that could even be true, and what they should do now in this situation. The man asked if Fang Xiu had seen what they looked like, trying to figure out what was going on and what their chances of survival were in this strange place. He hadn't noticed anything, just that the girl had disappeared, and that left him confused as he didn't know how to explain it to the others. His coworkers were gripped with fear as well, and he somehow still remained calm, as if this was something he was used to, which seemed abnormal. The man realized the guy wasn't afraid of them at all and asked if he was an esper, a person with paranormal abilities who could fight them. Fang Xiu couldn't understand what this meant, and why they thought he had some special powers that could help in this situation. He didn't blink an eye when they showed up, and he doesn't know about them, but he still remained calm and collected, ready for any eventuality. The man began to explain that an esper was a person with paranormal abilities, and his cousin was one of those due to his powers. The best way to defeat them is to use your abilities to the max, not giving them a chance to win, and always be ready for surprise attacks. Goria asked if the espers practiced their abilities here, and how that related to what was going on around them at this moment in this strange place. Even now, Fang Xiu could think clearly, which meant that he would be the key to their escape from here if they could properly utilize his abilities. His brother had told him that to become an esper, one must use one's powers and develop them by going through various trials and overcoming fears. This requires two conditions. The first is to experience baptism by fear of death, which awakens the soul to suffering and enables to develop its faculties. The second is to allow supernatural forces to infiltrate it, which requires tremendous willpower and a willingness to accept all possible consequences. But one must remember that power is like a sharp blade that can wound both the opponent and oneself if not used with care. When they use force, they cannot avoid defiling their souls, and this always carries with it risk and danger to their lives. Fang Xiu at this moment looked at his hands, which were burning with a red hue, as if an unknown power had awakened within him, ready for action. And for loops of rebirth, when they touched them, he felt powerful waves of energy pass through him, filling him with strength and confidence. The creepy street was full of monsters, and they were all just illusions that couldn't be touched, but their presence caused terror and fear. But if they materialize and burst into reality, they will be able to kill people immediately, which means that if he touches them, he can use his powers to destroy them. This means that if he can touch them, he can also use his powers to destroy them, thus saving himself and the others. Fang Xiu thought about revenge against his wife, remembering all their shared moments and how they were in this situation, making him feel mixed emotions and determination. At that moment, he heard some loud screams coming from far away, making him alert and start looking for the source of those sounds to see what was going on. Jia Ling, who was just nearby, disappeared, and this caused everyone to be terrified and panicked, for no one knew what to do in such a situation. The man started to speak to get everyone to be quiet, or they wanted to call them here, and his words sounded threatening, causing everyone to freeze in place. The girl started to say that she didn't want to disappear and what to do, but the man himself didn't know the answer, only looked at her silently. Fang Xiu then said that they had 2 or 3 minutes left to do something, otherwise they would all be in great danger, and they had little time. People are still given every 2 minutes for accuracy, women every 2, men every 3, and it helped them realize how much time they had left. 3 minutes after Zhao disappeared, Wang Zili disappeared, and this made everyone realize that they had even less time left than they thought. 2 minutes after Wang Zili, Zhang Liang disappeared, and this caused everyone to be terrified and desperate, for no one knew what to do next. And then actually the guide who was standing next to them also disappeared, which showed that no one was safe in this situation. If everything was correct, it had already been 3 minutes, which meant someone would disappear, which made everyone tensely await the next disappearance with terror in their eyes. Everyone immediately became more tense at this moment, waiting to see who would disappear next and trying to find a way to prevent it. He was asked where he would go and whether he wanted to die, for to remain here was tantamount to death, and something had to be done. Of course he was looking for a way out, rather than standing around waiting to die, and that gave them hope of salvation if they found the right solution. The man started to say that he told no one to move and asked if the guy was deaf, because his words were important to their survival. There are no more than 8 of them left here, and according to calculations, in about 20 minutes they will all be dead if they don't find a way out. The men could not understand how he knew all this, for he was an ordinary man, and this caused them to doubt and distrust him. Then the realization came to the man that Fang Xiu might be right, and one must heed his words to escape from this situation. Fang Xiu coldly looked at him at this moment. His gaze was full of determination and confidence, causing everyone to listen to him attentively. He said one more word and he would finish him himself, and it showed his seriousness and willingness to go all the way for survival. A guy asks another guy why they still aren't leaving, because time is running out and something needs to be done to escape this place. It was the same color as that hospital, and it brought back unpleasant memories and fear, for he knew what it meant. The guy brought Fang Xiu to wait for them to find a way out of this situation, and that gave everyone hope of salvation. Fang Xiu couldn't realize or expect that this was what he was thinking, and his thoughts were filled with doubt and anxiety. It was a mental hospital, and this discovery made everyone terrified and afraid, for they knew what it meant and what dangers awaited them. The guy couldn't understand and assumed he might be hallucinating, because everything he saw seemed unreal and strange to him. I mean, they're supposed to be in the office. Why are they in an asylum from some horror movie? And it left everyone confused and bewildered. Indeed, the hospital's subspace and reality had become one, and so had its inhabitants, and that explained why they couldn't find a way out. No wonder they couldn't see the hospital before. It appeared that the hospital had swallowed up their office and they were always inside it without realizing it. Fang Xiu realized that this was a forbidden zone, and this realization gave him a clue to what was happening and the hope of salvation for everyone. All female office workers have correct facial features and slender figures within the normal range. These are much better than most men working in the same office. This is why the monster is found by men in 3 minutes, and by women in the appointed time. Here the difference in the time of discovery missing persons becomes marked and obvious. The guy asked if he meant to say that they were all eaten, leaving no one alive, and no one noticed it without arousing suspicion. Jia Ke had just been taken away, so they were safer now and could rest easy about their fate, hoping to return soon. The guy realized that the monster was somewhere nearby and could be eating him now, leaving no trace or evidence, which horrified him. Most of them were in the war, but suddenly the door was locked. They could not escape the situation and face danger. The clothes were quite clean and the cream was still in place, which means they worked with something sharp, probably used a knife or scalpel. It could only be someone he had encountered before. The other option was simply impossible and made no sense. he thought. For example, it could be medical staff who have access to all wards and move freely around the hospital without arousing suspicion. He realized that this was the same nurse who could move freely around the hospital, doing her job discreetly and efficiently. At that moment they noticed something in the distance that caught their attention and made them wary. Expecting something unusual and frightening, they immediately came closer when they saw something strange and incomprehensible that needed explanation and clarification from the staff. At that moment, someone began to approach, causing them to tense up and prepare for defense, waiting for an unexpected development. These were employees who couldn't figure out where they were and why their office looked so strange and different from where they were used to. I noticed them at this moment, and it caused him to be very concerned for their fate and safety. Feeling anxious, the man tried to understand how they had gotten here and whether they had found their missing coworkers, hoping for answers and clarification. At that moment, the girl noticed blood on the floor, which made her feel horrified and panicked, making her thoughts chaotic and disordered. She saw the pool of blood in front of her and realized that something terrible and irreversible had happened that caused her fear and dread. The man realized it was their clothes and assumed only one thing: they had all been eaten, leaving no trace or evidence. The only thing that could have happened was that they were eaten without leaving any trace or evidence, which made the situation more frightening and dangerous. The girl urged them to get out of here quickly because she wanted to get home as soon as possible, feeling very anxious. The man said he agreed, but asked Fang Xiu to lead them to the exit, hoping for his help and support in this situation. Fang Xiu at this moment stood in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening and not knowing how he should act in this situation. He then said he would deal with it himself, taking responsibility and deciding to act on his own. Unaided, the chief said that the time had come, and it was necessary to act immediately without putting the problem off to a later date, which made everyone anxious. The girl couldn't understand what the time was already for, and why everything was happening right now, causing her to have many questions. At that moment, a creature began to appear right behind them, causing everyone to startle and panic, causing everyone to turn around and look. The man and girl turned around at that moment to see what it was and to see where the threat was coming from. Right behind them, up on the ceiling, they saw the very nurse who could move freely around the building. The girl was scared to death by all this, not knowing how to act and what to do next in such a terrible situation. The nurse then immediately began to attack them, giving them no chance to escape and forcing them to defend themselves. Of course, everyone was immediately frightened and started running away, trying to escape and find shelter from the sudden threat. At this point, the man stopped abruptly, realizing that something had to be done to protect himself and his friends. The girl fell and asked the man to rescue her, begging for help and hoping he could get her out of trouble. But at that moment, the man noticed the nurse right behind him, causing him to become terrified and fear for his life. He then made the decision to just hit the girl and run away, hoping to save himself in this way. He ran the fastest in their group, not looking back or thinking of those left behind, driven by fear. Fang Xiu realized that it was exactly her, the same nurse who could move around the hospital unnoticed. The girl begged the man to wait for her and not leave her, begging him not to leave her alone with danger in such a terrible situation. Right at that moment, a nurse came down to her, which caused the girl to be terrified and fear for her life and safety. The girl had already asked the guy to save her, begging for help and hoping for his protection, but he didn't respond. A few seconds later, the girl was killed after all, and this caused horror to all who witnessed this terrible event. The guy was scared to death by this action, not knowing what to do or how to act in such a horrible situation. The nurse used her scalpel to deliver the fatal blow, leaving no chance for rescue or defense. And in a few seconds, using a scalpel, she began killing the girl, leaving her no chance of survival. How does that scalpel feel? Must have done a lot of surgeries in that hospital before he killed her. Even though she and Zhao are next to each other, but that doesn't stop her. She keeps on dismembering the girl without paying attention to them. After all, it is impossible to operate on several patients at the same time. You have to focus on only one and do it carefully. The nurse was then ready to eat the girl completely, leaving nothing and no trace, much to everyone's horror. Fang Xiu thinks cannibalism is more of an instinct, so he assumes her way of killing is due to that. The guy fell silent at this moment and looked at Fang Xiu, waiting for him to act and decide what to do next in this difficult situation. Fang Xiu then walked right up to the nurse from behind and decided to act, hoping to succeed in his attack and save the others. Fang Xiu decided to attack the nurse first, realizing that the fate of the entire group and their safety depended on his actions. He actually succeeded, and felt some confidence in his abilities, despite the danger and threat. But Fang Xiu was very much surprised that his attack worked, not expecting such an outcome in such a difficult situation. The nurse turned out to be as hard as steel, which caused everyone to be surprised and afraid, as she couldn't be injured by normal means. It seems that all the monsters they've seen before are so powerful that humans can't resist them without special abilities. The guy started telling them not to run away from here, hoping that another way could be found to deal with the danger. Strangely, she has a manner of killing one person at a time. She first catches and strips the victim and then devours it, doing so quickly. The guy said it was possible, but it was already finishing the girl, leaving no chance of escape or defense against the threat. If you think back to lunch, it would definitely take more than 3 minutes to eat everything completely and leave nothing of the victim. The guy started pulling on the pen after he asked if she needed to eat the whole flesh to satisfy her hunger. Wang Xiao said that to transform into an esper, one needed to pass their power through the soul imbued with energy. Then the process would go faster. He then looked directly at the nurse, realizing that he needed to act quickly and decisively to save himself and defend himself. He then placed his hand right on top of hers, hoping it would help in their fight and escape the threat from her. Though the guy didn't watch a lot of porn to know what to do, he would never in his life have thought he would be in this situation. Fang Xiu said that he wanted to stay here for a while, and if the guy wanted, he could leave now and save himself. The guy called him a pervert and told him to keep going, not understanding why he wanted to stay here in this situation. The guy then sat down next to the protagonist, hoping they could find a solution and deal with the threat together. Then he reluctantly pulled his hand right to her thigh, not knowing what to do next or how to handle the situation. And within seconds his hand was on her thigh, which made him feel surprised and uncomfortable in such a situation. The boy noticed that it was very cold, and didn't understand how that was possible, causing him fear and bewilderment. The guy said he felt it and asked Fang Xiu if he felt the same way, trying to figure out what was going on. He can't believe it's the first time he's touched a woman's leg. Honestly, it's so soft and her legs are so long. And he adapted quickly. He was scared at first, but now he may already have it in him to handle the situation. Fang Xiu said that in a minute and 30 seconds, they would need to run without wasting any time or chance of escape. When that time came, Fang Xiu abruptly tore from his seat, wasting no time and hoping to succeed in escaping. The guy forced the thought, wondering if this was the best idea, or if he would know what to do in such a situation and how to act. When he entered the building, he was able to memorize its layout and main corridors, which helped him navigate it. Knowing the building's plans, they will be able to escape from her without getting lost or facing a new threat in their way. How could that be? Did she change her strategy? They still had 2 minutes left. Why did she chase after them when she could have killed them immediately? In a moment the realization came to the guy that he had to act quickly and decisively to survive and save himself in such a difficult and dangerous situation. The girl had implants, which could explain her unusual behavior and strange actions, causing everyone to be perplexed and a lot of questions. Right at this moment, the nurse began to attack Fang Xiu, giving him no chance to escape and forcing him to defend himself with all his might. Lastly, he said, "Let there be no silicone in heaven." And everyone realized that these were his parting words before his death. Fang Xiu woke up again, not understanding what had happened and trying to realize where he was and what he should do now. He realized he'd rolled back to the moment he touched her thigh, and now he had a chance to make things right and get out of danger. Strange, it seems before he dies he is preserved in the same place, which reminded him of the level system in computer games. Reminiscent of a level system, the first is an apartment, the second is a hospital. If the first level is passed, it automatically saves on the second level. At that moment he remembered that she had implants, and realized that this was an important detail not to be overlooked. He realized that you can't make the same mistake and told the guy that they needed to find a way to handle the situation. It has already reached the silicone implants, and they are running out of time to fix the situation and get out of harm's way. The guy was very much surprised that the girl had such large implants and didn't know what to think about that fact. At this moment, Fang Xiu said that they should urgently run downstairs to escape and avoid the enemy's attack. At this moment, all the other people were also descending the stairs, hoping to find a safe place and avoid the threat of attack. When the man heard his name, he said they were here and they needed to run immediately to escape the enemy. Fang Xiu realized that he just needed to appear right in front of them to attract their attention and help them escape. A few seconds later, he landed right in front of them, giving them no time to think or hesitate in their actions. The man was glad it was him, for he thought they had already been captured and were in danger, with no chance. The guy asked why they were running so slowly, not realizing what was in their way, and demanded an explanation from the other people. They disagreed and said they had already descended 20 floors, but still couldn't see the end of the way down. They only went down 3 floors and ran into them, causing everyone to be perplexed and have a lot of questions about what was going on. But they didn't believe it, because it couldn't happen, and they started arguing, trying to understand what was going on and how to act. The man said they were definitely in the walls, and that it could be part of a trap created by the creatures to contain them. He had been told by his elder that these creatures could create illusions, such as modifying walls and distorting space to confuse victims. One man fell into this trap and was doomed to stay in it for the rest of his life without finding a way out. Fang Xiu was interested in the fact that they could warp space, and he began looking for a way to use this to his advantage. At this point, the 2 men started yelling at each other, not understanding what to do or how to handle the current situation. Fang Xiu told them to throw things on the ground where they had already passed so that they wouldn't get lost again in these corridors. The man started telling them to put candles and to do it quickly so they wouldn't lose time and a chance of being saved. Everyone immediately started pulling out their belongings, trying not to forget anything important and hoping it would help them get out of the trap they had suddenly fallen into. They left everything they had on the floor, creating markers of sorts that were supposed to help them not get lost and find the right path in the dark. Fang Xiu then said that they were going downstairs, and everyone immediately agreed to his suggestion, realizing that they simply had no other choice. Then, of course, they quickly began to descend, trying not to linger or waste time, for every second counted in this difficult situation. At this moment, Fang Xiu abruptly stopped, not understanding what was happening and trying to realize why he had sensed something strange and unusual in the air. The guy asked him what had happened, not understanding why they had suddenly stopped and waiting for an answer from Fang Xiu who could explain what was happening. And at that moment, they saw a thing in front of them that immediately caught their attention and raised a lot of questions about its origin and meaning here. The guy said it was his flashlight and wondered how he ended up here, not remembering leaving it in this spot earlier. And the girl said it was her money, and didn't understand how it could be here either, not remembering its loss lately. Fang Xiu said that that was enough, and there was nothing to be done about this illusion. They just needed to keep moving forward without being distracted by the details. Fang Xiu picked up the condom at this moment, started looking at it, and wondered what it could mean in this strange situation. Brother told the man that only Esper could see all these illusions, an ordinary person couldn't, so let them test who could show spirit power. Everyone was immediately interested in it, for no one knew which of them had such abilities, and wanted to check it out right away. The man combined his 2 hands, trying to focus and see if he had the strength to deal with the illusions and help everyone else survive. He doesn't know at what point he will be captured, but he wants to show his strength before his demise. If he can become Esper, he will be respected by his family. Everyone was wondering how to check it out, but no one knew what to do, so they decided to just follow the man. Relying on their intuition, everyone decided to just check behind the man, hoping he could show them what to do and how to deal with the illusions threatening their lives. Fang Xiu cleared his mind, trying to understand what was going on and find a way out of this complicated and dangerous situation that threatened everyone. He remembers that the old hospital plan did not have an elevator, but there was a staircase next to it, so it could be retained in the current layout. At this point, the man saw that the guy was getting ready for something and realized that he needed to be on the alert and expect further action on his part. Instead of praying, it would be better to focus on finding a way out, he thought, trying not to waste time and act quickly and decisively. Everyone noticed that Fang Xiu was very focused and realized that he had to trust and follow him in this situation. From the start, he was calm as a boa constrictor, and it made everyone trust and confidence in his actions despite the threat. When the nurse appeared, he ran headlong forward and seemed to be stuck to the wall, not realizing what was happening or how to react. They ran to the elevator without her, realizing she was definitely dead and hoping they could find a way out and escape this threat. How they were able to spend so much time with this creature, why she didn't kill two of them, remained a mystery to all the survivors. She couldn't possibly feel sorry for them, they thought, trying to figure out what was going on and why they were still alive and untouched. The man thought that this could not be, and began to search for an explanation for what had happened, not believing his eyes and ears. At this moment, Fang Xiu was chatting with the guy, trying to explain to him what was going on and how to proceed with the situation. The guy asked Fang Xiu what he was doing now and said that he was teaching him, and he was helping him in every endeavor. Fang Xiu began counting numbers, focusing on the sequence that seemed important and meaningful to the current situation he found himself in at this moment. When it got to the number 15, he stopped because he felt he had discovered something important and necessary to solve the current problem. At this moment, Fang Xiu announced that he had found something that might be important and help them in their quest for a solution. It was some kind of iron door that looked solid and secure, perhaps leading to their salvation or a new trial. The man noticed the door immediately, marveling at its presence in such an unusual place and hoping it would help them. He was glad it was a door, and he was sure they were saved by this find that could be their way out. He just couldn't figure out how he could open this door that seemed locked and impregnable without much effort or knowledge. Fang Xiu said just take the handle and that was it, but it seemed too simple a solution for such a complicated situation. Fang Xiu tried to open the door, hoping that it wasn't locked and that it would help them get out of their predicament. Then he clicked the handle and was ready to open that door, realizing that this could change everything and give them a chance at salvation. After a while, the door was open and they saw the light that shone through from behind it, giving them hope for a better future. The man was overjoyed. He had been rescued and began to run into this passage, hoping it would lead them to freedom. Everyone immediately started running after him, realizing that this was their only chance to get out of this dangerous place. The guy couldn't understand why he wasn't running and what he was checking for, thinking it might be important to their survival. Since they had decided to test themselves, they had better run faster if they didn't want to run into the danger they had seen. He wants to make sure he won't be the last, and he should soon be awakened by Asper's power, which could help them. Plus, he was lucky enough to be in this hospital and encounter these creatures that it's even kind of sad to part with them. At this point, the man stopped them abruptly to warn them of danger or suggest a new plan of action. They saw two passages in front of them, one to the left and one to the right, and they had to quickly decide which one to choose to continue their journey. Someone started suggesting that the other go left and check things out, hoping that was the right thing to do in this situation. Well, of course he was against it and told him to go on his own, not wanting to take responsibility for making the wrong choice. Fang Xiu stopped at this moment and carefully looked at what was happening, trying to figure out what was best to do. The man said, "You are Fang Xiu, and if you just found that door, then you will also find a way out of this situation." When the choice between life and death came up, they had not asked for his help, but now he was essential to their salvation. They were furious that he was silent and didn't answer. But he's on his way here already, so let him help because they trust him. Fang Xiu said he didn't care because to him they were just me and he didn't feel responsible for them. At this point, the nurse is undefeated, and if they want to buy time, they need to do something decisive and bold. Someone has to sacrifice their life so that the others can be saved, and that was the only way out. They kept running, breaking their heads, hoping that this would lead them to salvation and they could get out of danger. In a desperate attempt to save themselves, each of them acted on the edge of possibility, realizing that their lives hung in the balance. At this crucial moment, the nurse was practically right next to them, coming closer and closer. They immediately heard her voice clearly, rapidly approaching their location. The man's blue eyes lit up with relief when he realized the nurse had finally arrived to help. At this critical moment, she was indeed right behind the back of the man standing in front of her. She hovered over him, absolutely ready to take the necessary decisive action. Everyone present was gripped with primal fear and jostled each other in panic. The man warned that the inevitable attack was already underway and they needed to take cover immediately. Then the man was adamant that there was no way he could die. Without thinking, he roughly grabbed Jiaju and threw him right into the hands of the nurse who had come over. The young man was beyond furious at such a heartless act on the part of the man. At the very moment he was being killed, he managed to call the man a creature, which may have been the last word he ever uttered in his life. And just a split second later, as one would expect, he was killed definitively, leaving no chance of escape or survival in this situation. The man was extremely glad that the fellow had given him a chance to escape, and thanked him profusely for such an indispensable service that had saved his life. Fang Xiu noted to himself that humanity in humans seemed to be gradually fading away, and this caused him to think deeply and worry. Some significant difference between the two became apparent, and it made Fang Xiu think about the nature of the human soul and moral principles. Now is the right time to try to awaken in yourself the hidden forces that will help you overcome all the difficulties and come out victorious from this situation. Fang Xiu was adamant that he would not allow any more deaths and would do his best to protect everyone around him. He walked straight up to the nurse again, ignoring the dangers and risks, with the firm intention of talking to her. Touching her makes his heart flutter, filling him with a feeling he hasn't felt in a long time and chasing the loneliness away. The boyfriend, of course, also came up alongside the protagonist, supporting him in this difficult but important step. The guy said the next time he groped her, let her rat him out too, joking and trying to lighten the mood. Fang Xiu was surprised from this day, for he had no words to express all the emotions and thoughts that overwhelmed him. But he isn't sure he can become Esper. However, he is determined that he will try to escape from here with those he cares about. Fang Xiu and his boyfriend then headed onward, continuing on their way and discussing further plans of action and strategies. Fang Xiu asked if he was afraid that she might have killed him then, because the chances of dying were high, but he was willing to take the risk. Fang Xiu was pleasantly surprised to hear such words, which inspired him to proceed further and strengthened his resolve. Fang Xiu told him to wait up ahead, because something important was right there, and it could help them. He considered it all carefully, trying to figure out how best to use the situation to his advantage and avoid danger. They went into the dining room where everyone wanted to eat, and despite recycling, he didn't eat and was always at work. The man said there was always an emergency exit in the dining room and they needed to find it sooner rather than later to leave the place. He wanted to eat first and then find his way out, and after that he could quietly go about his other business without being in a hurry. The man told the other not to pay attention, for he was going to shut him up now so there would be no unnecessary noise. At that moment, the man noticed something, and it was so important that he couldn't let it go unnoticed. When the girl wanted to go through the door, the man stopped her and said he would go first to check if the place was safe. He was overjoyed and said it was his salvation and thanked everyone for their help and support in his time of need. Then he slowly began to open the doors, trying not to make too much noise and being as careful as possible. This oppressive atmosphere is starting to press even more, which means they are closing in on them, and you need to be on your guard. The door was open, and that offered hope of rescue, but it also carried new dangers to consider. The man realized that there was no way out of here, and he was trapped, from which it would be extremely difficult to get out. It was necessary to go into the left passage to try to find another way out and avoid all the dangers that might lie ahead. Fang Xiu realized that now there was no time to return, although some would be able to escape, but they didn't know how much to go through and how many lives would be lost in the process. He pondered why he couldn't roll away from the nurse himself, for that could solve many problems and help avoid the dangers they faced. It was said that it was Fang Xiu's fault, because if he hadn't chosen this path, they wouldn't be alive and wouldn't have reached their current state. Fang Xiu said that it would be funny if they abandoned him in a difficult situation and left without him, leaving him to fend for himself. The guy at this point wanted to speak up, but he wasn't sure if his words would be taken seriously by the rest of the group, who had already lost confidence in him. As they laughed below, they themselves didn't want to go, first asking him for directions and then starting to blame him for all the troubles they encountered. The man explained that the situation was completely different because they didn't think it would turn out the way it did and how they ended up in this situation. The guy said it was all the man's fault, who by his decision put everyone in danger and endangered their lives, leaving no chance of rescue. Not only did he undermine trust, but he led everyone to certain death, leaving no chance for a safe way out and offering no alternative solution. The monster only attacks one person at a time, meaning they have 2 to 3 minutes between attacks to pick a victim and give them up to save the others. Fang Xiu moved closer to the wall at this moment, listening to the sounds and trying to figure out what would happen next and how they should all proceed. He then began to laugh as he realized what was going to happen next and what was in store for them in the near future. Anticipating the possible events and outcome, the man instantly pushed the guy and said that he would be the victim, as there was no other way out and this was their only chance for salvation. No one wants to be in such a random position, so he has to redeem himself and sacrifice himself for the rest of the group. The guy in a rage started asking the man what he was doing and why he was being pushed to make such a sacrifice, instead of suggesting another plan of action. The girl said they needed help, but the man didn't see how to do it without putting everyone in even more danger and risking their lives. Guy immediately made a grab for the man from behind, trying to hold him down and keep him from hurting the rest of the group, who were already scared. He asked the man to help him at this point, realizing that without his help they would not be able to handle the situation and could die in the area. The man instantly ran to the guy's aid, directly rescuing him from the difficult situation and holding him tightly from behind, preventing him from falling. As the man moved away from that grip, the guy held him, trying to hold him down and keep him from running away to keep him out of more trouble. Then the doors were closed altogether, leaving them all in a confined space with no possibility of escape and no idea what to do next. No one could figure out who had done it, or why they were trapped in this place with no chance of getting out and no plan of action. It was a girl, and she said there was nothing she could do in such a situation, and let them not look at her as she was helpless. The man said he was insanely upset about what was happening and didn't know how they could all get out of the situation, which was getting worse. He had always thought he couldn't show feelings for people, but he hadn't expected to be in such a difficult situation and to have such a hard time. But he didn't think that the monster would be very interesting to them, evoking new emotions and experiences in him that he had never experienced before. He thanked them for helping him take an interest in the world and for not leaving him in the lurch when he needed support. Next time he would thank them for all they had done for him and try to be helpful to help them in the future. When Fang Xiu was killed, they all immediately ran, trying to escape and avoid falling into the clutches of the monster that kept chasing them. One guy was left because Fang Xiu had been killed, unable to cope with the swelling emotions and not knowing what to do next. The man didn't care, of course, and kept running without looking back or caring what might happen to the rest of the group that was left behind. He was laughing evilly at this point, enjoying the chaos and panic that had gripped the entire team, and realizing that his actions were only making things worse for everyone else. At such a critical moment, he noticed something that made him worry and change his original plans that he had been making since the beginning of this adventure. Fang Xiu smiled, then looked at him at this moment, showing that he was not afraid and was prepared for any challenges that might arise in the future. Fang Xiu woke up right next to the feet of the nurse, who was trying to help him regain consciousness and return to normal despite the complexity of the situation. He immediately said that they needed to find a way out of this horrible situation before it was too late and they lost all their chances of escape. He also mentioned the implants that could help them in this situation, but they would have to act quickly and decisively to be able to take advantage of this opportunity in time. Debo marveled again at how big they were, and realized that they would need to work together to meet this challenge and achieve their goal. Fang Xiu quickly started running, realizing that every second counted and they couldn't afford to waste time thinking and doubting. He started laughing very wickedly again, anticipating what lay ahead of them and realizing that their chances of survival were diminishing by the second. Of course, the group was descending the stairs at this point, trying to keep up with each other and not get lost in this maze of corridors and passageways. The man heard someone approaching again, and began to worrying that it might be another threat they would have to face soon. He was sure it wasn't him and that the threat came from above, which made him even more wary and alert. Fang Xiu landed in front of them again, showing that he wasn't going to give up and was willing to continue fighting for his life and the lives of the others. Fang Xiu didn't say anything to them, and continued running, knowing that explanations could wait, but right now, the most important thing was to act quickly and decisively. The guy asked again why they were running so slowly and didn't tell him over the floors what was going on and what their plan was. Fang Xiu once again started counting down too, showing that they had very little time, and they had to act as quickly and coherently as possible. And the man at this point finished the story that everything was sincere and realized that they had a chance if they worked together. The man was surprised that Fang Xiu had found a way out of this difficult situation so quickly, and realized that he really knew what he was doing. The guy said it's cool and they need to run as fast as they can to get out of this maze in time to escape the monster. The man asked if Fang Xiu was one of them, as his actions seemed too thoughtful and decisive for an ordinary person. The man was sure that Fang Xiu knew exactly where to go if he found a way out so quickly, and decided to follow him without a doubt. Fang Xiu said that they still had a minute and that she would be here soon, so they should hurry up and waste no time. The man said that if Fang Xiu turned out to be Asper and could calculate her timings, he would give it to him if he took him out of this place. Fang Xiu smiled, then turned towards him, showing that he was willing to accept the challenge and help everyone out of this difficult situation. But he said the man should not be in a hurry and he had more business here to complete before he left. The man didn't understand what he was saying and began to doubt his intentions, but still decided to trust him in this situation. After that, Fang Xiu immediately attacked the man, forcing him to defend himself and showing that he had ulterior motives and plans. Of course, he felt unbearable pain at this moment, realizing that Fang Xiu was not going to stop and would act decisively. Fang Xiu said that he didn't need anything, and that he had very different things he wanted to get. The man realized that the sum of 5 million rubles seemed insignificant to him, although he expected the amount to be more impressive and significant for the current circumstances. He then uttered that Fang Xiu would be responsible for his actions, and no one could stop him from doing so, even if everyone tried to stop him. The man couldn't understand why he had acted this way, especially hitting his most vulnerable spot, and it seemed to him a completely unfathomable and strange behavior. The man realized that the situation was developing too fast and it would only take him a minute to kill them. If Wan Shao lost, he would become prey and they would consider him a savior. The man had no way of realizing the significance of his help and asked if he had understood everything that had happened correctly or if he had confused the details what had happened at that moment. At this moment, Fang Xiu suddenly swung, and this movement was completely unexpected to everyone, for no one had expected such a sharp and sudden turn of events. Fang Xiu struck the most sensitive spot again, and this action seemed justified to him. After all, he was defending his life and acting in self-defense. This time the man did not feel happy about what was happening because he realized that the situation could turn against him, and the consequences could be extremely unpleasant. Fang Xiu stated that a man must die for his actions, and no one could stop him from doing so, even if everyone tried to stop his actions. The man could not understand how to explain the actions of the guy, because they seemed to him completely illogical and cruel, beyond any reasonable explanation. Of course, he felt unbearable pain at this moment when everything was happening, and this feeling would not leave him alone, causing him to feel misery. The guy suggested that he may have been too rough on the man, and it made him think about his behavior and the possible consequences of his actions. They began to ask him why he had decided to burst their balloons, for it seemed a senseless and cruel act with no reasonable explanation or purpose. Okay, beating Wan Shao to save others was acceptable, but touching the principal seemed like an excessive and unreasonable act that made no sense. Fang Xiu noted that he would act just in case to avoid unpleasant consequences in the future, and his decision seemed quite reasonable and logical. The guy was amazed at how impressed other people were with his actions, and it made him think about his role in the situation and its consequences. He pondered what he would do if the guy decided to do something reckless again, and how it would affect the overall situation and their future actions. Fang Xiu explained that if they went to the right, they would die, but if they went to the left, they would have a chance to survive and they had to make a choice. The man questioned why Fang Xiu didn't go left himself if he thought it was a safe path. After all, he was supposed to set an example with his actions. They only had 10 seconds to escape, while he slowly kneaded her thighs, and that time seemed endless and very tense for all of them. They couldn't understand what it all meant, and why events were unfolding the way they were. It was a mystery to all the people there. The boy stated that he wanted to stay with him one more time, and this desire seemed strange to him, for he knew how it could end for both of them. At this point, when the situation became critical, a nurse appeared, and her appearance changed the course of events, introducing an element of surprise into the overall picture. Of course, just as Fang Xiu had predicted, everyone ran to the left, hoping to avoid getting killed and find a safe place where they could take refuge from danger. Everyone began to watch intently, waiting to see what would happen next, and their attention was completely focused on what was happening around them. With two men lying in front of the protagonist and the nurse behind, it created a tense atmosphere where no one knew what was going to happen next. The man asked Fang Xiu for help, hoping that he could make a difference and save them from the impending danger and inevitable consequences. He noticed that the environment around him had changed, and it made him puzzled. He couldn't understand what exactly had happened and why things had changed so drastically. The man realized that it had become humid here, and that added to the strangeness of what was happening. He didn't know what to do next or how to react to the changing conditions. The water flowed down to where Fang Xiu had hit, and it seemed symbolic, as if nature was reacting to his actions, giving them a special meaning. The man began to say that he had killed his children, and this confession caused shock to all present, for no one could have expected such cruelty and inhumanity from him. The man then grabbed onto Fang Xiu's leg in an attempt to hold on to him and prevent him from leaving, even though he realized that doing so could lead to his own death. Fang Xiu told him not to worry because he wouldn't leave, and the man felt that his words carried threat and doom for himself. Fang Xiu said that he would watch him die, and this statement sent chills down the spine of everyone present, for it was a terrifying promise. At this point, the nurse grabbed the man, an action that came as a surprise to everyone, for no one expected her to intervene in such a way. Then the nurse instantly twisted his neck, an action so swift and decisive that no one had time to even realize what had happened. All the blood from the man splattered onto Fang Xiu, and this moment was shocking to everyone, for they had not expected such brutality and bloodshed. As expected, here it is, the taste of victory mixed with the bitterness of loss, and this moment made everyone think about the price of their actions and deeds. Fang Xiu wiped himself and told him not to take offense. After all, this was the inevitable outcome, and he did as he saw fit to achieve his goal. At this moment, Fang Xiu felt a sharp pain in his heart, and the sensation was so strong that he could barely stand on his feet and keep his balance. He instantly grabbed his heart with his hands, trying to understand what was happening, and realized that his body was no longer obeying him, and the pain was becoming unbearable. He noticed that his heart was breaking, but he suddenly began to laugh with it, and that laughter was full of bitterness and despair, for he realized what was happening. At that moment, his wife turned to him, and he said that the day would come when she would die in his arms, and it would be true bliss for him. Fang Xiu started groping the nurse, and this behavior caused everyone present to be bewildered and shocked, because no one had expected such a development. Everyone was surprised and couldn't figure out if he had really started touching her, or if it was just a play of his imagination and nervous tension. Fang Xiu looked at the guy, and at this moment, he remembered his words that he would always be with him, and it gave him strength. He remembered his words about being with him, and that reminder made him think about his actions and their consequences for everyone. At this moment, the guy was surprised at something, and this surprise was visible on his face, because he did not expect such a turn of events and development of the situation. Fang Xiu asked if they would be doing this together, and this question caused the guy's inner turmoil, for he didn't know what to answer to that. The guy himself couldn't figure out if Fang Xiu was really in front of him, or if it was just an illusion created by his imagination and nervous tension. He realized that after the 20th death together, he was already beginning to lose his mind, and this realization made him reflect on his condition and behavior. He ceased to show any sympathy, and this change in his character was noticeable to everyone around him, for he had become a completely different person. He could not regain his humanity, and this realization was painful to him, for he realized that he would never be the same again. But he, unlike him, retained his feelings and emotions, and that made him special among all the others who had lost their humanity and soul. He doesn't want to and won't force him to do things that go against his principles and beliefs, because he respects his choices and opinions. The guy started yelling that he was a loser from an ordinary family, and this confession was painful for him, because he always wanted to be better and more successful. Of all of them, only he had allowed him to go with him. Only he had become a friend to him, and that trust was important and valuable to him. It was because of this that the guy believes Fang Xiu, and his faith was unwavering, for he knew that he was the only one who could help him in this situation. He somehow looks like he has become some kind of beast, and this change was noticeable to everyone, for he lost his humanity and became violent. Fang Xiu didn't even know how to react to this, for he hadn't expected such a change in his behavior and didn't know what to do next. The guy asked him about Wang Xiao being his prey and why he had chosen him, for it seemed like a strange and inexplicable decision in such a situation. He then slowly began to place his hand on the nurse's thigh, and the movement was slow and cautious, as if he was afraid of her reaction to the gesture. At this moment, it was as if Fang Xiu felt something, and this feeling was so strong that he couldn't ignore it even though he didn't understand its nature. The guy wondered why he attacked them, and this question did not give him rest, because he could not find a logical explanation for such actions. This creature runs much faster than they do, so it was necessary to sacrifice someone else's legs to buy time, and it seemed like a cruel but necessary decision. The guy was surprised by Fang Xiu's reasoning like this, for he didn't expect him to be so cold-blooded and capable of making difficult and cruel decisions. At this moment, Fang Xiu told the guy to wait, for he felt that something was going on and needed to understand the situation before acting further. He wondered if he too felt this piercing cold that penetrated his entire body, and the sensation was so strong that he couldn't ignore it. The guy said that he didn't feel anything at all, and this statement caused Fang Xiu to be perplexed, for he was sure that the sensation was real. Fang Xiu was sure that he was definitely not imagining it, for this feeling was too strong and real to be just an illusion or fantasy. At this moment, the power went straight through Fang Xiu, and he realized that its energy had penetrated into him, making him feel a strange and inexplicable change. His arm was really starting to become one with the nurse, and it was so unusual that he couldn't understand what was happening to his body. She didn't feel this energy at first, but when they reached the tipping point, everything changed and she felt the power coursing through her body. Could this be an omen of the awakening of the forces, and now new trials await them in connection with it, and they must be prepared for any surprises? The guy told him to warm her up, because her feet were freezing, and it was an unexpected and strange request that made him wonder what was going on. The guy said it was already time to go, and they should leave the place as soon as possible to avoid more dangers and continue their journey. Fang Xiu told him to take his time, and so did Wu Dahai, because he had sensed a point of energy concentration, and it could change the outcome of events. The guy reminded him that they had to save themselves and that this was their main goal, so they couldn't afford to procrastinate or be distracted by other things. He could feel it, but he could not materialize it, and it was a real mystery to him, because he could not understand the nature of these sensations. Fang Xiu said that he didn't have a choice between life and death, so even with such a natural contract, he wouldn't be able to feel the way he did. At this point the nurse moved to the other man, and her actions were swift and decisive, as if she knew what she was doing and where it would lead. He had lived with the main character his entire life, but he didn't remember them standing on the brink of life and death as often as they had recently. Dahai has Dahai en masse, so it takes her 5 minutes to deal with him, and that time seemed infinitely longer to everyone else. They had been harassing for 2 minutes, in 3 they needed to escape immediately, and this realization made them act faster and more decisively without wasting time. Fang Xiu began to use his strength again, and this action was natural to him, for he realized that they couldn't survive without it. He could not understand what was happening to him, for the sensations were so strange and unusual that he could find no logical explanation for them. He could feel her penetrating his body, but she was the one going through, and that realization was both frightening and amazing to him. The soul is amorphous, only he can give it form, and this knowledge was important to him, for it gave him strength and confidence in his actions. Fang Xiu started as if he was transforming at this moment, and his body was changing before his eyes, becoming something else, stronger and more powerful. Fang Xiu felt some strange sensations, and it was unexpected to him, for he had not expected such a change in his condition and body. He touched his leg weakly, and the touch gave him a strange sensation, for he had never felt anything like it before, and it was unexpected. His charm became much better, and he noticed that those around him began to treat him with more respect and sympathy, which made a big difference in his life. His hearing had also gotten better, and he could now hear a whole palette of sounds that were previously beyond his perception, which was a revelation to him. It was beyond his expectations. He had become stronger and smarter in such a short period of time, and now he realized that his abilities were not limited. Now you know the essence of this world, and I appeared before him to show him how great his capabilities are and how he can use them. Fang Xiu realized that this was the very power he was looking for, and now he could use it to achieve his goals. Now he could use it too, and this knowledge gave him confidence, for he realized that his abilities were not limited. He thinks his powers are only 1% awakened, so he needs to merge with these monsters many more times to gain their full power. As per his abilities, the power awakened by his soul is what he wants and needs, and this will be her manifestation in his life. Then what he wants, or what his soul longs for his desires and aspirations can determine his future path and destiny. What his soul longs for and what desires he wants to fulfill, for this could be the key to his power and capabilities. His ability was something out of the ordinary, and this realization made him think about his abilities and how he could use them. When he strikes, he feels a strong armor. Is it really only made up of suffering and pain inside that tears him apart? However, when he was dying, he didn't feel physical pain. Instead, only psychological torment, and that meant he could make people feel the same. After all this understanding, Fang Xiu began to laugh out loud, for he realized that his strength lay in his ability to bring suffering. The guy was trying to understand what was going on with the main character, because his behavior and actions became so unpredictable and strange. It was wonderful to make these monsters feel the same way, and he craved it, for it was a real challenge for him. He then addressed Kiev, calling her his favorite wife, and this address was a surprise to everyone, for they were unaware of their relationship. Fang Xiu reported that 2 minutes had passed, and this time seemed like an infinitely long time, as he waited for the moment to use his abilities. He lingers because he wants to try his abilities, and this desire was so strong for him that he couldn't ignore it. Just as Wang Xiao had said, he had become an esper, and the guy congratulated him for it, for it was a significant achievement and an important moment in his life. Fang Xiu walked up to the nurse, and in his fist, all the pain after 21 deaths was concentrated, and he was ready to use this power. If there were more, he would only become stronger, and this realization gave him confidence, for his abilities were limitless, which means his abilities are limitless and he can achieve anything he wants by using his power and capabilities to achieve his goals. Fang Xiu struck, and she was the first to experience these abilities, and her reaction was so unexpected that he couldn't predict it. He was very much surprised that his power had dissipated, for he had expected it to be much more powerful and destructive. Fang Xiu then stopped and stood in front of the nurse, for he was curious to see what effect a single blow would have on her condition. He was curious to see what effect one blow would have. After all, it was only 1% of his power, and he was expecting a more significant change. Considering it was only 1% of his power, he realized his capabilities could be much greater, and it gave him confidence. He now knew that his abilities were unlimited, and he could achieve anything he wanted with his power and capabilities. There seemed to be zero effect from the blow. There wasn't even an abrasion on her. Perhaps he had put all her strength into defense, and then he couldn't hurt her at all. Next time, you need to use something else, some weapon that can channel his power and do more damage, because otherwise it will be useless. The guy said they had to run or he would start groping her again, and that could lead to more problems for everyone, because she might attack again. Fang Xiu stopped at this moment and thought about how he could use his strength more effectively to defeat her and save everyone. He contemplated using the nurse's own weapon, for her scalpel seemed powerful and dangerous, and it could be the key to winning this battle. He wondered if he would be able to use her weapon, for he didn't know how much it would bend to his will and be effective against her. Fang Xiu decided to pick up this scalpel, as it was the only thing that could help him in this situation and give him a chance to defeat the nurse. There was a very strong and powerful force emanating from the scalpel, and he immediately felt it as soon as he took it in his hand, realizing that this was no simple weapon. Fang Xiu could barely hold on to this scalpel, for its power was so great that he could feel it penetrating his body and mind. As he picked up the scalpel, he immediately felt all of her experience with people, felt all of their bitterness and suffering that she experienced every day of her life. He felt all their bitterness, and this realization made him think that this power should not be used thoughtlessly and cruelly as she had done. She couldn't handle all the horror and turned into a monster, but it turns out that her true form is contained in this scalpel she used. Actually, this scalpel contains her essence, and now Fang Xiu must figure out how to use its power against her to finally defeat her. Will he be able to straighten her out with her scalpel? For it may be the only way to defeat her and free all those affected by her actions. Fang Xiu told the guy to move farther away. After all, there was a dangerous battle ahead, and he didn't want to expose him to any unnecessary risk that might arise. Bo asked to wait a little longer, but still agreed to step back, for he realized it was necessary for their mutual safety and to defeat the nurse. Fang Xiu mentally used the scalpel against the nurse, channeling all his strength and will to give her a fatal blow that could stop her. He punched her right in the neck, hoping that would stop her and she would no longer be able to threaten them and others who might have been hurt by her attacks. Fang Xiu was surprised at what happened, as his punch seemed strong enough to seriously harm her and stop her. That blow didn't work, and that realization was shocking to him, for he didn't understand why his power couldn't hit her and stop her. The sharp scalpel cut people with ease, but it didn't even scratch her, and that seemed strange to him, for he had expected a very different effect from the blow. Her skin was too smooth, and that made her even more dangerous, as she was practically invulnerable to normal weapons and attacks, making it difficult. That was why it felt so good to crumple her. And this realization was a surprise to him, for he had not expected such sensations from this touch that was so strange. Besides, this scalpel could cut anyone, and that knowledge gave him confidence, for he realized that his power was unlimited and could be used. Fang Xiu realized that it was a spirit, and that the scalpel was fueled by the wielder's mental powers, making it even more powerful and dangerous to everyone. The scalpel is supposed to be fueled by the wielder's mental powers, but right now its powers are depleted, so it's not as strong as it could be if it were at full strength. It looks like he won't be able to get revenge for now, because his powers are not enough and he needs more time to regain them and become stronger. Fang Xiu said that there was no time, and they should run away, because the situation was becoming more and more dangerous and unpredictable, and they might not be able to escape in time. At this point the nurse woke up and started saying that she didn't have her scalpel, and this realization caused her to panic, because she didn't know what to do. Upon awakening, all 5 of his senses sharpened and he realized that his powers were now even more powerful and dangerous to everyone around him. Fang Xiu realized that there was someone in this place, and that someone was hiding quite well, which created a sense of danger and uncertainty of what to do next. He knew that these people had hidden themselves pretty well, and now needed to be as careful as possible to avoid falling into a trap and putting everyone in danger. The guys said there were 4 doors, and now they needed to decide which one they needed so they wouldn't make a mistake and take the right path. At this moment the very people they expected to see came out to them, and this caused everyone to be surprised, for they did not know what was going to happen next. They said that they were waiting for Fang Xiu and now he should lead them because he had a plan and knew how to act in this situation. The guy said that all these people could do was run around, but somehow Fang Xiu had to tell them what to do, which surprised him. Fang Xiu was silent at this moment, after which he began to think about a plan of action to make the right decision and not make any mistakes. Fang Xiu said that it was very simple, and everyone should go through their own door to split up and check all possible ways. Everyone was very much surprised by this information, because they did not expect such a decision and now did not know what to do next and how to act. They already didn't have much time to run around, and Fang Xiu decided to spend it checking every door that was questionable. Fang Xiu told them to back off and do what they wanted, for he was confident in his plan and wasn't going to change his mind. Everyone was scared to death of the whole situation and they didn't know what to do next, for each of them feared for their lives. At that moment they heard the very sounds that made them freeze, for it meant that danger was at hand. They realized she was already here, and were surprised how she had disposed of those two so quickly, for it seemed impossible. It looked like he'd broken her killing scheme, taken the scalpel, and now they had a chance to escape if they acted quickly and coherently. Fang Xiu saw the door, he wanted to enter and began to slowly open it, preparing himself for what might be waiting for him behind it. He slowly opened the door, and said that they should go in there, for it seemed the only right thing to do in this situation. He immediately looked to see what was there and then quickly started running up the stairs, hoping it would lead them to rescue and safety. The man told the girl to let go of him, and not to push him, as it could have caused a fall and additional danger to everyone. The nurse was indeed practically already near them, and it made it feel like an imminent threat that they needed to escape from immediately. She was right behind the girl, and this made everyone panic, for they didn't know how to defend themselves and avoid her attacks. She began to repeat that she was here too, and this added to the tension, for they realized that the nurse would not stop there. At this point, she began to move as close to her victims as possible, and this caused everyone to act quickly and decisively. Everyone was frightened by what the nurse was doing, for her actions seemed unpredictable and dangerous, and no one knew what to expect next. The guy informed Fang Xiu that the nurse was on the right, and now they had to decide how to proceed. The nurse said that he had her knife in his possession, and after that, was ready to attack Fang Xiu to get her weapon back. Fang Xiu realized that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous, and now needed to act quickly to escape and avoid her attacks. He began to think through a plan of action to find a way to deal with the nurse and use her knife against herself. Fang Xiu decided to use his strength and knowledge to find a way out of this difficult and dangerous situation, and not to make any mistakes. The nurse was ready to attack Fang Xiu, and now he had to make a decision on how to defend himself and save everyone who was with him. Fang Xiu immediately fell off his feet as he couldn't stand on them due to the incredible fatigue accumulated from the long hours of continuous fighting and chasing. And then, with incredible speed and precision, the unfamiliar figure quickly and ruthlessly killed Fang Xiu, leaving him no chance of escape and survival. The Western Passage was a complete failure, leaving everyone involved in the operation in a state of shock and hopelessness as they lost an important avenue of retreat and safety. He can make his enemies suffer using the most brutal and sophisticated torture methods known only to him, and enjoying their agony. And a scalpel, sharply sharpened and gleaming in the dim light, is ideal for this, allowing him to deliver precise and deadly blows. Fang Xiu can't give up now, because not only his life is at stake, but also the fates of all those who trusted him and followed him. They came to the right exit, after a long and painful wandering through a labyrinth of corridors, where every step was fraught with risk and danger. Fang Xiu quickly started pressing the button on the elevator, trying to summon it as soon as possible so that he could escape his pursuers and escape in time. In the distance, he saw the nurse approaching him, her figure becoming more distinct and threatening, causing Fang Xiu's heart to beat faster. She still managed to keep him from leaving after all, blocking his path and leaving him no choice but to engage in an equal combat with her. After that, of course, she killed him instantly, not giving him a second to think or try to resist, doing so with brutal determination. Fang Xiu then tried the Jing and the exit, hoping that things would work out better this time, but reality was cruel and unforgiving. But he failed this time as well, which further increased his despair and sense of hopelessness, leaving him no chance for salvation. Of course, Fang Xiu wanted to give it another try despite all the previous failures and defeats, believing in his strength and the possibility of winning. Only the east exit remained, but if it was locked again, there was nothing left for him to do but look for other ways to escape. But still he had hoped that this time, everything would work out and luck would be on his side. Despite all the previous failures, though she wins him in speed, he will be able to use his rebirths to anticipate her actions and devise a plan. Then he not only needs to memorize her movements, but also the terrain so he can use the surroundings to his advantage and defense. Fang Xiu knew that there was an emergency exit on the left, which could be his salvation in case of emergency and danger. But still, at the last moment, the nurse managed to catch up with him, showing how quick and persistent she was in her actions. Here came his 9th death, which was yet another confirmation of how hard he has it in this never-ending struggle. He knows where they need to go, and next time he will succeed in reaching his goal despite all the past failures and disappointments. The next time, Fang Xiu led everyone to where they needed to go, showing his confidence and determination in the situation. But at least this time he didn't kill two men, which was a small consolation to him, and a hope for future correction. The two men instantly noticed the nurse approaching them and began to panic, realizing the danger of the situation. The men immediately began running away from the nurse, trying to escape and avoid her deadly attacks, displaying marvels of agility and endurance. The guy noticed the nurse approaching Fang Xiu and realized that he needed to urgently warn him of the impending danger. She practically grabbed Fang Xiu, but at the last moment, he managed to break free from her grip and continue fighting for his life. But at that moment, he managed to dodge her attack, showing incredible agility and reaction that saved him from imminent death. Fang Xiu looked straight into her eyes, and in that instant, he felt that there was more than just a confrontation going on between them. The nurse was slightly surprised by Fang Xiu's decision, who despite the obvious danger, made a bold and unexpected decision, showing his determination and bravery at this critical moment. The guy was actually also surprised that Fang Xiu did this because he had expected him to be more cautious and predictable in such a tense situation. After that, Fang Xiu smiled and simply started running away from the nurse, hoping to confuse her and buy some time for his next move. When she tried to attack, he dodged her attack again, showing his incredible agility and skill that had saved him many times before. After so many deaths, he had studied her movements and managed to dodge, anticipating her every move and avoiding fatal mistakes that could have cost him his life. He became much stronger and more experienced, each time gaining new skills and knowledge that helped him survive the most dangerous situations and battles. This experience came in handy and he was able to dodge her attacks, showing his increased confidence and ability to adapt quickly to new challenges. The guy said that Fang Xiu was really very cool, admiring his courage and skill that he showed in every fight and challenge. The nurse wanted to kill the guy more than anything else, considering him her main target and stopping at nothing to achieve her bloody goal. She chased him as fast as she could, using all her speed and cunning to catch him and finally end him once and for all. This time he manages to anticipate all her movements, which gave him an advantage in the battle and allowed him to avoid many dangers and blows. But still, Fang Xiu fell to the floor, losing his balance at the most inopportune moment when he needed to exercise the utmost care and concentration. But he quickly oriented himself and rose to his feet, showing his willpower and determination not to give up even in the most difficult and dangerous situations. He manages to skillfully dodge her attacks, using his skills and experience gained from many battles and dangerous adventures. The nurse was telling him to sigh, for she couldn't stand him showing his anger and impatience as he waited for the opportunity to complete his mission. She insisted that he let her kill him, not understanding why he continued to resist and fight despite her best efforts and attacks. Fang Xiu stood in the middle of the corridor at this moment, ready for the next battle despite the fatigue and exhaustion that was making itself felt. Everyone couldn't understand what had happened and could only assume that he had dodged the nurse, showing his incredible agility and reaction. The nurse at this moment just appeared and began to catch up with Fang Xiu, leaving him no time to think and forcing him to act immediately. The boy realized that this was the Esper he had heard about, and now he was to meet him face to face. Fang Xiu was glad that he had finally found a real way out, and they were saved despite all the trials and dangers they had endured. But right at this moment, something stopped Fang Xiu, preventing him from moving forward and forcing him to think about what was going on. The nurse appeared right in front of him, blocking his path and forcing him to look for other ways to avoid meeting her and find a safe exit. Fang Xiu was very much surprised by this, as he didn't expect her to appear so suddenly and so determined to continue the battle. He could not understand why she had stopped abruptly, and began to speculate on possible reasons for her unexpected behavior in such a critical situation. He could only assume that she was afraid of him, despite all the courage and determination she had shown up to that point. Then, surprisingly, she started attacking the guide, showing that her determination had not faded and she was willing to fight to the last to achieve her goal. To his surprise, she cupped him with her large breasts, which was an unexpected and somewhat embarrassing moment for everyone in the place. At this point, everyone was frightened, not realizing what was happening and trying to make sense of the events that were unfolding in front of them. He couldn't figure out what it was about, but her breasts, though cold, were soft, adding more bewilderment to his thoughts. Everyone noticed that the nurse had left, but they couldn't figure out where Fang Xiu was, which added more worrying and bewilderment among those who remained. The guy found Fang Xiu and asked if the nurse had left, trying to figure out what was going on and what action to take next for everyone's safety. It was logical to assume that she had run for the exit, but that assumption could be wrong and they had to check all options carefully. But it was also very important to keep in mind that every step could be dangerous, and extreme caution had to be taken to avoid more trouble. They wondered what this place was and what secrets it hid, for every corner could conceal something unpredictable and frightening. She immediately jumped to the side as she crashed through the door, showing her haste and carelessness, which could have cost her safety. It was possible that this was the path to freedom, but no one could be sure, and one had to check everything thoroughly before making a decision. But it's also possible that there are worse creatures than her behind the door, and that had everyone on alert and ready for any surprises. There was only a solid shadow behind the door, making it impossible to see what lurked inside. And this gave the whole situation an ominous and unsettling atmosphere. It was as if it was an abyss, swallowing up light and hope, making everyone feel small and helpless before its gloom. Fang Xiu fell silent at this moment, pondering his next actions and trying to find the best way out of the situation. He said they would rest and move on to gain strength and prepare for the next leg of their difficult and dangerous journey. The lad said he would like a drink, for the 10 minutes run from doom had drained him of all his strength and left him in a state of extreme exhaustion. He didn't think they would be able to see her either, for the nurse seemed something unreal and frightening beyond the ordinary. At this moment, some kind of realization came to Fang Xiu, and he realized that he had to act urgently and not waste a moment of precious time. Everyone was very much surprised that he jumped up from his seat, showing his determination and willingness to act despite his fatigue and fear. He said they needed to go without delaying a second longer to seize every opportunity to escape and accomplish their goal. Of course, everyone was not very happy about having to go again, for they had hoped for a short rest and recuperation. After that, Fang Xiu mentally said goodbye to everyone and the name, preparing for the fact that the journey might be final and fateful. Then he touched his hands to the door in front of him, feeling its cold and hard surface that could hide both salvation and danger. Does danger lurk behind that door that could consume them all, or is it a welcome escape to freedom and salvation? The guy asked if they should go that way or if it was a safe route, trying to figure out what would be the right and safe choice for everyone. Fang Xiu then walked into this void, determined to check things out personally and be the first to encounter what lurked behind the door. Nothing could be seen in this pitch darkness that surrounded him on all sides, making every step difficult and uncertain. Strangely, there was dead silence. Not even one could hear one's own breathing, which added to the ominousness and horror of the atmosphere. The whole path was shrouded in darkness, and he had to walk, relying only on his senses and intuition, trying not to stray from the right path. So he can only go forward despite fear and uncertainty, believing in his strength and the possibility of finding a way out of this darkness. He needs to go only forward, because there is nowhere to retreat, and every step brings him closer to the goal and possible salvation. He had already lost track of time, not knowing how many hours or minutes had passed since he began his journey down this gloomy corridor. It was like wandering down an endless corridor that had no end and only confused him more and more, depriving him of hope for a speedy rescue. White Willow Academy stood majestically, surrounded by high walls and green trees, creating an atmosphere of mystery and isolation, attracting the attention of anyone who passed by or heard about it. After a few seconds, Fang Xiu opened his eyes and found himself right in front of the academy, not realizing how it had happened and feeling a sense of profound surprise and relief at his sudden salvation. He was very much surprised that he had gotten out of this horrible place where he had spent so much time trying to find a way out and escape the pursuit that seemed endless and unstoppable. The guy was glad and told Akiro that they were lucky to escape, otherwise they would have stayed in that nightmare forever. And now they could start a new life free of horrors. But only they noticed that Fang Xiu wasn't around, and this caused a new wave of anxiety and worrying among those who were left to look for a safe exit from the situation. The guy informed him that they were already leaving because they would not be able to get out of there if they continued to stay in that dangerous place without any hope of rescue. Fang Xiu said that no, they shouldn't stay there, for this place was full of dangers and could swallow them all up if they weren't careful and didn't find a way out. There was only one place left for them to go in the mental hospital, the academy, which seemed to be the last refuge and hope of escape from this horrible nightmare. Fang Xiu couldn't understand why they couldn't go there anymore, and why they couldn't get outside the hospital that held them captive. The guy said he was so tired and suggested we go home to rest and gain strength, because everyone had their own things to do and worries in ordinary, real life. And then he said he had to go to work tomorrow, which added even more ordinariness to their conversation, which seemed so unreal and strange after all the horrors they'd been through. Fang Xiu wondered if he would go home and then go to work, because it all seemed so far away and impossible to him after everything that had happened in the past few days. After saying that they were going home now and going to work in the morning, he realized something and realized that it could only be an illusion or a deception created by his mind. Fang Xiu was in a panic, not knowing what to do or how to react to what was happening, for his mind could not accept all these strange changes and the unknown. He said he saw nothing that could help him make sense of the situation and felt lost and alone in this incomprehensible and frightening world. Then the guy was curious about what Fang Xiu was looking for, and he decided to help him find answers to all the questions that were tormenting him at that moment and needed to be solved. Everything was gone, and he couldn't accept that he'd just gotten away with it, because he was sure he had to be punished for everything he'd done. It was extremely difficult to accept that it was as if the hospital had evaporated, because it had left such a deep mark on his life and memories that would not just disappear. But one thing he can't accept is that it was all for nothing, and his sacrifices and efforts were futile in the end of this terrible and long journey. He cannot accept that they are gone and all his near and dear ones are gone, leaving him alone with his grief, pain and hopelessness. How would he be able to get revenge, especially on his wife, who was his most important target, and he craved revenge for everything that had happened between them. Especially he had other plans for her, which he had carefully considered and planned, hoping that he would be able to realize them in the future, despite all the obstacles. Only he could kill her, and he would not let anyone else take that opportunity away from him, for it was a matter of honor and justice for him. Fang Xiu said to himself that they would still meet with his wife, and he would definitely finish what he started without stopping for anything or anyone. In the cab Fang Xiu was riding in, he kept repeating the word no forever, not believing that they could disappear, and that at least she couldn't just disappear. He didn't believe she could disappear, and at least she couldn't escape, for she was the most important goal to him and the reason for his long struggle. His wife could not escape, and he was sure that he would find her no matter what happened, and would carry through with all his plans and intentions in spite of all the difficulties. The cab driver informed him that they had arrived, and it brought him back to reality, forcing him to come out of his thoughts and focus on the present moment. When he tried to say how much money the guy owed, Fang Xiu immediately ran away without leaving a penny or explaining why he did so. The driver asked about the money, but Fang Xiu had already disappeared into the crowd, disregarding his words and continuing his relentless pursuit of the target. In this world, any help can disappear in an instant like a shadow, leaving behind only memories that can't always be comforting in difficult times when you're alone. But one, and only one, his beloved will remain with him always, despite all the difficulties and obstacles that may stand in their way in this cruel world. Fang Xiu doesn't believe that she could have disappeared forever, because their love was so strong and timeless that it could withstand any trials of fate. When he got home to his apartment, he just collapsed on the floor from exhaustion, not knowing how to cope with this sudden and devastating loss that had overtaken him. She can kill him as many times as she wants, but she can't disappear forever because their fates are intertwined so tightly that no amount of effort can break that bond. She is unable to bring him back to normal now because his soul has been shattered by this ordeal, leaving only emptiness and pain that does not heal. More than a dozen times his nurse wife humiliated him in front of others, and it left deep scars on his heart that cannot be forgotten or forgiven no matter how hard he tries. And only his hatred for them kept him going all this time, gave him the strength to keep fighting and finding ways to avenge all the suffering he had experienced because of them. He vows that he will find a way to get revenge on them and make them suffer like he suffered so that they feel all the pain he felt every day. Now they are gone, and he doesn't know how to fill the void inside that was created after they left, leaving him alone with his thoughts and memories of the past. What should he live for now if his beloved has gone forever, leaving him alone in this cruel and heartless world where there is no place for happiness and joy? At this point, the guy called him and asked if he had seen the news, telling him that the academy had burned down last night, leaving behind only ruins and ashes. He said that the academy burned down last night, and this news shocked him so much that he immediately woke up abruptly from this terrible and unexpected news. After that, Fang Xiu immediately woke up abruptly in shock, realizing that he couldn't believe what he had heard, and his thoughts immediately began to jumble in search of an explanation. Yesterday, there was an uncontrolled fire in the academy building, and the fire area was about square meters. The fire department did not arrive until the evening, but did not manage to prevent the destruction. Fang Xiu started laughing loudly after this news because he couldn't believe that this had really happened, and his laughter was full of bitterness and despair. He didn't believe he was dead either, and his brain was fluttering with fear because he couldn't understand what was happening and all his senses were jumbled together. Now he knew where they were hiding. It was a ruse, and he decided it was time to act and find them to finally avenge all they had done. Fang Xiu had hope for his beloved's revenge because he felt that now he had a chance to change the situation and show everyone what he was capable of. He said they would meet again soon, no matter what, and his voice was full of a determination and confidence that left no room for doubt or fear. At that moment, the principal texted him why he wasn't on site, and that text only strengthened his resolve because he realized it wasn't that simple. Fang Xiu laughed hard. After all, this man was dead, and the thought of a dead man still calling him to work seemed absurd and ridiculous to him. The dead still called him to work as if he were alive, and that only made him more determined to figure things out and find answers to all his questions. After that, the entire computer screen was covered in blood, a sight that only made him more determined to act because he realized that time was not on his side. Then some strange creature appeared right in front of him, and he couldn't believe his eyes because it was so unexpected and frightening that he froze in place. It was a huge eye saying the guy would see him, and his voice was full of riddles and mysteries that only increased his desire to find answers. Fang Xiu wasn't confused and instantly grabbed him because he realized that this was his chance to change everything and find who was behind all these events. He said it was cool, but he shouldn't break the phone because he realized it was just an illusion and he needed to stay sane. After that, the creature simply disappeared as if it didn't exist, and he realized that it was just an illusion created to confuse and confound him. Fang Xiu realized that it was an illusion and began to look for the culprit because he knew that he couldn't remain idle and had to find answers to all his questions. Fang Xiu instantly arrived at his destination without wasting a second because he realized that every minute counted and could not be wasted in such a situation. He noticed that the academy had burned to the ground, leaving behind only ruins and ashes, and the sight gave him mixed feelings ranging from sadness to determination to act. But it's necessary to learn a little bit of information about what happened, because without understanding the details, he won't be able to move forward with his investigation and find the culprits. In front of him he saw the very girl who had always been by his side in difficult moments, and her presence added to his confidence and determination not to stop. She told him he'd arrived early today, and there was surprise in her voice, mixed with a note of relief that he'd managed to get to this place after all. Fang Xiu touched her breasts, asking if she was real, because it seemed to him that everything happening around him was just an illusion created to confuse him. Then the girl told him to stop, and there was an urgency in her voice because she realized this was not the right time for such actions. Fang Xiu immediately pushed her and headed somewhere, because he realized that he was running out of time and needed to act quickly and decisively to not miss the chance. A guy appeared in front of him and asked if he had been forcibly summoned here because he too didn't understand what was going on and why they were both in such a strange place. Fang Xiu said that he liked to work, and there was determination in his voice because he knew that only hard work and effort could help him figure things out. He was then told that the director was in the office, and this information gave him a sense of where he needed to go to find answers to his questions and move forward. They were too alive for the dead, and it made him suspicious of what had actually happened at the academy, and what could have led to such strange events. The principal was furious and asked why he was only coming now, since he had called him many times, and his voice was full of anger and incomprehension as to why he hadn't answered. Fang Xiu asked where his prize was, and there was an urgency in his voice because he knew he deserved it for all the effort and labor he had put into his work. He has the nerve to ask for a bonus with his merit, and this made the principal even angrier because he felt that such an act was unacceptable in this situation. After that, Fang Xiu said that even 100 men wouldn't be able to kill him, and his words made the principal furious because he couldn't understand where he got such confidence from. The man asked how he dared, for he was more alive than anyone else, and his voice was full of indignation, for he could not believe that anyone dared to speak to him like that. After calling him a creature, Fang Xiu immediately punched him because his patience had burst and he could no longer contain his emotions and anger. The man felt a sharp pain at that moment because the blow was so strong and unexpected that he was unable to react and avoid it, leaving him defenseless. As it turned out, Fang Xiu used the nurse's scalpel to attack the man, and his actions were so fast and precise that he left no chance for resistance. He instantly slit his throat at the same moment, and blood gushed from the wound, leaving the man with no chance of survival and turning the scene into a real nightmare. After that, the man collapsed in a few seconds and his body went cold, leaving Fang Xiu with a sense of satisfaction and the realization that he had done what needed to be done. Fang Xiu said that he was already dead, and there was cold determination in his voice because he knew that this was the only way to end this horrible situation. At this moment, the entire atmosphere in the office changed and the tension reached its peak because everyone present realized that Fang Xiu was not going to stop. Fang Xiu walked up to the guy, and there was a glow of determination in his eyes because he knew that there were new challenges ahead of him, and he had to be ready for them. At this moment, the guy completely changed his appearance, and this caused Fang Xiu to be surprised and wary because he didn't know what to expect from such a change. After that, he began to transform, and his body began to change before his eyes, transforming into something new and frightening, which couldn't help but make Fang Xiu anxious. Fang Xiu realized that he was transforming right in front of him, and this sight made him wonder what might happen next and what dangers awaited him. Fang Xiu told him to listen to him, and there was an urgency in his voice because he realized that this was the only way to control the situation and not make mistakes. Fang Xiu said that he would stop it, and his words were full of determination and confidence because he knew that he had the strength and capability to deal with any difficulties. Then the whole office started to become as if covered in blood, and everyone around started to panic, not knowing how to deal with this unexpected and frightening situation, which caused chaos. Everyone began to transform dramatically, their bodies and faces changing beyond recognition, causing horror and panic in those around them, because no one knew how to deal with it. Fang Xiu started to run away, attacking them the same time and asking if they had gotten what they deserved for their atrocities they had committed against him and others. Let them say when they've had enough and they'll stop their attacks, because Fang Xiu isn't going to give up without a fight until he defeats them. He realized that it was all just an illusion, created by someone to scare him into believing something horrible that didn't really exist. Then he saw the dying people right in front of him, and the sight made his heart beat faster with terror and panic gripping his mind. Fang Xiu could tell if this was another illusion created by his enemies to deceive and confuse him, or the reality he had fallen into. He wondered if that was all they could do, and if they could think of something more original and frightening to try to break his will. Then the same eye appeared in front of him again and asked him how he could see through it. The chief said that he understood people well, so they too were indistinguishable from reality. But it doesn't take into account something important, namely the tactile sensations that help us understand what's really going on, which illusions can't reproduce accurately. I couldn't understand why he wasn't afraid. After all, these illusions should have scared any normal person, but Fang Xiu remained calm. He relies solely on his fear of death, and it's somehow surprising that the dead call him to work, trying to use his abilities for their own purposes. It's scary to have to work when he could have had a quiet life by now, but they continued to haunt him, giving him no rest and forcing him to fight again. But thanks to all their tricks to scare him, it only ignites a flame in him that can destroy all their illusions and deceptions he encounters. I said the guy is fearless. He's memorized him, and now knows who he's dealing with in this strange game, which adds tension to their confrontation. And after all, he was the one who had gotten them rid of the nurse. If he got it right, the nurse and the hospital in general was just an evil illusion created to intimidate. Even if it can transform people, there is in any case a certain radius of its power beyond which it is powerless. Fang Xiu remembered the guy's words that he would go with him until the very end and would not leave him alone despite all the dangers and threats. At this moment, Fang Xiu was standing right above the guy, ready to protect him from any threat and danger that might have arisen in this situation. And then he cut his own throat to prove that he was ready to do anything to defeat his enemies, even to sacrifice his life for it. Though the illusion is controllable, the best way to defeat it is to keep your mind clear and not give in to the fears your enemies are trying to invoke. There was only one way, and that was to stay awake and constantly alert to avoid falling into the trap of illusions that the enemies created to confuse. On the road to the academy, she is no longer there because the illusions have destroyed everything around her and left only a void that reminds her of past events. Fang Xiu slit his throat once more to make sure that he didn't fall into the trap and succumb to the deception that the enemies were trying to create. It seems inevitable that they will have to go to the pattern world, so Zhao Hao must overcome his fear and learn how to fight illusions. He will conjure up every illusion possible, even making them think they have left this world. But it's all untrue, created by the enemies. Fang Xiu realized that only a guy could save them and get them out of this nightmare they were in, bringing them back to normal. By the way, he'll be able to grow Fi to when they get out of here and can finally live a normal life free of illusions and fears. They will escape to a place where illusions can no longer get them, and where they will be safe from all threats that may arise. Fang Xiu is determined and ready to go all the way to save everyone and destroy the illusions once and for all, bringing peace and safety back to everyone. The guy said he didn't put that much pressure on him, so there shouldn't be any problems in the future. He was completely sure of that. After that, there were a few more fantasies of the same kind, which he managed to quickly dispel thanks to his ability to recognize and control thoughts at the right moment. However, they were never able to overcome their fear of these illusions that had been haunting them for a long time without a break, and it frightened them. After checking some things out, he realized that everything here was an illusion, and everyone's was different, created by their own fears and doubts that were hard to overcome. In other words, each person faces their own illusions that reflect their deepest fears and concerns, and this prevents them from living a peaceful life. And the dream can only be destroyed by himself if he can overcome his inner fears and doubts that haunt him every night. Fang Xiu was telling Zitia to wake up finally, otherwise he would stay in this nightmare forever and wouldn't be able to get out without the help of others. But the boy could not and did not want to wake up, preferring to stay in the world of his illusions and fantasies, which seemed more pleasant to him. Fang Xiu then punched him to wake him up, hoping that it would help bring him out of his dream state so he could return to reality. He started hitting him even harder, but it didn't help at all, and the guy continued to remain unconscious, unresponsive to the pain. At this moment the guy on the contrary felt pain, but it didn't help him come out of his dream and illusion state, and he continued to sleep. Fang Xiu realized that it didn't work at all, and had to find another way to wake him up to bring him back to reality. He then decided to take his scalpel and try a more drastic method, hoping it would work and help him wake up, and then he stabbed it right into the guy's knee, hoping the intense pain would make him wake up and come back to reality. The guy started begging that he wouldn't do it, promising that he would wake up on his own if he was given a little more time to do so. Fang Xiu couldn't figure out how to save him, or if there was a way to get him out of this nightmare he was in. There is only one thing left. If it doesn't work next time, we will have to look for other methods or accept his condition and leave it as it is. If it failed next time, then Fang Xiu himself would give up and stop trying to wake him up, realizing that all his efforts were in vain. The guy said he dreamed about her tummy last night. It was so soft and her clothes felt like feathers, which was really nice. He was just about to merge with her, but immediately woke up. What bad luck, not having time to savor the moment he'd waited so long for. At that moment, the guy saw a way out that suddenly appeared in front of him, giving him a chance at salvation he didn't expect to see. The guy said that when they got out, he would change his body and thoughts so that he would never get into situations like this again. He is quite timid and cowardly, but his main trait is a peculiarity that helps him cope with his fears and overcome difficulties. Though fear cannot be overcome completely, it can be avoided with feelings if you know how to manage and control them. Fang Xiu said that the guy turned up the volume on his phone so as not to miss any important details of the conversation, which was very important. Fang Xiu said that now they would watch his favorite movie, which always lifted his spirits and helped him relax after a hard day. They started watching the movie, trying to distract themselves from all the problems and troubles that surrounded them in real life and find a solution to their problems. The most important after-school scene left was to help them figure out how to solve their problem and find a way out of the situation. The guy was very much surprised by this, but realized that this could be the key to saving them and solving all the problems that were plaguing them. The teacher informed him that he had a mistake here that needed to be punished for, but he had a chance to fix it if he tried his best. The guy couldn't tell if Fang Xiu was joking, and his serious tone made him wonder what was really going on, causing mixed feelings and confusion in his mind. He wants to know the difference between the usual measuring jokes and serious statements, to understand what really matters in this moment and how to respond to it. Fang Xiu said that he was not joking and was really trying to save his life, emphasizing the importance of the situation and the need for quick action to save him. The guy said enough was enough, and he started looking for a way out of this strange and frightening situation, trying to find a solution and understand what was going on. Fang Xiu asked if this name really made him feel good once he reached this point in his dream, and just closed his eyes without doing anything. The guy didn't say he understood, and his silence expressed a mixture of fear and incomprehension, which made it even more difficult for everyone present. The others couldn't understand what they were looking at, and their confusion grew by the minute as what was happening seemed more and more confusing and strange. At this point, the teacher was bashing the actor, saying that he would know how to be wrong, and this added even more chaos and misunderstanding to what was going on. The guy's psyche was already failing, and he began to feel reality and illusion mixing, creating an unbearable pressure on his mind. That's right, Vaughn was so eager, and his quest for understanding only grew stronger, though he felt himself losing control of the situation and himself. Fang Xiu said better that okay, and they should go, hoping that the movement would help them find answers and get out of this confusing situation. May he not forget that feeling when he is in danger again, and that is what they can do to shatter him and his illusions, bringing him back to reality. He has such boring dreams time after time that he even misses real life a bit and already wants to go back home, where everything is familiar and clear. Fang Xiu noticed that the others had failed, but he hoped that at least the guy could overcome his fears and come out of his illusions with his mind intact. At this moment, Fang Xiu turned his attention to him, seeing him struggling with himself and the illusions around him, trying to find a way out and return to reality. At this time, the very thing Fang Xiu was talking about was happening to the guide, and he began to realize that it was all part of some greater plan or trial. He was watching the guy who was doing obscene things at this time, and it caused Fang Xiu to feel a mixture of surprise and concern for his condition. Fang Xiu realized that it looked like the guy had really decided to have coitus, and this was a signal to him that the situation was getting out of control. Fang Xiu noticed the streams of energy coming from the guy, and it made him wonder about the nature of these illusions and their effect on the real world. Fang Xiu realized that the guy would soon awaken because of these energy flows, and this would be the crucial moment when they could return to reality. Just at that moment, the guy actually woke up, signaling to everyone that they were nearing the end of their strange journey. He wondered if this was the way out, and if he had finally succeeded in getting out of this illusion and back to the reality he so desperately needed. He couldn't figure out if it was really Fang Xiu in front of him, and asked to check to make sure it wasn't all another illusion. He wondered if he'd asked, or if he'd gotten his head screwed on straight, and now they'd fix it all, bringing reality and order back to their world that had changed so much. Threesomes, double penetration and fisting. These things were starting to happen in his illusions, and it only added to the chaos and confusion in his mind. The guy said he needed longer and more and asked for a phone number to find a way to cope and regain control. But at that moment, he fell straight face first onto the corpses, and it came as a shock to him, bringing him out of his illusions and back to the brutal reality. He opened his eyes to see where he had fallen and saw many dead bodies around him, which caused him great shock and fear. He immediately noticed his colleagues dead, and that was the final straw that made him realize how real it all was. Fang Xiu said that there was nothing more to be done here, and they needed to find a way to deal with this situation and return to real life. Fang Xiu then said that they had to go, and they should be careful not to get into more trouble, as danger could be waiting at every step. And the two of them headed for freedom, hoping that this time they could actually escape this strange place and return to normal life. They found themselves in a field of some sort, and it came as a surprise to them, as they expected to see something quite different after all their adventures. The boy said they had made it out, and his voice was full of joy and relief, for they had been striving for this moment for so long, overcoming many difficulties. Fang Xiu said that it was true, and they were indeed able to leave this place because of their determination and joint efforts, which was very inspiring to them. He then asked the guide if he had accidentally awakened his ability because he had noticed some unusual changes in his behavior and reactions. Debo couldn't figure out what kind of awakening he was talking about, and his confusion only made him more eager to learn more about what was going on. At some point he felt an incredible surge of strength and a heightening of all his senses, which made him think about the possibilities of his body and consciousness. Fang Xiu was curious as to what he thought his ability was, and whether he could use it to further his goals. He doesn't know, and Wang Sha said that each awakened one might have their own unique abilities that they need to learn how to control and develop. Debo asked what his ability was then, and his voice was full of curiosity and impatience to find out what lurked within him. Fang Xiu said that his ability was predicting the future, and this revelation surprised the guide, making him wonder about his new abilities. The boy realized why he knew then where they needed to go and where danger awaited them, and that realization gave him confidence in his abilities. If there really is an organization of aspers in the world, he will be able to rise there quickly due to his ability to know the future and use that to achieve his goals. Then he needs to get even stronger, and then get revenge on them for everything they've done, and bring justice back to them by getting the world back to normal. With his revenge he wanted to take his own revenge, and this desire became his main motivator on his way to achieving his goals and overcoming all obstacles. If the hospital was inside the office, why couldn't he see it now? And it made him wonder about the nature of what was happening. Have they merged, entering the real world ahead? And now they have to find a way to put things back together to avoid more problems. It turns out that if they run into some monster, it won't be able to attack them, but it will suddenly happen that the door is blocked, and that would be a serious problem. Then even with his denials, they wouldn't be able to get out of here, and that realization added tension and anxiety to their thoughts, forcing them to look for new solutions. If things go badly, they may face even more difficulties, and they need to be ready for anything to overcome all the obstacles in their way. Even coming back would not be enough to fix everything, and this realization made them act with more care and attention. Why else, though he hadn't awakened to his towers, he couldn't see this strange world, and it made him wonder about the nature of his abilities. He asked if he noticed anything strange around him, but the guy said everything was fine, and that added to the confusion in his thoughts and feelings. Fang Xiu asked if it was the bird he was talking about, for its appearance was unexpected and mysterious, making everyone wonder about the nature of what was happening. Though he has awakened, he sees nothing, for there was indeed a monster above him at this moment, and this realization was frightening and alarming. Maybe his powers were still too weak, or maybe not all of the available supernatural powers could see this world, and that made him seek answers to his questions. Fang Xiu wondered how they would be able to use their abilities to achieve their goals and overcome all the obstacles that stood in their way. It's a pity he doesn't have any abilities, though Fang Xiu is like a whole of a species, and he would be so sad if he happened to start any trouble. How can he think that? Because they still have so much potential and strength to overcome all the difficulties and achieve their goal, returning the world to normal. Fang Xiu abruptly tore out of his seat, realizing that time was playing against them, and they must act as quickly as possible to find a way out of this dangerous and confusing situation. Fang Xiu asked the guy how he managed to get out of that dream, because it was incredibly difficult and required a lot of willpower and determination. He taught him one way of entering illusions that helped him realize their nature and find a way to return to reality while avoiding danger. Fang Xiu was the only one who could get out, but he had to kill himself to regain the ability to see all these oddities, and it was extremely painful. It may have caused him to ask if he had done indecent things in the dream, which could have affected his state and perception of what was happening, causing unexpected consequences. The guy got very embarrassed afterwards, realizing that his actions in the dream could have been seen, and it causes him shame and embarrassment to the main character. Not only was he moving, but he was also making sounds, which added even more awkwardness to this situation and made him feel extremely uncomfortable and embarrassed. Fang Xiu said that he only assumed that the guy might have done something wrong and woke up because of it, which was an unexpected conclusion for everyone. The guy asked Fang Xiu if he would tell anyone about it, and his voice was full of anxiety and fear that his secret might be revealed. The guy said that nothing special happened at all, and tried to calm Fang Xiu down, hiding his embarrassment and discomfort, not wanting to discuss it. Just opening his eyes, he found himself alone with the teacher, and it gave him mixed feelings, making him think about what was happening and his reaction to it. The teacher was breathing deeply in his ear, and it gave him a strange sensation that he couldn't understand or explain, but tried to hide. Of course, he felt a pleasant sensation at this moment, but he tried to hide it so as not to give away his real feelings and emotions in front of her. The teacher was calling out for him to follow her, and he couldn't understand what was going on or how he should react to this unexpected situation that was confusing him. First, he heard various horrible sounds that made him wince and wary, not realizing what was going on around him or what he should do next. And then she began to run her cold hands along his torso, and it caused him mixed feelings and intense confusion, making him think. And then he remembered what Fang Xiu had told him about shifting his attention, and it helped him cope with the situation and find a way out. That is to say, he himself decided that this was the only way out of the situation, and began to act based on his feelings and Fang Xiu's advice. The guy said it was the only way out, and his voice was full of confidence and determination that it was the right decision in this difficult situation. The guy started thinking of other things to distract himself and find a way to cope with a situation that seemed hopeless and very difficult for him. Fang Xiu was surprised after all this, not expecting that the guy could find such a way to deal with what was happening and overcome all the difficulties. His teacher was telling him that he wasn't listening to her, and her words made him think and try to figure out exactly what she meant at the moment. The boy tried with all his might to restrain himself, but still he failed, and a man appeared before them, ready for decisive action. But still he did not succeed in carrying out his plan, and some strange man suddenly appeared in front of them, standing confidently and causing perplexity and interest to all around him. He grabbed it immediately, ready to get down to business without delay, showing determination and confidence, disregarding the possible risks and consequences of his actions. The main thing he said was that only true love and sincere feelings could change his life, make it better and full of meaning. That he can't understand why everything happened the way it did, and what should be done to correct the situation, find a way out and move on with his life. The guy decided to try it, after all, despite all doubts and fears, hoping for the best, believing in his luck and success, counting on the support of friends and relatives. He realized that they were very soft to the touch, as if they had been specially made that way to give maximum pleasure and comfort without causing any discomfort. When he tried to kiss her, right at that moment she suddenly transformed, turning into something else entirely, which surprised and alarmed him greatly at the same time. She then asked if he was afraid of her, and how he was going to deal with that fear if he did experience it, because it was important to their future relationship. Then it was no longer the guy who grabbed the girl, but she grabbed him, showing her strength and determination, making it clear who was really in charge and who dictated the rules of the game. She was ready to literally eat him at that moment, not giving him the slightest chance to escape, demonstrating her power and superiority, enjoying his helplessness and fear. She then pulled out her insides, intending to use them to devour him, leaving no chance of escape or possibility of escaping this horrible fate. He was very much frightened, so he decided to act decisively and without hesitation, realizing that this was his only chance to save himself and avoid the terrible consequences that would overtake him. The boy at this moment escaped from her grasp, displaying amazing agility and quickness, realizing that this was his only chance of escape and a chance to avoid a tragic fate. He just realized that it would be a great shame to die without losing his leaves and before he could complete all the things he had started, without realizing his dreams and desires to the fullest. Even though it wasn't Li-Fi, he would still be able to screw her, satisfying his desires and feeling a little better despite the strangeness and awkwardness of the situation. It was embarrassing for the new hero. He had certainly thought about it, but to have it turn out so bad, he couldn't even imagine it going this far. The most important thing for a person is life. It is given to him once, and it is necessary to live it in such a way that it would not be painful for the aimlessly lived years. Fang Xiu said that he went home to sleep it off, and then they would talk and discuss everything that happened and decide how to proceed with the situation. All of their friends are dead, but they could still run into something dangerous at any moment. He's only thinking of her and her safety at this time. Fang Xiu wondered if he really wanted to report the incident to the police, and what consequences would have for everyone involved. The guy at this point became embarrassed, not knowing how to react to what was happening, feeling awkward and helpless, not knowing what to do or how to proceed. There's no need for that. If there are all sorts of monsters and espers in this world, then there's some organization that will soon take care of them and solve all the problems. The guy was silent at this point, not knowing what to say and trying to figure out how to react to what was happening, feeling embarrassed and confused by the whole situation. Fang Xiu said that now was the time to find him. In other words, what he meant was to act quickly and decisively without wasting time. When Fang Xiu arrived, his wife greeted him and asked if he would eat, offering him something tasty and homemade to keep his strength and spirits up. At this moment, Fang Xiu answered her positively, accepting her offer, realizing that he really needed to eat and gain strength for further action. He said he was back and his wife immediately began to transform, showing her true colors, surprising him and making him wonder what was going on around him. She started saying he could see her again and tried to explain why it was so important to both of them, insisting she was right and convincing him of it. But at that moment, something unusual happened that made everyone present alert and pay attention to what was happening, preparing for any possible consequences. This time, Fang Xiu attacked her instead of her attacking him, showing unexpected determination and strength, changing the course of events and surprising everyone around with his boldness. The monster was surprised that things had changed so suddenly, and didn't know how to react to Fang Xiu's actions, feeling confused and bewildered. Fang Xiu called her dear and was ready to say something important, expressing his feelings and intentions, trying to find the right words for this moment. He said she was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her, marveling at her looks and inner beauty, which he had always appreciated. At this moment, Fang Xiu was right in front of the door, ready to enter and find out what was on the other side, feeling tense and expectant. He was very much surprised that he had died and couldn't believe it, trying to figure out how it had happened and what he should do now. He no longer remembers how it happened or how she could have done it, but he realizes it was a mistake that needs to be corrected. At this moment, Fang Xiu opened the door to the room, hoping to find answers to his questions there and realize what was really going on. It seems that he is much stronger than it might seem at first glance, and his power manifests itself in the most unexpected situations, surprising everyone around him. Even though he's in a mental institution, he's been able to awaken Esper's power, but there remains a huge gulf between them that must be bridged. He hopes that the organization will not take long to come to the rescue as soon as possible to deal with the situation. The chairman named Wanda Hai announced an emergency meeting, sure that everyone present was aware of the incident at the academy that happened 5 hours ago. The area of the incident covers the academy and the office building next to it. They can't be sure the area won't expand further. The girl displayed the image from the camera around the academy so everyone could see what was happening there at the time of the incident. Unfortunately, it was not possible to access the cameras installed inside the academy because they were destroyed, and the only thing that was saved was an image of the two survivors. Fang Xiu looked on with a judgmental gaze, and Zhao Hao looked on with a concerned one, both listed on the staff of the academy. Fang Xiu, a 20-year-old man, was shocked. Zhao Hao was puzzled that there was not the slightest mention of a connection with the otherworldly. Until today, they were ordinary people living ordinary lives. The chairman asked what others thought about this and awaited their views and suggestions on what had happened, hoping for constructive dialogue and solutions. Even the average person will be able to get out of a level D area, so it's best to just protect it, preventing further spread of threat and disorder. But someone does not think so and believes that it is necessary to act differently, offering their ideas and approaches to solving the problem based on their own experience. It was Shenpo named Shen Lingzhu who said that judging from the camera footage, Fang Xiu was acting extremely calm for an ordinary person. The girl's counselor named Li Wenya said that even if they were ordinary people, it didn't rule out the possibility that they might have gained abilities. No one realizes that danger lurks in the area, so they need to clean it up as soon as possible, because the threat level could increase. The chairman could not stand it and stopped them all, calling for order and organization to continue the discussion in a constructive manner and find a solution to the problem. Shen will go to see him tomorrow to verify or deny whether he has supernatural powers. A report will be prepared based on the results of the inspection. The girl said it was accepted, and she would do anything to fulfill the assignment, providing the necessary results and information for further action. Fang Xiu picked up the phone in the morning, and there was a guy talking to him who claimed that he would never believe how much power he had. Fang Xiu was curious to know what kind of power it was, and he eagerly waited for the answer, preparing for new discoveries and possibilities. It was unable to show its power because it doesn't start working until after evening and is active until 1 AM. When conditions become suitable. Fang Xiu was curious to know what this power was and how it could affect his life and the situation he found himself in. The guy assured him that he would definitely be envious of him because his ability was really unique and unusual, catching everyone's attention. He had the ability to predict the future, which is every man's dream, and he tried it yesterday with definite results and success. After saying these words, Fang Xiu immediately hung up the phone, not wanting to continue the conversation and feeling confused at what he had heard, not knowing what to think. Then the same guy called again, insisting on continuing the conversation and trying to explain that his power was truly amazing and worthy of attention. The guy started saying that his power awakens after 1 AM, making his body stronger and strengthening his inner spirit, giving incredible energy. Fang Xiu asked if that was it, and added him to the blacklist, disappointed and not believing what he heard, thinking it was a joke or a fiction. The guy said there was something else important to know about his ability that might change his mind and attitude about what was going on. This is one of the first manifestations of the ability, but the cherry on the cake is something else that makes his power even more unique and valuable. The guy had a rock-hard boner, which came as a surprise to Fang Xiu, making him think about the strangeness of the whole situation. Fang Xiu clearly didn't expect to hear such a thing from a guy, feeling awkward and confused, not knowing how to react to this message. Not only does he know how big he is, but he realizes that his strength is really unique. The thickness reaches a kilogram of weight. Fang Xiu, of course, immediately hung up the phone after making such a statement, feeling embarrassed and misunderstood, not knowing how to react. He should have realized immediately at the manifestation of power and the reflection of his soul meant just that, and his discontent formed the essence of his ability. He went to sleep with these thoughts, and when he woke up, he was surprised by the new sensations and changes in his body. He didn't expect to acquire such an amazing ability after waking up, becoming courageous and strong, and contemplating new possibilities. His wife told him to swoop in for breakfast, preparing his food and trying to support him through this difficult and unusual moment for both of them. At this point, Shenpreet arrived and asked her if they had been listening in on the conversation, trying to get all the details and figure out what was going on. You can understand that they used to be ordinary people, but during the incident at the academy, they became espers, gaining supernatural abilities. The girl was curious to find out exactly what powers they had and how they might affect their lives and future actions. It's not entirely clear from the dialogue what powers Fang Xiu has awakened, but the other one's powers manifest in strengthening his body around 10 to 11 in the evening, improving his condition. The counselor then said that here was his power, showing it off to everyone present and explaining the benefits and how it could be useful. The girl said she was clear and offered him a prostitute to test his power and see it in action. The organization needs new cadres, so if Fang Xiu is really that strong, they will check it now using all available methods. As a second step, they will set up surveillance to make sure of his abilities and prevent him from wasting his energy by directing him to important tasks. The guy said he understood everything and was ready to deliver, determined to succeed and do better. His wife asked Fang Xiu if he could see her, trying to understand how his new abilities were affecting his perception and senses. Still no information about the incident at the academy, but an interesting organization has already discovered them, raising a lot of noise and attracting the attention of everyone around. At that moment there was a knock at his door, and he went to open it, wary, to see who had come and what they wanted. Fang Xiu realized that someone had already settled down outside the door, and tried to figure out who it could be so that he could act accordingly. He couldn't tell if it was a person or someone else behind the door, and a feeling of anxiety and curiosity swept over him at the same time, making him tense up. He spotted the girl who was the counselor outside the door and decided he needed to proceed cautiously to understand her intentions and plan of action. Since they couldn't physically affect the door, they were definitely people, so Fang Xiu decided to let them inside to talk. The guy kept banging on his door, clearly insisting on being let in, and wasn't going to leave until he got his way. When Fang Xiu opened the door, he was immediately asked his name, causing him to be surprised and perplexed, making him wonder why he was behaving this way. The guy started explaining that they were from an organization that does this sort of thing and wanted to discuss important issues regarding their work. Fang Xiu said that they were even faster than he thought and invited them inside, suggesting that they sit down and talk to work things out. The girl was surprised by such a conversation, not expecting such hospitality and straightforwardness from Fang Xiu, which made her somewhat embarrassed and puzzled. She couldn't understand if he knew they were coming, and why he greeted them so calmly, with no visible signs of anxiety or worrying. Fang Xiu had the first question he wanted to ask to better understand who he was dealing with and what their goals were. He asked what they were after all, and wanted to hear a detailed answer to understand the essence of their organization and its goals and objectives. This is a rather broad question that needs to be answered in detail. What they are, where they came from, and what their goals are. According to the official version, this twisted essence has no definite form of manifestation, but it does have flesh, and each one is unique, often appearing unexpectedly and unpredictably. Their essence is nourished by the soul force of man, strengthening their embodiment, and the national nagal of man serves them as a source of energy and strength. Each of these entities is like a foreign pollutant from which emanates a continuous flow of energy that can drive a person insane and dry him up. However, espers can redirect this flow of energy against them by using their abilities to fight these entities, making them unique. Fang Xiu wondered how espers' strength was measured, and he asked this question to better understand the nature of his abilities and their possible limits. It seems to the guide that they can't quite figure it all out themselves, and this raises even more questions and doubts for him, making him wonder. The level of strength depends on the amount of energy redirected, and the more energy, the higher the level of strength and abilities available to the esper in combat. My wife said she now understood how it worked, and began to explain how they categorized the espers' powers into ranks and levels. Espers are categorized into ranks. Rank 1 includes those who have unlocked a strength of up to 2%. with the possibility of further growth and development. Disclosure of strength from percent to percent refers to the second rank, and strength from percent to percent to the third rank, with the opportunity to develop and improve. Fang Xiu wondered if anyone had unleashed their percent powers, and he asked this question, wanting to know the answer and understand the limits of their abilities. No one had ever been able to reach that level in all that time. The current maximum was rank 5, and one had to defeat a stronger entity than himself to be promoted. Only after that is the opportunity to level up, but with this opposition they can also increase their strength and level, which is risky. This could lead to unfortunate consequences for Esper if the entity becomes too strong and can put up serious resistance, threatening his life. Fang Xiu asked a third question, wanting to know more about the nature of his abilities and the opportunities they afforded him, and how to use them. The girl said she didn't have time to listen to his questions and asked for access to a worldwide database to verify the information and follow up. The guy said he understood and would do it all now, providing the necessary access and helping with any questions the girl and her coworkers had. The girl warned that their organization did not control him, but he should be careful not to open messages from other database users. Otherwise, it may end badly for him, and it will be only his fault if he violates the set rules and guidelines provided by the organization. Fang Xiu had still forgotten to ask something, and decided to clarify the matter to get full information and understand the situation better without misunderstanding. He asked if they could see his wife, trying to understand how his ability interacted with the world around him and affected others around him. At this point, the wife began to act out, which surprised everyone present, and they did not know how to react or what to do about it. The girl didn't know what to answer at this moment, as the situation was unexpected and incomprehensible, and she tried to make sense of what was happening by assessing the situation. The counselor was trying to figure out what Fang Xiu was talking about, because according to their information, there was no one around him and he was officially single, which was confusing. His wife started pestering him, asking if he could really see her, and this caused confusion for everyone present, not realizing what was going on. Shen and the counselor were silent at this point, trying to comprehend what was happening and figure out how to react to his wife's words and actions that had arisen unexpectedly. The guy asked if she could see it too, noticing that the aura around Fang Xiu had changed, and something had clearly not gone as expected. He seems to have had some serious head problems since waking up, which may have affected his behavior and perception of the world around him, making him inadequate and strange. The woman became furious and started asking if he was bullying them because she could not understand his behavior and reactions to their questions and comments. Fang Xiu quickly realized that the situation was getting serious, and all of his actions and words had to be thoughtful and careful so as not to aggravate the problems. After that, Fang Xiu decided to call his beloved, hoping that her presence would help him understand the situation and find the right solution. Of course, the girl immediately paid attention to what was happening and realized that the situation required her immediate intervention and Fang Xiu's help in a difficult moment. Fang Xiu stated that he could see his beloved, and this caused everyone present to be surprised and bewildered as it seemed impossible. The woman said, if he doesn't want to cooperate, just let him say so they can make the necessary arrangements and act accordingly. At that moment, the woman felt something, and that feeling made her think about further actions and possible consequences of their encounter with the protagonist. Fang Xiu's wife immediately began to reincarnate, and this change was so sudden and surprising that no one could have predicted such a development. She then began to laugh frantically, and her laughter filled the room, causing alarm and apprehension in everyone present who didn't realize what was happening. Then already the chairman and his counselor saw her in front of them, and their surprise was boundless, for they had not expected such an encounter. After that, the girl completely transformed. Her appearance and behavior changed beyond recognition, causing shock to all who watched it. She said that she had not eaten aspera in a long time, and that they could expect no mercy, for her hunger was unbearable and unquenchable. Shen couldn't understand what it was, and her confusion grew more and more intense, as what was happening was beyond her comprehension. Fang Xiu said that they had not expected this development, and now they had to be prepared for anything that might happen in the future. He then said that his wife was one of these, and began to laugh, which caused bewilderment and alarm to all who heard his words. He asked if they had now seen what was happening, and their reactions were mixed as no one could give a definite answer. Apparently, Because he had responded to his wife, some mechanism had been triggered that caused her to get physical, which was completely unexpected. And this means only one thing. Now they have to be extremely careful and attentive in order to avoid new problems and troubles in the future. He's the only person in the world who can see them with his naked eye, and he has to be constantly ready to be attacked. Shen immediately began to use her powers to realize what was happening and try to protect everyone present from the possible threat. After that, she instantly attacked, hoping that her actions would help prevent further problems and protect everyone from danger. Fang Xiu noticed that there was something going on with this fire right here, and his intuition told him to be extra careful and cautious. The room instantly heated up from that day, and everyone present felt the temperature rising, causing discomfort and anxiety. He realized what Esper's power meant, and that realization made him even more cautious and careful of his actions and words. The girl then began to show her tongue, which caused bewilderment and laughter from everyone present, as it seemed very strange. Shen was very much surprised that she didn't have a single scratch on her, and it made her wonder about her strength and capabilities. She realized that she was too strong and said that they should run away from here soon to avoid possible problems and trouble. But it wasn't to be, and the monster was much faster than she was, leading to unexpected and tragic consequences for everyone. A few seconds later, her head fell to the floor, a sight that caused horror and fear in everyone present, as they had not expected such an outcome. Fang Xiu noticed that she seemed to like the color pink, and this observation helped him better understand her tastes and preferences in this strange world. He noticed some letter and quickly opened it, hoping to find some important information in it that could help him in his current situation. He quickly opened the letter and began to read it, while his wife began to slowly approach him, which made him uneasy. She started licking him and asking him if he was looking for something important. Her actions were strange and frightening, which made the situation more complicated. She then opened her mouth fully and was ready to devour him on the spot, much to his shock and horror. Fang Xiu rolled back to when he had just returned home from the academy, trying to remember what had happened then and how it could help him. Last time he tried to kill his wife with a scalpel, but it was useless as her strength and abilities were much stronger than he thought. It will be like this until he gets new powers, and tomorrow the organization will come too, and he has time to prepare. Why not now take advantage of all the information the organization knows to gain an advantage and prepare for future events? In any case, he would have to seek outside help to confront them, as his own strength was insufficient to do so. Maybe he can emphasize some useful information from this forum that will help him in his fight against these dangerous creatures. The wife tried in every way to show off in front of her husband, demonstrating her powers and abilities, which made her even more dangerous and unpredictable. Here he might learn the truth about this world, which will help him figure out how to proceed and what to do about the situation. His wife felt a pleasant sensation at this moment that filled her with confidence in her powers and abilities, making her even more dangerous. There isn't a lot of information, but it's much better than having to look it all up on your own, and every little fact could prove crucial in his fight. At this moment, Fang Xiu noticed something interesting that could help him in the future and decided to pay special attention to it. Basic information costs from and normal reaches, and he can spend everything in this world of espers. He would only have to watch the free sections for now, noticing one moment when he was able to control time, which was surprising. If someone's time management ability has been awakened, the uniqueness of their power will definitely drop, and they will have to find new ways. Fang Xiu was dissatisfied with the minutes he had wasted, but he remembered the girl wizard who had made a strong impression on him. At this moment, this girl was sitting at the computer and her actions seemed strange and inexplicable, which caught his attention and interest. He wondered if anyone was discussing her, and the thought kept him on his toes, forcing him to search the forum for answers. Fang Xiu sighed heavily after that, realizing that he had a long way to go to find the truth and the solution to all his problems. He needs to search the forum for a post from a representative of the organization, or he will definitely not stand for this cringe and lose hope. The next day he continued his search, hoping to find something important and useful that would help him in his fight against these creatures. He spent all night analyzing information on strange phenomena and creatures, trying to understand their nature and possible ways to deal with them. While they don't have a classification by ability type, they at least categorize them. They get 5 classes in total, the first being the most dangerous. There had recently been an epidemic abroad caused by the entity, and it could have been handled by Esper, who had previously protected himself from infection. But the rate at which the disease was spreading was very high. The situation became so critical that the organization was forced to wipe out the entire city. This phenomenon was assigned the second class of danger. The first class includes the possibility of complete extermination of mankind in the shortest possible time. The good thing is that there is some gradation. The higher the class, the fewer they are. Unfortunately, the reason for the appearance of all these creatures has not yet been revealed, and it still remains beyond the understanding of the world order, which makes it difficult to study and fight them. But he is certain that one of them is near him, and this knowledge gives him strength and determination to act in spite of all difficulties. In any case, he must not yet give the slightest hint that he might see her, lest he put himself in danger. In all this time, he never found someone with a similar situation as his, which makes him feel alone in this struggle. Still, he'll have to save up the money and effort to open up the paid sections of the forum and get access to more valuable information. Otherwise, he will never be able to understand this world and find answers to all his questions, which makes his situation even more desperate and difficult. Weapons are very diverse too. They come in many shapes and forms to adapt to the different situations and threats faced. He also sought information about Pelek, who holds the power of these creatures, and this knowledge could be useful in his fight. Judging from the records, the item can act as a repository for an entity's power, establishing a strong bond between the entity and the weapon. Fang Xiu conjured up his actions, picking up his scalpel, preparing for a possible attack and trying to utilize his new knowledge of entities. There was still to the arrival of the representatives of the organization, and this time he decided to use as effectively as possible to prepare for their visit. For now, Fang Xiu has time to try a few things, and he hopes that his experiments will help him better understand his abilities. Inexplicable things began to happen to him at this point, and he tried to find a rational explanation for these phenomena, but without success. He inexplicably asked someone if he was desperate, and this further increased his anxiety and sense of loneliness at the situation. Fang Xiu told Scalpel that he was now his staunch ally, and this thought gave him confidence and determination to proceed further. And if told to look for him fixed, it might help him against the entities, but he wasn't sure about that. His powers had awakened by percent, and this was only the beginning. He knew he still had a long way to go in developing his abilities. It seems that the scalpel can be used not only as a weapon, but also to enhance its own optical powers, which opened up new possibilities. However, this had no effect on his muscular strength, and he had to find other ways to compensate for this deficiency in his training. But he decided to come back to that later, concentrating on the more pressing issues that demanded his attention and action at the moment. At this moment, a guy called him and started talking about his strength again, but Fang Xiu interrupted him, focusing on his thoughts. Of course, the guy didn't expect this and asked if he had betrayed him, which caused Fang Xiu to have mixed feelings and doubts about the rightness of his actions. Fang Xiu quickly said goodbye to him and said that he would meet the guests to prepare for their visit and possible questions. Shen couldn't understand what her counselor was doing, and it made her doubt and distrust his actions and words. He asked her if she had heard of their powers, and the question made her think and try to remember everything she knew. The woman said yes and asked if anything had confused him. Her interest in the matter was obvious and she waited for an answer. He agreed with her assessment, but Fan Xiu's abilities made him doubtful and worry, as they could be unpredictable. He could predict the future, and this skill made him especially valuable and dangerous because he could know things that others could not. He now said he was expecting to guests, a statement that left everyone present bewildered and questioning what he meant. The woman couldn't figure out if it was about them, and her thoughts were busy trying to find an answer to that question, which made the situation more complicated. That is his ability, and miscalculated. Not only did he turn out to be an Esper, but he was much stronger than one would have originally thought, which surprised everyone. The limit of his powers would only grow. Let her remember that last week they tested a man who could teleport, and it showed an increase in ability. Of course, he could only teleport on CM, and that definitely wouldn't allow him to quickly pump his powers, which limited his abilities. Fang Xiu is already different, completely different from the others, and now everyone is wondering how far he can predict the future. The woman said that this was the occasion to put his abilities to the test, and they decided to see for themselves his power and capabilities. They will personally see his power and abilities to see how dangerous and useful he is to their organization, and how his skills can be used. The woman and the guy began to walk through the room, examining it to see what kind of conditions Fang Xiu was living in and what might have affected his development. The woman confidently opened the door to his apartment and they stepped inside, preparing to meet the protagonist and his explanation of his abilities. She noticed how Fang Xiu didn't show any sign at all and stood quietly by the table waiting for them, which caused her to wonder and question. She noticed that there were 3 tea mugs on the table, which struck her as odd since they hadn't given any advance notice of their visit. Fang Xiu immediately greeted them by name and told them to take a seat, which further surprised them and made them wonder about his abilities. Since they had nothing else to do, they began to make their way into the room and prepare to talk to the protagonist, who seemed to know their intentions. The woman wondered how he knew their names, and it struck her even more that he had prepared 3 cups as if he had been expecting their visit. Fang Xiu was ready to explain all of this, and he knew that his explanation might cause them to distrust him, but he decided to tell the truth anyway. He said it's all because his eyes predict the future and it helps him to be prepared for any unexpected events. The woman asked if it was true and if he had proof to back up his words, because they couldn't just take his word for it. Fang Xiu began to explain that he had both of them from the organization come with a certain purpose. They were investigating the incident that happened at the academy. The counselor is certainly amazed by his abilities, but for now it seems to be just a casual guess, and he doesn't really know anything for sure. Fang Xiu smiled, for things were different, and he knew that his abilities could show them truths they didn't expect to see. The counselor asked him to be reasonable and not jump to conclusions so as not to create even more problems and setbacks in their investigation. Fang Xiu asked if he wanted him to tell an interesting thing actually, and this made everyone interested and waiting. He went on to say that he was actually in love with the investigator, a confession that came as a surprise to everyone present, especially the investigator. She also has a class and a letter in his jacket pocket, which caused everyone to question and wonder about his awareness. The woman asked if it was really true, and if he had proof to back up his words, for she couldn't just believe it. Fang Xiu began to recount the contents of this letter, and it caused everyone to be surprised as he knew details that he would not have been able to find out. The counselor began to explain to the investigator that she knew he couldn't do that and that he was talking some nonsense that didn't make sense. The woman took the letter and realized that it was just as Fang Xiu had said, and it confirmed what he said about his ability to predict the future. After that, the woman fell silent, thinking over everything she had heard and trying to figure out how to use this information for their next actions. Even if he knows the content of the letter, he can't say for sure when it was written, which left some questions unanswered. Aside from flame control, she has a chest girth of cm, which made everyone even more amazed at his knowledge and capabilities. The woman was immediately furious as she was outraged that Fang Xiu was able to find out such personal details, and it made her feel very resentful. Not that his abilities were kept secret, but how he was able to know her chest girth remained a mystery, causing everyone to be puzzled. There's no secret, or tell her the truth to dispel her doubts and explain how he got this information while remaining honest. The woman said that she had nothing to hide and that all her secrets had already been revealed, so she was willing to listen to his explanation and learn the whole truth. Fang Xiu smiled again, for he knew there was something to hide, and that his knowledge of her secrets would surprise her even more, and he was ready for it. He said he's a fan of the color pink and it's his favorite color, which caused everyone to have even more questions and suspicions about his knowledge. Her underwear is pink, and it's further proof of his ability to see the future and know secrets that should be hidden from outsiders. And she also has an interesting tattoo that speaks about her personal preferences and secrets, and this further surprised everyone in attendance. The woman said he predicts the future and sees through everything, which makes his abilities even more amazing and unpredictable. She herself was beginning to realize that they were perverts, and that their interest in her secrets was because of that, and it made her resentful. Foreseeing the future doesn't mean knowing everything that will happen, but his abilities are really unique and they allow him to recognize many things. Last night he had foreseen them coming, and with the help of his power he had seen the counselor reading a letter late at night and putting the closet in order. After that, the woman calmed down and fell silent, thinking over everything she had heard and trying to figure out how to use this information to further her actions. Before this, she had thought that Fang Xiu could see everything. After all, The tattoo was placed in a place that he said could not be considered a prediction of the future. Fang Xiu began to write her, knowing that his knowledge would help her understand everything that was going on, and that his abilities were truly unique and useful. Now he'll just randomly write the numbers before rolling back to look at the lottery results to test his theory and his abilities. The woman suggested he buy all the winning tickets and get rich, using her ability to predict the future and know the results in advance. Fang Xiu asked if she had heard of the butterfly in the organization, at any rate should know about him. And this caused her to ask even more questions. The woman asked what would happen if the numbers didn't add up and if his predictions were wrong, which caused him to give it serious thought. Fang Xiu said that if not, he would kill himself to prove his seriousness and sincerity. And this caused everyone to be shocked and horrified. The counselor asked everyone to calm down, because there would be a lottery this evening anyway, and they could test his words and see if he was right. Let him better talk about the events at the academy that led up to this and what exactly happened to see how it affected his abilities. After that, Fang Xiu fell silent and was ready to tell everything he knew so that they could understand what was going on and how to use his knowledge. It wasn't an academy, but a mental hospital, and he didn't think they ever met beings as powerful as the ones there before. Everything happened very quickly. The floors and rooms got bigger and bigger, and they didn't notice how they found themselves inside the hospital, surrounded by strange phenomena. Affluent Esper's abilities are quite limited, so he'll only tell what he's encountered so as not to cause panic. And he probably shouldn't tell them about the scalpel, because he doesn't know yet what secrets holds and how to use them. Everything went as they knew, only that for weakness and his strength could only be evaluated separately. Looking at situations after the route was chosen, only in one case, despite heavy losses, they were expected to be rescued, and this gave them hope of success and survival in this situation. But in another case, they were constantly being caught up and shot by a nurse, making their chances of survival minimal and causing everyone to fear. He estimated that they had encountered about 10 different creatures in this hospital, making the situation even more dangerous and challenging for everyone present and involved. The woman said that there has never yet been any precedent in the entire world for more than 10 of these creatures to be in one place at the same time, which is truly amazing and unusual. Basically, everything happens because of the desire of all creatures to dominate this world, and at the same time they can exist together, so cannibalism and violence is common among them. But his words could be true if they had a very strong leader who kept them all under control and ensured that everything that happened was in order. And judging by his words, he does not yet understand the essence of the existence of these creatures and their relationships, which makes it difficult to analyze the situation and plan subsequent actions. Fang Xiu thought that she wasn't aware of what was going on at all and didn't realize how serious and dangerous everything was in this situation, which added to the problem. Ignorance is not a hindrance to existence, but high conceit can cause serious problems and conflicts in further developments. The counselor then asked him to watch what he said, or they would both regret the consequences and possible problems that might arise. After that, Fang Xiu abruptly stood up, deciding that they needed to act immediately to prevent any possible catastrophic consequences and save everyone from being killed. He said they needed to go immediately to reach their destination on time and perform all necessary actions to prevent disaster and chaos. An hour later, they arrived at the place where they were to investigate and find out all the details of the incident at the academy that had caused so much trouble. All three of them got out of the car and started moving forward, following the plan to find answers to all their questions and make sense of everything that was going on. The counselor told Fang Xiu to walk forward, as he needed to be the first to survey the area and assess the situation in order to proceed without delay. The others seemed to need special conditions that allow them to see the entities around them and understand what is going on around them in order to act effectively. The organization will not disappoint him or her by providing all the resources and assistance needed to complete the tasks and achieve the desired results in their mission. They started down the long steps to the bottom, feeling that they were approaching an important place where they were to find answers to their questions and solve their problems. Suddenly, they realized that their base was deep underground and the building above only served as cover and camouflage, which surprised everyone. At that moment, some person in the office was on the phone discussing important issues and making important statements that could affect everything that was going on. He said that he does not lend money and his position on the matter is firm and adamant, which caused a look of surprise and bewilderment on everyone's faces. When asked to repeat himself, he said he was a decent man and his words could not be questioned, which added credibility to his statement and position. Fang Xiu listened to all of this carefully, trying to understand what was going on and how it related to their current mission and the tasks they were facing now. Also in the office, some men accidentally hit on a girl, which caused an argument and conflict between the two, distracting everyone from current affairs and important discussions. They started fighting over the incident, creating a tense atmosphere and making everyone irritated and unhappy with what was happening, which made the situation worse. Fang Xiu, feeling empowered, said that they were having fun here, trying to defuse the situation and get everyone back to more constructive discussion and planning. Shen told him to sit here for now, and they would go to the main office for a briefing to get all the instructions they needed to proceed. After a while, Fang Xiu was alone, thinking over everything that had happened and trying to figure out how to proceed and what steps to take in the future. By embracing the power of the scalpel, his powers of perception increased and he began to notice details that had previously escaped his attention and observation. His senses have become sharper, his reach wider, but he can't comprehend the magnitude of this underground base. It seems that someone also dwells here and acts constantly. She said they were going to the main office, so there they would get all the guidance and information they needed to proceed and plan for the mission. The woman sensed something at that moment, and her intuition told her that there were important discoveries ahead of them and answers to many questions troubling them. The counselor wondered if she sensed something amiss, for her intuition often suggested important things that could affect their future actions and decisions. Fang Xiu said afterwards that she was really good, recognizing her abilities and trusting her judgment in such important and difficult situations. The chairman asked the woman if she was sure he could predict the future and who else knew about it. She replied that only Fang Xiu himself, his friend, and her and him. His ability causes him to fear that there is now a great chance of information leaking out of the organization, which should never happen, or the consequences could be catastrophic. The chairman also suggested that Zhao Hao be put under surveillance to be sure of his actions and to prevent possible problems and information leaks in the future. The man was surprised to see the photo of the actual ticket, which added even more questions and bewilderment about what was happening and Fang Xiu's abilities. Did Fang Xiu really guess the winning numbers, or did someone help him, have him set up surveillance on both of them in case something happened to them? Everyone would like to see what this Fang Xiu can do and find out if he really has such amazing and incredible abilities to predict the future. Based on Senior Asper's experience, he thinks that Fang Xiu has already proven his worth and usefulness, making him an important member of their team. Even if he's definitely a professional, but they can't claim that for sure because they have no evidence of his lack of ability and skill. The man said it was a horror and expressed his displeasure at what was happening, doubting the veracity of the information and wanting more accurate and reliable data. He became furious and asked if he was the only one who thought he was a father, showing his displeasure and distrust of what was happening and the words of the other team members. Let him rely on her feminine intuition, because she often helped them in difficult situations and prompted the right decisions that saved them from trouble. Whether it was true or not would still not be found out tonight. By the way, he said there were more than 10 entities in the hospital, which raises even more questions and doubts. Didn't he believe that there was still no precedent for finding such clusters of entities in one place, so Fang Xiu would be dead by now anyway? To be honest, it looked like there were only 2 entities there. The former hospital nurse could only kill 1 victim, with a long interval between attacks, so she was given a Class 5 hazard rating, which isn't that scary. The demon plunging into the last sleep caused the strongest fear that could kill a person. Its essence was assigned a 4th class of danger, as it could plunge several people into sleep at once. Based on the above, the entire area was assigned a hazard class 4, making it less dangerous than it appeared at first glance, although not entirely safe. Only a 4th grade, which surprised everyone, because they were expecting a higher grade considering all the dangers and difficulties they had to face in this mission. The man marveled at this demon could cause such terrifying dreams that could paralyze a person's will and mind, rendering them helpless in the face of danger. The woman confirmed that this is the case, and this information is not an exaggeration, because many who faced this demon were not able to survive and escape. Even if Zhao Hao is a complete profane, he was able to survive. Esper will have no problem getting out of the dream with this demon, Again, there is no problem. But the nurse? The man told her to bring Fang Xiu, because he wanted to take a look at him himself and see if he really had such amazing abilities and talents. But what about his safety? What if he pulls some stunt and things get out of hand? Maybe it's better to send him to Yang Ming's squad to avoid the risk. The man said that the two of them could probably be sent together to control each other and prevent serious problems and conflicts. Yang Ming and his deputy are not at the base right now, and they have gone to hunt down a similar entity, making the situation even more complicated and unpredictable. The two of them, they won't interrupt each other because they have a common goal and an understanding of the importance of the mission, which should keep them from conflict and fighting. At this moment, they were just climbing the stairs, discussing a plan of action and preparing to meet the main character who could help them in their mission. In the moment, one of them sharply attacked the other, which caused shock and surprise to everyone, because no one expected such a turn of events and aggression. It was still really like that. They almost interrupted each other, which showed the tension and complexity of their situation, requiring urgent action. Yang Ming started running towards the car, giving orders to his subordinates, for the situation required a quick response and immediate action to prevent the threat. He told them not to follow him, for he would manage on his own, confidently proclaiming his abilities and willingness to accept full responsibility. The man told her to call Fang Xiu, for his help and abilities could prove crucial in this dangerous and unpredictable situation. But she will first conduct a test for clouding his judgment to avoid unpleasant situations and to be sure he is adequate and ready for action. This device determines a level of mental clouding, showing how much control a person has over their thoughts and emotions in stressful and dangerous situations. If something is wrong, it will show right away and everyone needs to go through it to be sure they are fit and ready for the mission. Fang Xiu said no problem. He obeyed and was willing to take the test, showing his responsibility and understanding of the importance of the test. The woman said, suppose an incredibly strong entity is rampant in the city. What is he going to do about it? How is he going to proceed? Will he take the fight, run away alone, rescue the wounded with them and escape, or choose some other way to deal with the threat? What will Fang Xiu choose in this situation? How will he react to such a serious and dangerous threat that requires decisive action? Fang Xiu said that he chooses to fight, showing his determination and willingness to take the fight to protect the city and its people. He seems to be telling the truth, for his words sound sincere and confident, without a hint of hesitation or doubt in his actions. Is he willing to sacrifice himself to save others, showing his bravery and selflessness? Such qualities are rare and valuable. He despises all these entities, so if he doesn't kill them the first time, a second will follow, then a third, until he wipes them off the face of the earth. The raw question was that humanity would not be able to defeat them, and he would get the chance to join their ranks. Would he defect to the enemy? Fang Xiu confidently answered no, showing his loyalty and devotion to humanity, refusing to switch to the enemy's side, even under pressure. The woman was very much surprised, for she had not expected such a firm and decisive answer, which showed his strength of will and conviction. Even if he is offer unlimited power and protection for him and his loved ones, maybe then he will change his mind and agree to their terms. Fang Xiu confidently answered no again, not giving in to temptations and enticements, showing his steadfastness and resilience in the face of threats. And if his family was at risk, he said he didn't have any. And if friends, he had a good relationship with Zhao Hao if he offered it himself. Fang Xiu said that he has no friends, showing his loneliness and independence, making him even more determined and fearless. The woman remained silent and was ready to voice the third question that would finally confirm his willingness and determination in their mission. What he will do when he becomes Esper, how his life and actions will change as he gains new powers and abilities. Fang Xiu said that he would destroy them all, showing his determination and firmness of intent, leaving no doubt about his plans and goals. The woman was very much surprised at this answer, for she had not expected such determination and boldness as he displayed in his words. Esper's consciousness is completely clouded, the degree is heightened, and guile is off the charts, with a high degree of anger and perversity manifesting in response. The man said he would become one of them and save humanity by preserving peace and order, showing his faith and determination in the fight. Fang Xiu looked at the woman standing on the pedestal. For the first time in a long time, he saw someone who cared about other people. He is like an angel descending from heaven to save their world. for his actions and words inspire and give hope for a better future. She admired him like a god, seeing him as a savior and protector who was willing to sacrifice everything for their common good and safety. His favorite human quality hides beneath a cold mask of indifference to others. She seems like a vile, disgusting snake compared to him, like a creature from a horror story. The woman couldn't understand or even speculate what could have been the reason for his brokenness. Perhaps he was just completely broken inside. Not only will he destroy them all without exception, but he will avenge his beloved wife so that she will finally be satisfied with justice. While she might not die too easily, she should feel everything he went through, only 1,000 times stronger and more painful. The woman walked Fang Xiu to the exit, bidding him farewell and hoping that he would return safely to his loved ones. The man received the test results and scrutinized them, trying to figure out exactly what they meant for his future and professional career. The man welcomed everyone present and said that he was acting chairman of the organization in question, which is where they all now work. He said that Fang Xiu sat down on a chair to start an important conversation that was about to take place at this very moment. He was surprised to see that Fang Xiu was already sitting in his seat, waiting for the meeting to start and further discuss matters. He then said that it was all good and they could begin discussing the scheduled items without delay or deviation from the schedule. The woman and the man became furious after hearing about it and started having a heated discussion about the whole situation that had happened earlier. When he began to read, he could not believe that what was written was true and corresponded to reality. It seemed impossible. It was simply impossible and completely unbelievable given all the circumstances and previous events that had occurred up to that point. One of the chairman's signs, or it was true, which confirmed his authority and influence in the organization he worked for. The woman waved her head at this point, showing her agreement and support for the decision that had been made and voiced at the meeting. The man was willing to talk about the results and discuss the next steps to take in this situation to avoid mistakes. He was just an angel to them, for they had never had anyone with the ability to predict the future, so he offers to join. They are in no hurry, and would rather talk after the lottery when they have more time to discuss all the details and plans. The man realized he hadn't fallen for it, and would have to act differently, as his abilities had a time or quantity limit. In the hospital, he was constantly caught between past and future, experiencing the hardships of death and rebirth as if they could last forever. Therefore, the future is just a skit that he can rewrite as he pleases, altering events and controlling outcomes to achieve his goal. How could he say such a thing without thinking it through and weighing all the possible consequences of his rash words? At this moment a man came running in, who was clearly agitated and anxious to relay urgent information as quickly and accurately as possible. At the moment, the most capable in the organization were considered to be the squad's Yang Ming and his deputies, both of whom were of the second rank. The man could not understand what the rush was and what had happened, for everything had seemed perfectly normal and calm until that moment. He was informed that Deputy Yang Ming was dead, which came as a shock to everyone who was aware of the events and news. The men and women were very much surprised by this news, not expecting such a turn of events and its serious consequences. How strong was his ability that he was categorized as a second rank? It was a shame he had passed away, of course, but he would have liked it for himself. Bai Chet is the strongest in the organization at the moment. He only gets to work when there is complete chaos around. Now more on that. One day he found a dangerous entity located in an abandoned building on the outskirts of town, and decided to deal with it himself without attracting attention. When he tried to deal with the dangerous entity, he encountered unexpected difficulties that he could not have foreseen in advance and for which he was completely unprepared. He was attacked out of nowhere by another entity, which was a complete surprise to him, and he didn't know how to deal with it. He had no choice but to die, because fighting against two entities at the same time was an impossible task for him. The man couldn't understand what one more meant, and how they could not know of its existence and prepare for a possible attack. After a one-off operation in that area, they found no more entities, which confirmed their initial speculation that the area was safe. Doctrine was curious to find out what had happened to Yang Ming there, and what implications it might have on their future actions and plans. The squad is on their way to an abandoned building to deal with the entities found there and secure the area for future research. The man thought at that moment about what actions should be taken to avoid similar situations in the future and to protect his people. He asked Fang Xiu to escort him to the restroom, and asked the woman to go with him to discuss the next steps. Fang Xiu stood up after this conversation, ready to follow the instructions and perform all the necessary actions to successfully complete the mission. He said he was on his way and was ready to accomplish whatever it took to succeed in their common task. He began to listen to what the man was saying and prepare for action, prepare transportation, organize an emergency meeting, report to everyone, and prepare incense and coins. Fang Xiu couldn't understand why the coins and incense were needed, and how they would help in the current situation, which seemed extremely difficult. By the way, he had already seen all the developments of the organization on that forum, but he had not yet had the opportunity to evaluate and test them in practice. Coins, from the metal of which they are composed, can be a good conductor of optical energy, and it is from these that the necessary tools are made to fight entities. The incense serves to purify the profanity and help bring the distraught Esper back to his senses so that he can once again control his actions. They help bring the distraught Esper back to his senses so that he can once again control his actions and not harm those around him. Could the organization's Espers really die so easily? Merely by facing two entities at once and failing to deal with them? Just by facing two entities at once, they were defeated, and this raises serious doubts about their ability to defend themselves. Though having a sister was still that strange knot that couldn't be penetrated by conventional weapons, their bond still seemed like a weakness. Everyone couldn't understand what to do. After all, they were not to blame for what had happened, and they shouldn't have taken drastic action right away. From the outside, it seems that they will always be on the losing end because of the weakness of their body and spirit, despite their efforts. Fang Xiu told them not to worry and focus on their duties, for it would help them overcome the difficulties. The guy could understand what he wanted to do and was willing to support him in any endeavor to succeed together. Fang Xiu instantly punched him at this moment, showing his determination and willingness to act decisively and quickly. Fang Xiu would not be as weak as those who had already been defeated, and would show his strength and skill in battle. Fang Xiu put on his clothes and realized that it was time to hustle to achieve his goals and not make any mistakes. No one could believe that such a strong squad would lose to monsters, because they were always considered invincible and ready for any challenge. He had heard that Bai Che was unhappy that the title of the strongest squad was given to Yan Ming, although his luck was no match for their abilities. They are unmatched in strength in the organization, so how could he lose, and what caused such an unexpected outcome? Fang Xiu became interested in the matter and began to investigate the details, trying to figure out what exactly had caught his attention and how it might affect his future actions. During the competition, Bai Che couldn't use his strength to its full potential due to his health problem, which was what Yang Ming took advantage of, not to forget that he was also second-ranked. Therefore, he acted as if nothing was happening so as not to show his weakness and not to let others see him fleeing the battlefield. Fang Xiu realized that rumors spread quickly, and information about his actions could reach others in the organization very quickly. The emergency meeting now begins, and Yan Ming reports on the current situation, providing information on the events that have occurred and future plans. Fang Xiu hoped that the meeting would provide more interesting information to help him better understand the current situation and make the right decisions. Everyone was already gathered and ready to start the discussion, waiting for Yang Ming to provide them with the necessary data and explain the plan of action. Fang Xiu was surprised that someone would allow themselves to smoke at a time like this when they needed to focus on discussing crucial matters. He noticed a man sitting in the corner of the room who caught his attention with his strange demeanor and unaccustomed appearance to the others. He realized that this seemed to be the rumored Yang Ming whom he had long wanted to meet in person. Did they have a closer relationship than the rumors claim? And could that have an impact on current events and decision-making? The chairman said they could see on the screen an entity codenamed Bracken, which was reported to have incredible speed, strength and the ability to hide in the shadows. The information obtained suggests that Bracken can also simply dissolve into space, making it even more dangerous and difficult to detect. That's why he couldn't do any damage to it, and the entity, on the contrary, summed up his life by destroying it without apparent resistance. The squad quickly dispatched the first entity, but then they had to retreat because they simply didn't have the strength to overpower it, so they gather all their resources and strength. And they wouldn't be able to avenge Bai Che until they were fully prepared for the next fight, so they needed to prepare properly. Amidst all this adversity, they could congratulate Yang Ming for being promoted to the 3rd rank. He was now among the top of the Aspers, confirming his importance and strength. Yes, They are powerful here. The third rank is an achievement. No other country in the world has ever had an esper with such a high rank, considering that only % of power holders are able to awaken them and learn how to use them. Obtaining the third rank is a truly remarkable achievement. He was aided in this by his luck and perseverance, as well as help and support from other members of the organization who believed in his potential. The man at this point got up from the floor, trying to gather his thoughts and figure out what exactly he should do next in the situation. When he noticed that there were no more cigarettes, he decided to ask the chairman or someone else present for help. He asked the chairman or someone in the audience if they had cigarettes to calm his nerves and focus on the discussion. The chairman said that now, with the third rank, the responsibility of protecting the city from entities rested on his shoulders and he had to be prepared. He must come to his senses and realize that he now has great responsibilities and cannot let his comrades down. Yang Ming didn't listen to his words at all and just stuck his hands in his pockets, showing his indifference and unwillingness to follow instructions. He then said he was going to get cigarettes and left the room, not paying attention to what was going on around him or to other people. The man became furious after this moment, not understanding how Yang Ming could be so irresponsible at such an important moment. He told him to go back and ask if he wanted to avenge his comrades who had died in the battle with the entities. The man asked if they could do it, and expressed doubts about their strength if Yang Ming was not willing to cooperate and act decisively. The chairman sighed heavily afterward, feeling that the situation was getting out of control and not knowing how best to handle the rising tension in the room. He said he took his cigarettes because he wanted some distraction and to calm down in this difficult situation, but it didn't help. He asked since when did the chairman start smoking and why he chose that way of coping rather than a more constructive way. Fang Xiu wondered how he was acting so calm and composed even after his friend's death, showing no signs of clouding his judgment. At that moment, someone ran into the room, disturbing the calm and drawing the attention of everyone present, making them worry and ready for possible trouble. The chairman pounded on the table and told everyone to be quiet, reminding them how many times he had said this before and why it was important. The man he brought into the break room knocked him out and ran away, taking his uniform from him, causing panic among the rest of the team. The chairman said to be on full alert because Fang Xiu had escaped, and now urgent action must be taken to catch him. He recovered quickly, realizing that he needed to improve his technique to avoid such unpleasant situations and mistakes in the future. At this moment, Fang Xiu had been spotted after all, and this put him in a difficult position, as he had not expected this development. It was the investigator who instantly spotted him and sprang into action to apprehend him and prevent him from doing anything further. Everyone immediately pointed their guns at him, realizing that he was a serious threat and needed to act quickly and decisively. Indeed, all the guns were pointed at him at that moment, and he realized that he was in an extremely dangerous situation from which it was difficult to escape. There, Yang Ming was told to take care of himself and try to find a way out of the situation without exposing himself to unnecessary risk and danger. The chairman asked if he knew what was in store for him for assaulting an investigator and that he had better never find out through experience. The man at that moment continued smoking cigarettes, not paying attention to what was happening around him and showing his indifference to the situation. Fang Xiu asked if he wanted to bring him back to life, and if it was even possible, because it seemed unbelievable and unrealistic. Yang Ming said that it was not appropriate to make jokes about the dead at such a moment, pissing him off, and that it was extremely inappropriate and unacceptable. Yang Ming went on to say what would happen to the main character if he continued to do this, and that the consequences could be extremely severe. Otherwise he will be dead, and no one will be able to help him unless he stops his actions and starts thinking about his safety. That's the aura emanating from him. Definitely a rank 3 PR. So what should he do now? How can he deal with such a powerful threat? Fang Xiu asked if he wanted an answer from him, and if he really needed to hear the truth about what was happening to understand the situation. Or he doesn't want an answer, and would prefer to remain in ignorance, not knowing all the details and not realizing the gravity of what's going on. The chairman tried to understand what Fang Xiu was carrying and said that he was surrounded and that he needed to be careful of his actions. At that moment the man stopped them, trying to prevent further development of the conflict and find a peaceful way out of the situation. Yang Ming said that the dead could not be brought back and that it was useless to try. It was better to focus on the living and their defense. He could have been angry with him, but his words gave him hope that maybe there was some way out of this difficult situation. He asked if he could really resurrect him, and if so, how it was possible, for it seemed improbable and impossible. Fang Xiu needs to know where and when he died, whether he was far away from him, to see if anything can be done about the situation. He was swept into the mountains near the town, and if he had been closer to the place, he might have been able to save him and prevent tragedy. Yang Ming was confident that he would be able to save him despite all the difficulties and dangers that faced him in this difficult situation. Fang Xiu asked to give him his hand to show him his secret that no one else knew about, and it was very important to him. The man could not understand what secret they wanted to show him, for he had said he could resurrect him, and it seemed quite impossible. Fang Xiu said that some of what he said was true, but not all of it, and he was willing to explain everything later when there was time. Yang Ming fell silent at this moment, pondering what he had heard and trying to figure out what was really going on around them and what they should do next. Fang Xiu said that there was one but, and this information would completely change the understanding of the entire situation they were in. He can turn back time by going back in time to change the outcome of events and save everyone involved in the story. At this point, everyone was very surprised by what he said and couldn't believe what they heard because it seemed unbelievable. It is more than just raising the dead, it is the ability to change the course of history and influence past 10 future events. Yang Ming couldn't understand why he was so determined and brave, and what was driving his actions in this difficult situation. Fang Xiu recalled his words to the investigator and counselor, which had turned out to be prophetic and true, and now it was obvious. The woman realized that Fang Xiu was indeed telling the truth, and was trying to convey to them that his power was time travel. Therefore, he not only knows the future, but can change it by influencing events and correcting past mistakes. Fang Xiu said that he would go back in time, send a message to Bai Che so that he could save him, coming up with a code word to be sure. Fang Xiu asked if Yang Ming wanted to try this method despite all the risks and possible dangers that might arise. Yang Ming fell silent at this moment, pondering the proposal and all the possible consequences of his actions that could affect the future. Yang Ming was willing to try his luck. After all, there was nothing left to lose, and this attempt could be the last chance for all of them. He will reveal his secret, which for years was just between them, to help in this difficult case and save everyone. Yang Ming was willing to reveal this secret to save everyone and change the course of events for the better, despite all the risks. During the competition for the title of Best Esper, Bai Che felt bad because it was the result of his strength and ability. But everyone was very surprised when they heard this and couldn't believe their ears, because it seemed unbelievable and impossible. Even all the guards couldn't believe it because they were sure it was impossible and didn't know what to do next. And the chairman all the more did not believe it, believing that such a thing could not be, and was very surprised to hear it. He would never have thought anyone would dare do such a thing, and was shocked at what he heard, not knowing how to react. Yang Ming said not to be blamed, because he was doing his best in this difficult situation, trying to find a way out. After that, he just fell silent, thinking over what he had said, and not knowing what would happen next, or how best to proceed. He said there is no need to discuss the topic further and we need to focus on action and find a solution to the problem. Such a revelation is sure to be believed when he calls him and tells him the whole truth about what happened, without hiding anything. After that, Yang Ming cried, realizing the gravity of the situation and his responsibility for what was happening and what he could do. The chairman was still shocked at what he had heard and could not recover from his surprise and bewilderment. The woman was no exception and couldn't believe it until now either, realizing the gravity of what she had heard and what was happening around them because it seemed unbelievable. After that, there was dead silence. Fang Xiu interrupted it and asked why they were staring and suggested that they continue their meeting without being distracted by what had happened. They couldn't do that as they waited for his next actions to figure out what to do next and how to react to everything going on around them. He asked if he said they should go back right now and if so, have them explain their actions and behaviors in this situation. The chairman told them to calm down, suggested they go talk in the isolation room and let off steam to relieve tension and understand each other better. They both listened to him at this point, realizing that it might be a good idea to sort out all the questions and misunderstandings that had arisen. Yang Ming said that they really need to go to the detention center to discuss everything that happened and find a solution to the problem that everyone is concerned about. A short time later, they were already in the detention center, ready to talk to discuss everything that had happened and find a joint solution. Yang Ming was sure he was worried about him, and asked him not to take it all seriously, because they were all under a lot of pressure. Baiqi's return depends only on him, so we have to be careful with him so that we don't make any mistakes and save everyone. Fang Xiu asked about Baiqi's abilities to better understand what exactly it could do to save and protect him. Yang Ming lit a cigarette at this moment, comprehending everything that had happened and preparing to talk about Baiqi's abilities and possible actions. His strength was super speed, which gave him a strong advantage during battle. However, it didn't help him this time. The chairman and the investigator, very aggressive, went into their lockout and told him that not a single digit matched on his ticket. The chairman told him to look at the ticket himself and make sure it was really as they said and there were no mistakes. After that, Yang Ming clenched the cigarette in his hand, realizing the seriousness of the situation and not knowing what to do next or how to react. He said that you shouldn't mock the dead, because it could lead to unpredictable consequences and make things worse. Fang Xiu at this moment only dryly replied aha, realizing that his words were of great importance and could affect everything that was happening. He said that these are the winning numbers and suggested that everyone make sure of this so that there is no doubt or misunderstanding. Had he not said before that he had foreseen them? Let him not deny it, for it is important to their common cause and salvation. Fang Xiu immediately took out his ticket to check if everything was correct and make sure he was right, preparing for further action. After that, he was ready to kill himself, as promised, to show the seriousness of his intentions and to prove his point. He said it was now time to get to work and asked everyone to gather and focus on the main task at hand without distractions. Everyone asked him to put the scalpel down, because they didn't understand what he was doing and were afraid he would hurt himself or die. But it was already too late, and Fang Xiu thrust the scalpel into himself, showing that he was serious in his intentions and ready for anything. Lastly, he said that they would not see each other in the morning and that this was his last message, whereupon he passed out. He rolled back to when he'd entered their base, preparing for new actions and planning how to fix the situation and save everyone. This time he immediately wrote the winning number on a piece of paper so he wouldn't forget or make mistakes that could cost them their lives. Just like last time, they walked into the office preparing to meet and discuss all the important issues to find a solution. Fang Xiu said that a person would now answer the call, and they should be ready to talk and follow up. Actually, at this point he was dialed in and felt that something important was about to happen, preparing for a conversation that could change everything and affect the future. The man repeated the words that he does not lend money, and it was important for everyone involved in this story to understand his intentions and capabilities. The advisor asked if he had foreseen this, and Fang Xiu realized that his knowledge really impressed everyone present, for he knew more than they could imagine. Fang Xiu then walked around their office, looking around and preparing for further actions that could change the situation and affect their future. In the second row, he decided to pull up, but accidentally hit a coworker passing by, which caused some laughter and surprise, because it was predicted. In fact, everything happened exactly as he predicted, and this further convinced everyone of his ability to see the future and foresee events. Shen was now watching their conversation, trying to figure out how he could predict such accurate events and what was behind it, because it was incredible. She asked if he had predicted it too, and everyone waited for his answer to see if his abilities were accurate and reliable. Fang Xiu said that there was a rest room, and suggested that everyone go there to continue the conversation in a more relaxed environment. He then opened the locker located in the break room, and pulled out everything he needed from there, surprising everyone with his knowledge of the location of the items. They were very much surprised that he knew where anything was, for he had never been here before and it seemed impossible. Fang Xiu started looking for ingredients to make drinks to treat everyone present and show off his skills in practice. He handed them their drinks, prepared with their preferences in mind, which caused even more surprise and admiration among all present. They were very much and deeply surprised by his ability to anticipate their desires and preferences without knowing how he did it or what was behind it. The woman asked him if he had ever been here, for his knowledge of the whereabouts of things and people's preferences seemed incredible. She also knew that he added 5 sugar cubes to her coffee, and that made her even more surprised and admiring of his abilities. Told him he could see the future and the chairman was now free and willing to accept their reports, which was further proof of his abilities. They were even more surprised by this, not knowing how to react to his abilities and what to do next. for it all seemed unbelievable. At this moment, Yang Ming was moving around in his car, thinking about all the events that had happened and trying to figure out what to do next in this complicated situation. When he picked up the phone, he asked who it was, hoping to get an answer that would help him make sense of what was going on and figure out what to do next. When he heard that Bai Che would die in half an hour, he immediately sped up, realizing the gravity of the situation and realizing that time was very short. He then turned around altogether, realizing that he had to act quickly to save Bai Che and prevent his death, which could happen at any moment. Yang Ming couldn't understand what he had just been told and was trying to comprehend what he had heard so that he could make the right decision and not make any mistakes. He asked again who he was, hoping to get an answer that would help him make sense of what was happening and figure out what to do next. Fang Xiu introduced himself, saying that he could predict the future, and he was now his partner, so he should go to see him as soon as possible. Yang Ming doesn't know who he is, but realizes that this is not the time for jokes, and then Fang Xiu started to tell his secret, surprising him. Yang Ming immediately understood what was involved and realized the gravity of the situation, realizing that he had to act quickly and decisively to save everyone. He couldn't understand how Fang Xiu knew this. After all, he hadn't told anyone about it, and this caused him to have even more questions and bewilderment. Knowing where his partner was now, and that he was doing battle with an entity that would suddenly attack and kill him, made Yang Ming act faster. Yang Ming immediately blacked out after saying those words, realizing that he had to act quickly and decisively to save his partner and prevent his death. Yang Ming realized that he needed to act very quickly, and immediately began to take measures to save his partner and prevent the impending disaster. He instantly shifted gears and began accelerating to get there as quickly as possible and in time to avert the danger to his partner. He twisted the steering wheel as quickly as possible, making a maneuver to turn in the right direction, and continued toward his partner. Then he turned around and started heading towards his partner, knowing that every second counted and he had no more time to think. Fang Xiu said that the next steps were up to Yang Ming alone, and he must act quickly to save his partner. The woman said they will now see if his judgment is clouded and if they can trust his actions in this difficult situation. Oh well, now she's going to say he can't fool her and they have to figure out what he's really doing. She couldn't understand when he had managed to prepare for these events, and how he knew all of this in advance, which seemed unbelievable. When the woman began to speak the first question, Fang Xiu immediately said that he would accept to fight and be ready for any challenge. He then began to voice all of her questions, showing that he knew them ahead of time, and his ability to foresee the future was truly impressive. Similarly, he answered the third question, confirming his ability and surprising everyone present with his confidence and knowledge. Fang Xiu stood up and said that he thought the interrogation was over. After all, he had already answered all their questions and proved his point. She couldn't tell if he had broken, or if it was just his confidence and knowledge that seemed unbelievable and questionable. The chairman said that he was honestly impressed, and now Fang Xiu had to prove that he could indeed predict the future. There is not a single person on Earth who can compete with him, for they will be on very different levels and capabilities. The chairman was most anxious to rub his nose in it and asked for test results to see if his words and abilities were true. The woman said she did not write a report during the interrogation because Fang Xiu himself asked and answered all the questions, and the machine did not notice anything suspicious. He needs to show some weakness in his abilities to somehow convince them, for they must be convinced of the truth of his words. Fang Xiu said that although he can observe the future, in order to restart everything, he has to pay a big price, namely a blurred mind. That's why he can't predict long term, and he's going to have to pay the price, so he needs to join an organization to maintain his mental state. The man now understood everything, for there was some logic to it, and his words could indeed be true, though it was hard to realize. The man asked what he expected to get out of working here, as therapy is a mandatory foundation for all espers, and it's non-negotiable. A second-rank esper's salary also includes a monthly bonus and incense, which is necessary for his abilities to work, especially the money that is important to him. If he proves that his abilities really exist, he will be given everything he needs. But the chairman will think about the bonus. He never seemed to realize how important it was to foresee the future and how it could help them in their tasks and missions. So that he would no longer have such questions, Fang Xiu had prepared a gift for him that should show the importance of his abilities. The man did not like it already, because he did not expect such a turn of events and did not understand what kind of gift was waiting for him. Fang Xiu said that this gift was by Qi's life, and this should convince everyone of the importance of his abilities and the need for cooperation. The chairman could not understand what he was saying, for it seemed incredible, and he did not know how to react to such words. He told Fang Xiu not to even dare to threaten him with Bai Qi's life, because it was too serious and could lead to unpredictable consequences. Fang Xiu asked if they should call them now then, because the situation required immediate action, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity to contact them in time. The man at this moment looked at the woman in front of him, clearly expecting his reaction, and tried to understand what exactly she wanted to say with her silent gaze. Then she walked over to him and put her hand on his shoulder, feeling that he needed support, and with her gesture she tried to convey a sense of security and reassurance to him. When the man came in, he was furious, for how many times had he told him to knock, and now he was especially loath to tolerate such a breach of order. Yang Ming ran over to him and asked if Fang Xiu was here, and he needed to urgently relay an important message that could change the course of the entire operation. The man couldn't understand what he was doing here now and where Bai Che was now. After all, hadn't he gone with him on the mission that had been planned earlier? And the guy was seriously wounded, is now in the hospital, where doctors are fighting for his life, and no one can say how his future fate will turn out. The women can't understand what Fang Xiu has done to him, and why he has become the way they see him now, because he used to be a completely different person. Fang Xiu realized that it looked like he had managed to save him, and now he needed to figure out what to do next to prevent the situation from getting out of control and getting worse. He, right in front of him, says that he has a gift for them, and he blurts out a message to Bai Che that causes everyone present to be surprised and even shocked. Could this be the gift he had been preparing for so long, the one that was going to change everything they had known up to this point, and bring new possibilities? Yang Ming confirmed that this was the case, and Fang Xiu had indeed saved Bai Che, causing everyone to be even more amazed and admire his abilities. After that, the woman did not know at all how she should react to such unexpected news, because she could not believe what had happened. Yang Ming said that Fang Xiu was the one in front of them, who was able to predict the future and prevent disaster, which made a strong impression. He was very grateful to Fang Xiu for saving Bai Che, because if it wasn't for him, his partner would no longer be alive, and everything had happened exactly as he had predicted. The chairman Nan Shen did not know how they should react to the situation now. After all, they had not expected this turn of events and must now reconsider their views on Fang Xiu's abilities. Fang Xiu asked if they were happy with his gift, and then added for Yang Ming to calm down and not worrying anymore, because everything was under control. He then said that it was now necessary to start discussing the way forward, because the situation required quick and decisive action to ensure security. Fang Xiu said that he saved the best Esper's life with just one phone call, which seems unbelievable, but is a fact that proves his ability. If Bai Che is saved thanks to Fang Xiu's tip-off, his strength becomes extremely important to the entire organization, and they must take this into account in their plans. Yang Ming should stay with the chairman to discuss all the details and next steps to help them deal with the threat. Yang Ming understood everything and was willing to follow the instructions to maximize Fang Xiu's abilities and ensure the success of the mission. He then told Fang Xiu that he would seek him out later to discuss things in more detail and prepare for the next steps. Fang Xiu sat across from the woman, studying her carefully, as if he knew her abilities and could predict her actions. Not only did he guess her abilities, but he knew about her tattoos, making it seem as if he could see right through her. Fang Xiu remained silent and looked at her, creating an atmosphere of tension and waiting to see what would happen next and what decisions would be made. The woman couldn't understand why he was looking so intently at her neck, as if noticing something important and special that she herself hadn't noticed. Her neck was the same as her wife's, long and snow-white, which gave him strange feelings and associations which he endeavored to conceal. How he would like to slit his throat with a scalpel, feeling the warm blood, different from that of his wife, for her blood was cold and lifeless. He thought about the fact that maybe his wife wasn't hysterical, and it would be nice to feel the chilling blood of another person. Realizing it was just a thought, Yang Ming asked the investigator to leave them alone with the protagonist to discuss important details that were not to be overheard by outsiders, thus ensuring the confidentiality of the conversation. The woman very apprehensively left the room, realizing that she had no place in such a conversation, and chose not to ask any unnecessary questions lest she find herself in a difficult situation. Yang Ming then sat down in front of the protagonist, gazing intently into his eyes, waiting to hear an explanation or confession from him that could shed some light on the current situation. Fang Xiu still didn't say anything to him, and continued to stare at him, creating a tense atmosphere of silence in which every gesture and look mattered. Yang Ming asked if Fang Xiu had said that he had poisoned Bai Che, trying to find out the truth of what had happened and understand Fang Xiu's motives in the matter. The chairman is wary when he recognized and saw the effects of his abilities. He feels like it could lead to big problems if they can't control the situation. Fang Xiu said that it would remain just between the two of them, making it clear that he was willing to keep secrets if it was necessary for their future cooperation. But it wasn't certain, as much depended on the circumstances, and no one could guarantee that the information wouldn't get out of this room. Yang Ming didn't understand what that meant, and Fang Xiu replied that silence could be bought with money, hinting at his willingness to make a deal. Fang Xiu is required to join the organization, whether he will be under his leadership. Their organization is quite murky, especially for a newcomer who doesn't know the ins and outs yet. This is all to ensure that the secret always remains in the dark, for 100 coins, and no one could divulge it, even under threat or pressure. But he is not yet on the team and is already asking. After that, Fang Xiu said that 200 coins is the required amount for him to join. Though his salary is a coin a month, he is indebted to him for his help, and that help will be appreciated in spite of all the difficulties. Yang Ming was upset after finding out how much money he had to give to Fang Xiu, but realized that it was necessary for further cooperation. Yang Ming asked the woman if she could lend him some coins, because his paycheck was a coin and hers was only 5, and she should help him out. They should have waited for him and not taken everything right away, because that might raise suspicion and unnecessary questions they couldn't afford. At that moment, something unexpected was happening, right in the lottery, to which no one paid attention. Incredible coincidences began to happen, causing everyone present to be amazed. The woman was very much surprised when the numbers began to match, realizing that this could mean something important and that her suspicions were beginning to be confirmed. Yang Ming couldn't believe that Fang Xiu was actually winning, and this opened up new opportunities and prospects for him that he hadn't even dreamed of. The chairman also couldn't believe that Fang Xiu wins the lottery, and this event becomes a turning point in their lives and future plans. And finally, all the numbers matched the winning ticket, confirming that luck is on their side, and now they can use this chance for their own purposes. After he won, Yang Ming said that he was his brother from today, and Fang Xiu promised to help him in the next games as well, strengthening their alliance. The chairman said that Fang Xiu's ability was negatively affecting his sanity, so they should avoid wasting energy on such nonsense and focus on what was important. Now that they were convinced they had the abilities, they decided not to keep it a secret from everyone so they could use those abilities to their advantage. The chairman has decided to join the organization, and all requirements will be met to ensure the security and confidentiality of the entire operation and its participants. Fang Xiu agreed to the proposal, realizing that it would open up new opportunities for him and give him a chance to achieve his goals despite the risks. Yang Ming wondered how he would keep it a secret without entering his data into the World Esper registry. However, he considered it top secret. Fang Xiu, Esper, the tattooed thief of the Tooth Prophet, now with the resources of the organization, he is one step closer to his revenge, and his wife must be waiting for him. We didn't ask him if he was afraid that Fang Xiu might be taken away from them when others found out about his power and capabilities, and what they would do then, and why, if he is entered in the register, he immediately became the 5th rank, because it is not a common phenomenon, and requires careful study and control from the outside. Nowadays, the number of strange occurrences in the world has greatly increased, and that's why Fang Xiu is allowed to rise above everyone else, showing confidence in his strength and capabilities. In addition, Fang Xiu's friend had also been waiting for permission to join the organization for a long time, as they had gone through many difficult events together in the hospital and had become true comrades. All of this should bring Fang Xiu much closer to the members of their organization, and in the current emergency situation, they would definitely play into their hands as they had planned from the beginning. The woman expressed her opinion, stating that his abilities seemed overly curious to her and needed attention as it could pose a serious threat to others. The man responded by telling her not to worry and to calm down, because he truly believes that everything will work out and he will soon be more rock solid thanks to the work of the organization. Fang Xiu said that it was clear with them, and they seemed to want to stick him, especially when his friend's team brought unexpected difficulties. He had already figured it out, after all, and let Yang Ming tell more about the enlightenment they had encountered and how they overcame it in difficult times. Although he has no concrete proof, he is certain that that monster is definitely man-made and could have a direct connection to many of the strange events around them. Of course, even though it was an entity, it was completely made up of something similar to something else, and it behaved a bit too human during the battle, which raised further suspicions. It was only due to his luck that Fang Xiu was able to avoid fatal blows that could have had dire consequences for him and his team in this situation. In addition, his behavior was strange, as he was constantly moving as if he were water, and the moment he tried to attack, he would retreat as if waiting for the next attack. On top of that, he also found this map, which proved to be important for understanding what was going on and could provide clues to the current situation. Everyone was surprised to see that it was the Ace of Spades, which led them to wonder how that particular element fit into the overall picture of what was going on around them. Fang Xiu asked if this entity had created the map on its own or had used it during the battle to confuse its opponents and confuse them. If the monster left a map, it was most likely Esper, so they could be facing an unseen enemy that could be a large, organized group. It all looks too confusing, and they need to do a deeper investigation to find out all the details. So Shenpo shows Fang Xiu how they have everything in place. At the moment he was dealing with this situation, his wife was by his side, supporting him and trying to help him through the difficult period. Fang Xiu looked at his ID card carefully, pondering what it could mean in the current circumstances and what role it played in his fate. Suddenly all the coins he had fell out, and he couldn't believe it was happening at just such a critical moment when money could come in handy. And now those coins can be worth millions on the black market, which adds further complexity to their situation and opens up new opportunities for funds. And the captain made a pretty good buck, though if he wasn't Esper, he'd have to trade something more interesting and dangerous for his existence. Instead of massaging him, he instead thanks the captain for saving him. And there does seem to be a strong bond between them based on trust and mutual aid. So what is the right thing for him to do in this situation to get the most out of the opportunities that are presented to him and his team? Capitalizing on these coins is the question, as their use can lead to various consequences and open new horizons for further action. Spending on successes is a smart decision, though there's no chance of dying, and there are too many services as it is. So there's no point in spending coins on unnecessary armor. Or maybe he should consider a gun. Even though he already has enough of his current arsenal, he'd only have enough money for one gun. In fact, he doesn't need a weapon that can kill you dead. He just needs it to be lightweight, ergonomic, and sharp enough to pierce an opponent's defenses. Like his scalpel, for example, though he's no Excalibur, which would be the perfect solution to the challenges he faces in a critical situation. Therefore, he would like to order a weapon like his own that can disguise its natural origin and not attract the attention of others. He intends to sell the rest of the coins on the black market for normal money to provide himself with the necessary resources for further actions and plans. At this moment, Fang Xiu suddenly heard some strange noise coming from behind the door, and it caused him to feel anxious and worry. If it was Zhao Hao or someone from his organization, someone would definitely call and warn him of his arrival at such a late hour, which would be very reasonable. Fang Xiu got up from his seat and began to slowly approach the door, trying to figure out what was going on and who might be on the other side. He then decided to look cautiously through the peephole to find out exactly what was there and who he might see. At this tense moment, there was some other eye in the peephole, which instantly alerted him and caused a feeling of inexplicable fear and bewilderment that what was happening. Fang Xiu immediately felt an inexplicable feeling, as if he had been overtaken by an unknown threat that lurked behind the door, and he didn't know what to do. After a while, Fang Xiu did wake up, and his consciousness gradually began to clear up, bringing him back to reality and understanding of what was happening around him. He smelled a very awful odor of rot that became unbearable, and it finally confirmed his fears that he was in serious trouble. Fang Xiu couldn't understand where exactly he was, and how he ended up in this horrible place full of unfamiliar details and eerie atmosphere. Looking at his body, he realized that he was bound, and this feeling of utter helplessness added even more tension to his fear. And then he saw some strange man in front of him, who who was looking at him with incomprehensible interest and seemed to know more than he wanted to show. The man asked him if he was lying down and was glad he was finally awake, as if that was something important to him. At this moment, there were monsters everywhere around, reminding them of how dangerous this situation was and how quickly things could change. The man continued to stare at him in that moment, as if searching for answers to questions he may not have had the right to ask. It seemed to be the one he had seen before he was kidnapped, and that only added a shadow of suspicion to their strange relationship. The man said he woke up quickly, definitely a newbie esper, and suggested he had gifts too. But what a shame he likes to tear those talents apart. The man then laughed loudly, and that laughter sounded sinister, as if he was taking pleasure in the suffering of others. Fang Xiu suggested that perhaps his strength lay in his eyes, and this was an important part of his analysis of the situation. He couldn't tell if he was esper. The man's elongated face thought he was a genius, and he couldn't help but ask if he was Wan Xiao's cousin and had fixed the car. It was indeed a cousin named Lin Jian, and he confidently said that he was a real cousin and not some unfortunate doppelganger. Unfortunately, he was killing less and less often, and the machines were already worn out, so let him wait a little longer. Soon it will all be over, and the time of reckoning will come. Fang Xiu had heard such talk before and advised him to fix it quickly, as he didn't like to waste his time on idle talk. The man was surprised by this response from Fang Xiu, who had not shown proper respect and was not afraid of the consequences of his words in this critical situation. Let him not say he's interested in his work, but this behavior clearly indicated that he didn't know exactly what he was dealing with. He would be in the coffin before he could blink, and the thought pierced him, making him realize the seriousness of his situation and the possible consequences. They all seemed to be sick, behaving in completely abnormal and predictable ways, as if the forum was a description of the manifestation of loss of sanity that depressed him. And one of them tried to drag him behind him. It was so hilarious. He kept pulling at his pant leg with his long arms, but did he realize what he was being told? The man was curious as to what Fang Xiu's answer was, and he was eagerly waiting for him to say something more weighty and meaningful. He crushed his lazy arm, breaking out its bone, and his cries of terror were a real treat to his ears, filling his insatiable thirst for pain. After that, the man became furious and started saying that Fang Xiu should die, his voice sounding threatening, full of insane anger and rage. He intended to put his corpse through a meat grinder and feed it to stray dogs, all the while asking if he wasn't terrified at the thought of his gruesome fate and inevitable retribution. Fang Xiu disdainfully replied that this person was just a stooge who had long since fallen to the bottom of life and had finally gone cuckoo, which only caused disgust. The man suddenly realized that he must be crawling on his knees, begging for mercy, realizing that these were the kind of people who could show a modicum of mercy in this situation. At this moment, just such people could have spared him, but Fang Xiu had no desire to do so. After all, he was different. The man confidently stated that he would torture Fang Xiu, enjoying every moment spent in his company, and this threatened to turn into a real disaster. He was going to torture him until he died, leaving not a single living spot on his body, only for Fang Xiu to open his mouth and confess everything. In this way, he would pass on a good lesson to him, which he would remember for life, and it would be an important event for him in a succession of terrible days. Fang Xiu asked if the man would choose the method of torture like this all day long, or finally decide exactly how he would carry out his threats and intentions. The man, upon hearing this, became even more furious and told Fang Xiu to shut his vile mouth because he was tired of hearing such impertinent words. He began to repeatedly tell the man to shut his mouth, for Fang Xiu's words only fueled his anger and fueled his hatred for this situation. Then, still having chosen a suitable torture weapon, he eagerly prepared to demonstrate his intentions that would shock any sane person. He was going to rip out Fang Xiu's teeth one by one, savoring every scream and the expression of pain on his face that would be remembered forever. Fang Xiu, keeping his composure, asked how exactly he wanted to die, trying to make his tormentor look ridiculous despite the situation. Maybe he wants all his bones broken, or maybe he just wants to change his mind and turn him into mincemeat to finally end this confrontation without pity. Let him tell him, for he really wants to know what his fate will be, and that would be a fair end to this terrible confrontation. It's hard to choose, since he's just like his brother, and Fang Xiu advises him to think about whether or not it's better to peel off bits of skin. But he's not a professional at this, so after 100 cuts, Fang Xiu might already be dead or bleeding out, which he doesn't need at all. Fang Xiu hopes that this tormentor will still be patient and not be too hasty in his actions, as time is working for him in this situation. The man couldn't figure out who the hell he was and why he was acting like he'd just lost his mind, losing touch with reality. The man here decides who should die, and how dare he threaten him, not realizing that the fate of his life is in the hands of Fang Xiu himself. Fang Xiu said that he was wrong, and his fate was truly in his own hands, not in the hands of this madman who was threatening him. He has already loomed here for half a day. Does he really want to eat him like some wild beast hungry for blood and torment, with no possibility of retreat? The man couldn't understand who exactly he was talking to, and his bewilderment only spurred further events as the atmosphere heated up to the limit. It was as if Fang Xiu didn't see the essence behind his soul here, and this added even more mystery to the atmosphere that had formed. At this point, the man raised his eyes straight upward, as if looking for support or an answer, which only added to the mystery of their strange relationship. He immediately began to reincarnate, and there was something sinister in this action, which inspired fear and bewilderment all around. The man realized that this was it, and his inner world began to crumble under the pressure of circumstances, creating an unbearable atmosphere of tension. He then began to say that it was Fang Xiu who was the crazy one, and this statement was an unexpected turn in their tense conversation. Fang Xiu easily replied that there were several of them here, and this statement instantly changed the dynamics of their confrontation, becoming something of a challenge. And then he altogether told them to go out and attack, challenging all those who were willing to stand against him at this critical moment. After that, the man really saw all the creatures that were around him, and this sight threw him into real terror, causing an inexpressible feeling of hopelessness and despair. He was sure that all of this was simply impossible, and that such a thing could not exist in reality. But nevertheless, it was just the way it was, and he could not ignore it. And Fang Xiu continued to laugh at this moment, and his laughter was full of mockery, adding even more tension to the atmosphere of fear and panic. Of course, Fang Xiu was reborn again, gaining new powers and abilities, causing even more confusion for his opponents who didn't know what they were about to face. It was as if he was very tired and just closed his eyes, trying to concentrate and put his thoughts in order, for there were many difficulties and trials ahead. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get an extra plus to resistance to more easily deal with all the torment that fate and his opponents in this dangerous world were preparing for him. At this point, his wife slumped a little lower and looked at him anxiously, as if trying to figure out what was going on and what events were unfolding around them. Fang Xiu began to insert his scalpel, feeling the cold metal touching his skin, and this foreshadowed that soon his enemies would feel all the torment he was preparing for them. Someday he would let him feel all of his agony, but definitely not now, for the time was not yet right, and he needed to act more cautiously and calculatingly in this situation. But he had promised him a horrible death, and this promise was not mere words, but a serious intention, which he intended to fulfill with full determination and fury. A man must keep his word, and this became a matter of principle to him, for he realized that promises in their world had a special meaning and weight. The man heard Fang Xiu's footsteps and only had to wait for him to appear at the door, for he knew that this moment would decide his fate. And right at this moment, Fang Xiu used his scalpel and pierced through the peephole of the door, doing so with equanimity and precision, as if he was a true master of his craft. Of course, the man felt unbearable pain at this moment, and his screams echoed throughout the room, creating an atmosphere of madness and despair all around. He was in great pain, and he did not hide it, for each moment of suffering only emphasized the depth of his hopelessness and helplessness in this situation. He then got up to look at Fang Xiu, realizing that his fear would not help him, and a way must be found to get out of this ominous place. Fang Xiu had just come out of his apartment at this moment, and his confident appearance inspired both fear and admiration for the way he was in control of the situation. Then he began pulling the man closer to him, as if he was going to show him what real strength was and that his weakness had no right to exist. A few minutes later, the doors had been slammed shut on his apartment, and they were now locked as a symbol that the man had nowhere to run and no one to rely on. He certainly didn't like to go trumped himself, but he was disgusted when they were used against him, and it gave a special anger and rage to his actions. Fang Xiu took something out of the man's hand and began to read, realizing that his belongings might hide something important and useful for further action. He pulled out all of his personal belongings that had special significance to him, and could tell him a lot about the man, which was extremely important in this situation. There was a strange aura emanating from these things, filled with mystery, which increased the intrigue and desire to figure out what was really going on around them. This was the item that gave off an aura that was particularly palpable, and Fang Xiu couldn't understand what it was about him that was causing such tension and bewilderment. He wasn't bad, he even had some weapons, though still inferior to his scalpel, for it was the epitome of his strength and willingness to fight. Oh, and it looked like he was below the second rank if he was able to knock him down with a single blow, which spoke to the insignificance of his opponent in this fight. The Enlightenment Club, an organization created by the Espers from the people whose minds had been warped by the entities, sought to return its members to a normal life and mental state. Incense would only be able to calm Esper, but getting his mind back was not easy, and it took time and effort on the part of those around him. He ordered deliveries here and there, understanding that such things play an important role in the morale and condition of his fellow members of the organization. And the courier delivered everything as if nothing had happened, which caused surprise, because in such conditions it seemed something completely unbelievable and absurd. How unfortunate for this goody-goody, who happened to meet the already distraught Esper. The situation became extremely tense and everyone around felt that something terrible was coming. Fang Xiu resolutely pressed the button on the warehouse, feeling the tension in the air rising. This action could determine the outcome of everything happening in this warehouse. He then appreciated how witty and intelligent this woman was, which made him smile. Her knowledge and intelligence made a lasting impression on him. After that, Fang Xiu carefully picked up the breathless body and decided to move forward despite all the difficulties and dangers ahead of him. After a while, the man who had lost consciousness slowly began to regain consciousness. He felt sharp pain and fear of the unknown. Trying to understand what had happened, he realized fearfully that his life was hanging in the balance. Not knowing what to do next, he tried to gather his thoughts and assess the current situation. The man could not understand what had happened and where he was. His mind was spinning with fragments of past events and incomprehensible sensations. After a few moments, realization came back to him. He realized he was inside his own warehouse, surrounded by confusing memories and fear of the future. He felt bound and stripped of his freedom of action. Fear overwhelmed him, but at the same time there was a spark of hope for salvation. At this time, he was approached by someone whose identity remained unknown. The man had mixed feelings of fear and hope for rescue. Fang Xiu tried to calm him down and explained that he had been lying unconscious for a long time. He urged to remain calm and trusting in this difficult situation. He then ordered the fan to be turned on to provide some sense of comfort in this tense environment. The man tried to discern who was standing in front of him, but his mind was hazy and unable to fully comprehend the current state of affairs. He began to realize that he had met this man yesterday and had to face this unpleasant and dangerous situation again. The man was now clearly aware of what was happening around him. He could feel the danger growing, and he had to act carefully and judiciously. He then realized that in front of him stood Fang Xiu, whose decisions could drastically change his fate. Everything depended on his actions. Naturally, if he resists too much, it could end quickly and painlessly, but that's up to his own choices and decisions. Generally, it would have been preferable to limit his ability so he couldn't use them to his advantage, but his goal was to find a way to his end. Fang Xiu repeated his words, reminding the man that their fates were now in his hands and he must make the right decision. The man said that he had never harbored hostile feelings towards Fang Xiu and considered him just a new Esper who could join the Enlightenment Club. But wouldn't he want to avenge his brother and wish for Fang Xiu to be killed and lose his abilities? The man couldn't understand how Fang Xiu knew about his month-long plan. All his hopes and plans seemed shattered. Fang Xiu strongly stated that such a plan wasn't acceptable, and he had no intention of destroying someone's family for his own goals and desires. He just wanted to finally eliminate the threat the man posed and not let him disturb the peace and safety of his loved ones any longer. The man realized that he had become the object of great danger, and his own life was now in the hands of the man in front of him. He noticed that his body was in a lot of pain and guessed that Fang Xiu had seriously injured him, which added a new level of fear and anxiety. How did this happen? Where did this knife come from that pierced his body, leaving a deep wound? The man couldn't figure out what the knife was or why his wound hurt so badly. Trying to focus on what was going on around him, then he felt the sharp pain again, impossible to ignore, and felt his strength leave him. After a while, The man could no longer bear the pain anymore and begged Fang Xiu to kill him to end all his suffering and torment. It looks like he's starting to come around, but it's not time for question and answer games yet. The situation requires a serious approach and attention to all the details. He briefly asked what the bronze candlestick was for, showing interest in its functionality and importance in their plans. The explanation was clear. The candlestick served as a defense against entities, reducing their influence on those around them. The club leader decided to use it as part of a strategy. The blood-soaked candle was an effective deterrent, but its resources were quickly exhausted when there were too many of them. Fang Xiu wondered how he was able to awaken from the loss of control and what caused such a state. After climbing percent, he almost reached rank 2, but he couldn't handle the energy flow and began to lose mental clarity. Let him talk about the Enlightenment Club, the members and their ability level. This information was extremely important to Fang Xiu trying to make sense of the situation. Club members had the freedom to express their goals and did not hide their affiliation with the organization. It was important to know that their leader had considerable power. After half an hour, the men explained everything in detail. Now Fang Xiu had to decide on the next course of action. Fang Xiu said to take his time, adding that there were still a few more important matters left to settle before he left. The man exploded with anger, flaming after what he had said, his face sparking with rage like a firestorm ready to rain down on the world around him. He insultingly called Fang Xiu a shameless cheat. His words cut through the air, filling the room with heavy tension. Fang Xiu couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing this. He looked at the man in surprise and softly said to enjoy the performance. The man began to complain that he was in unbearable pain, his voice trembling with misery and his eyes seeking Fang Xiu's sympathy. Once again, the man began to beg for Fang Xiu to end his agony by killing him simply and quickly, his voice sounding like a final plea for release. The man begged for death. His voice touched even Fang Xiu, making him take a fresh look at the situation. Finally, Fang Xiu seemed like he was starting to realize what was going on. He stopped for a moment to look into the man's eyes. He then continued speaking, but was surprised when the man suddenly fell silent, as if frightened by the possible outcome. Fang Xiu noticed a strange change on the man's body, causing him to raise his eyebrows in surprise. A strange aura began to emanate from the man, which greatly startled Fang Xiu. He could feel something inexplicable hovering around him. Eventually, Fang Xiu began to suspect that the man had lost his mind and was now clearly carrying a threat to those around him. Fang Xiu witnessed the metamorphosis that was happening to Asper for the first time, and he resolutely began to look for ways to interrupt it. Without thinking, Fang Xiu decided that the only way to stop it was to cut off both of the man's hands to prevent further changes. The man had not expected this turn of events and screamed fearfully, the sound of his voice filling the room with indescribable terror. Fang Xiu realized that the transformation had not killed the man, but he still remained in a state of worrying and anxiety. Fang Xiu couldn't understand what kind of sound he started to hear. It was something vague, distant, and incomprehensible. He then decided to move closer to the man to get a better look at what was going on and figure out how to help him. Suddenly, a strange entity began to emerge from the man's eyes, as if it was trying to free itself from his body. Fang Xiu instantly noticed this and felt that the events were becoming more mysterious and dangerous. The creature instantly rushed at Fang Xiu as if it was filled with unbridled rage and lust for destruction. Fang Xiu jumped back a few meters with reflexive speed, remaining alert and ready for any development. At this moment, Fang Xiu felt indescribable interest. It became clear that something unusual and mysterious was in front of him. The creature continued to watch the protagonist, its gaze intense and enigmatic, as if it were trying to understand his intentions. After a few seconds, the creature began to approach Fang Xiu, its movements smooth and predictable, as if it knew what it wanted to accomplish. Fang Xiu dared to act and tried to hit the creature with his scalpel to find out its nature and threat. In the next moment, the creature instantly responded to his attack by directly striking Fang Xiu's arm, making him wince in pain and surprise. Fang Xiu didn't expect this development and once again tried to attack the creature using his scalpel. But the creature was nimble and dodged his blow as if it had extraordinary reaction and readiness to defend itself. Well, Fang Xiu realized that the creature wasn't easy to defeat, and he would have to put more effort into figuring out what was going on. Fang Xiu realized that the creature had its own face and intentions, and he needed to be alert and ready for any development. Right before his eyes, he instantly caught that strange creature, his hand frozen, holding it as tightly as possible. After that, Fang Xiu looked directly into the creature's eyes, his heart beating harder, feeling anxious and misunderstood. The creature was furious, not understanding how Fang Xiu was able to catch and hold him so quickly. Fang Xiu was greatly confused at this moment, his thoughts spinning around, trying to figure out what was going on. Suddenly, the creature began to break free from Fang Xiu's hands, his fingers tensing up in an attempt to hold it back. It then began to approach again, its eyes glittering with extreme determination, causing Fang Xiu to be alarmed. Eventually, the creature was able to break free and slip out of Fang Xiu's hands, his heart sinking in surprise. Now Fang Xiu had no choice but to accept the fact that he had lost control of the situation. The creature almost completely slipped away, its form disappearing into the darkness, leaving Fang Xiu confused and puzzled. After a few seconds, the creature finally disappeared, leaving Fang Xiu alone with his thoughts and fears. After that, Fang Xiu closed his eyes, trying to collect his thoughts and figure out what to do next. Then, unexpectedly, he reached out and barely caught his eye, as if desperately trying to make sense of what was happening. The creature had practically penetrated Fang Xiu's brain. His consciousness was pierced by sudden pain and shock. The creature completely passed through Fang Xiu's brain, leaving him alone with his new sensations and thoughts. Fang Xiu felt his vision returning, his eyes changed color and became bright red, reflecting his inner change. He realized that his body had become the bearer of a new essence. His gaze became perceptive, as if he could see the inner state of people. The Queen of Spades certainly hadn't fooled him. His body had become the site of transformation, and he had chosen to accept that fate. The creature announced that it was now in control of Fang Xiu, and it would serve him, causing him immense pain. Fang Xiu only said yes, accepting his new fate and recognizing his inevitable fate. He then asked if the creature would allow him to suffer, realizing that now suffering would not pass him by. Here only he would suffer. His fate now depended on the will of the creature, and he understood that. The creature claimed to control his body and could use it to hurt his loved ones. But at that moment the creature noticed something strange above it. Its attention was drawn to something high above it. It was beginning to guess what it was. His mind was discovering new memories of Fang Xiu. The creature realized that he wasn't just the soul of a man. He was part of something bigger. He was a prison for him. The creature began to say that this was all he was capable of, mocking him, calling him weak and defenseless. Fang Xiu simply laughed at his words, realizing his strength and determination. The creature then traveled further inside him, as if unraveling the mysteries of his mind and thoughts. Fang Xiu was now the bearer of the Eye of Blood, his fate becoming part of a deeper and darker story. He realized that his life had changed forever, and now his journey would be filled with danger and challenges. In the year after an intense game of Peeping Tom, Fang Xiu's eye becomes infected, leading to his opponent's gradual capture of consciousness and eventual death. It is now capable of inducing hallucinations in people that severely distort their perception of reality, making interactions with it dangerous and unpredictable. Could it be that as his power awakened, that eye began to develop rapidly, leading him to the point where he soon found himself by the second morning? His power is only % unlocked, and he seems to have used up all of his powers to develop that eye, which eventually consumed him entirely. Fang Xiu could then amplify his eye by absorbing other essences, making him much more powerful and dangerous to those around him. However, he ponders exactly how he will be able to absorb these entities and tries to get closer to the center of the mind, as it is his only chance. Did she somehow intervene in the process, and could that have played a crucial role in its further development and success? At this moment, that very large fan kept spinning, creating a tense atmosphere and strengthening his resolve in making difficult decisions. Of course, Fang Xiu had thrown the man's body into this rotating fan, hoping that this action would bring him the desired result. Although he doesn't know who this person is exactly, the end result of his actions is quite satisfying and he feels confident in his abilities. Eventually, this candlestick will have to lead him to the club, and it will be the perfect chance to destroy everyone who stands in his way. A society in the form of a pyramid can collapse if one of its bases is undermined, and then all the others will follow. Too bad he was starting to sense their presence on the street, so it was best to just go to the bar's address and find out the situation first. Fang Xiu actually decides to go to the given address of the bar, full of expectations and intentions to find out all the details he needs to know for the next step. Inside the establishment, there was some guy who immediately noticed Fang Xiu and watched his actions with interest, clearly sensing the importance of the moment for both of them. The waiter greeted Fang Xiu and curiously asked what exactly he wanted to order, trying to gauge his intentions and level of seriousness. Fang Xiu confidently replied that he wanted the black rose petals, hinting that he knew what he wanted and wasn't going to back down. The waiter, a little embarrassed, said they didn't have that variety right now, but quickly realized they weren't talking about regular flowers. Fang Xiu clarified that it was not a flower variety, but a code name referring to more serious matters that required a special approach and understanding. The waiter immediately understood what Fang Xiu was talking about and motioned for him to follow him, realizing that their conversation required privacy. He then opened the doors leading to a secret corridor for him, causing Fang Xiu to feel as if he had stepped into another world. Fang Xiu, of course, realized that this was a hidden passage, and this foreshadowed that not quite ordinary events awaited him. When he got a little closer, he noticed that there were guards there, scrutinizing every movement, which suggested a slight unease. There were more guards here than in any other organization, and it underscored the importance of the place he'd gotten himself into. He needed a special permit to pass onward, which emphasized the level of security and seriousness of what was going on, and it made him a little wary. It seems that not every dump can get in here, and only vetted people are allowed in this secret place. Fang Xiu was provided with some kind of card that served as his pass, and he felt like he was part of something meaningful. The guard wished him a good time, and it added a lightness to the atmosphere despite the tension of the situation. Now Fang Xiu had finally come to where he needed to go from the beginning, and it gave him confidence that he was doing the right thing. There were no more than 100 espers in the entire city, but here in this bar, there were about 10, which spoke of a high concentration of power. Some girl came up to him and asked how she could help him, and in her voice you could hear the interest in his intentions. Fang Xiu didn't hesitate to say that he needed to kill the man, and his confidence drew respect and wariness from those around him. He asked how much he could get for the head of the leader of the Enlightenment Club, wanting to gauge his future profit from this dangerous enterprise. Fang Xiu is a rank 2 esper, so he could definitely use the help of one more person if he was going to attack the Enlightenment Club. Fang Xiu asked exactly how much this operation costs so he would know what he could expect and what he would have to do. You can get not only coins, but also various useful items for his head, and you can get as much as 5,000 coins for him. Fang Xiu was interested in how much he could get for Tang Wenyuan, because although he wasn't a second-ranked esper, he had an important role in the club's organization. He was curious as to why the reward was so small, and it made him wonder about this man's real value to the club. The girl replied that he was asking too many questions, and in a case like this everything has a set price and bargaining is inappropriate in this situation. Fang Xiu became furious at the way he was being answered and immediately pounded on the table, showing that he did not intend to put up with such an attitude. Fang Xiu firmly stated that the girl should give him all the details immediately, as he did not tolerate uncertainty in his affairs and intentions. Once the order has been placed, it is important to understand all the terms and details in order to be fully prepared for the upcoming actions and possible consequences. Li Juwei has a power that affects his opponent's senses, making his fighting skills and weaknesses rather vulnerable, hence the low payoff for him. Fang Xiu was surprised to learn that Li Juwei was the cousin of the Enlightenment Club leader, adding complexity to the situation and his plans. The girl asked if he wanted to cancel his order, clarifying that the prepayment would not be refunded in that case, and this created more pressure on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu didn't hesitate to say that meant he would kill him, and asked when he could proceed with the order and what pitfalls might arise. They couldn't give an exact time, but promised to get in touch within a week. He should download a special app to track the status of the order and confirm fulfillment. The girl apologized, realizing that she had overloaded the guy with a lot of information, and it helped relieve the tension that had arisen from the stress of the situation. Accidentally unsuccessful, she has to choose: either refund half the cost of the order or pass it on to a more reliable contractor, which left the option open. All these obligations were spelled out in the contract, and it was important to her that he had no doubt that they were serious and binding. When Fang Xiu touched the treaty, he felt some unusual power emanating from it, and it made him feel worried and interested. There was a tremendous energy emanating from the document, and Fang Xiu realized that it wasn't just paper, but something much more significant and powerful. The girl noticed that he seemed to have a special ability, as he was able to feel the flow of energy from those documents, which surprised her. She explained that this is to guarantee the validity of the contracts, especially if the client does not make a deposit on time, so they can be found. Fang Xiu said that in such a case, It doesn't matter if he signs the contract under someone else's name, as his goal is clear and unalterable. The girl said goodbye to him and told him to stop by again, reserving the opportunity for further communication and cooperation. Fang Xiu realized that no one was following him, and if it wasn't for the eyes from the Enlightenment Club, he wouldn't have hesitated in his actions. The next day, Fang Xiu met with the guy and asked if he was now part of this mysterious organization, full of expectations and hopes. As a result of the entity invasion, there is complete uncertainty in the country and the world at large. Some associations have begun to nurture their own espers, while others have decided to invite them from other countries. In other words, he should be trained by their organization to become more prepared for new challenges and trials. The guy was telling Fang Xiu that this was a great chance for him, and perhaps this would be the turning point in his destiny. Yang Ming said that since they were partners now, he definitely needed to gain experience to keep up with the others and not lose trust. The chairman asked Yang Ming if he knew anything about Tuzik, and he was also curious about Bai Ji, which showed his attention to detail. Behind this cart is an incredibly large organization called Poker, and its secrecy is staggering. Absolutely nothing is known about its composition or strengths. Bai Ji is on the mend, but can't do anything himself yet, and this adds extra tension to their interactions and plans. The chairman said let the lad learn more about poker and it would help him recover fully. The new members of the organization had already started training. The guy, unlike Fang Xiu, was excited about this opportunity, and his enthusiasm infected those around him, creating a positive atmosphere. Ace of Spades, the migrating Xia Potiony played an important role in creating entities, and this organization was very strong, leaving the question of what other monsters dwelled there. At this moment, Fang Xiu and his boyfriend were in theory, immersing themselves in the details of their training and the upcoming trials that awaited them. Fang Xiu wasn't listening at all as his attention was distracted and the guy was watching what kind of legs the girl on the screen had, adding levity to the situation. In practice, the guy recognized that he had completely lost to Fang Xiu, and it was a difficult experience for him that he wasn't going to forget anytime soon. At this moment, the watermelon that was on his head completely shattered into pieces, and everyone around was amazed to see this comical scene arising from the unexpected situation. A week had passed and they still hadn't started fighting the entities, causing Fang Xiu to feel anxious and unsure of their future actions and plans. From the Black Rose, he never received a reply, and this highlighted the confusion in the organization and the delayed deadlines, which couldn't help but worrying Fang Xiu. At this point, the guy was saying that Face had more watermelon merchandise, and it added a lightness to the conversation despite the seriousness of the current circumstances. Just at this moment, Fang Xiu received a notification that his order had been completed and now required confirmation, adding a bit of tension to the atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Xiaon was approached, and this was an important event that required his attention and seriousness about the situation. The message was a candlestick, emphasizing the importance of the actions to come and the need to be prepared for the possible consequences. He was approached by his brother, and this added a family dynamic to the situation, making it even more tense and layered. The brother had already drunk his wine, and this action was a kind of symbol of his relaxation in the face of impending problems. After that, he simply broke his glass, which caused shock and surprise among those present, for such behavior did not bode well. He couldn't understand who dared to do such a thing, and this feeling of resentment only increased his tension and desire to get to the bottom of the situation. He was sure they were definitely targeting him and the Enlightenment Club, and that added seriousness to his thoughts and actions. He stated that they had already found who it was and that they would get it out of the ground, showing determination to get to the bottom of what happened. At that moment, some girl walked in on them, adding new intrigue to the atmosphere and bringing an element of surprise to the situation. She sat right on the guy's lap, which gave him mixed feelings and added a note of comicality to the serious conversation. The girl told him to calm down, trying to ease the tension in the room and build more trust between them. Afterward, she drank wine from the guy, which added an element of surprise and caused him to be perplexed by her behavior. He couldn't figure out what flavor it was that he was drinking, and it increased his confusion and what was going on around him. The girl offered him a guess, which only fueled his interest in the situation and created a slight tension in their conversation. The guy apparently guessed right away, and it made him feel like he wasn't so stupid after all, despite the challenging circumstances. He couldn't believe how she dared to pry at him, After all, her mouth had recently made contact with someone else, and it made him feel disgusted. The girl couldn't understand what was wrong and resented it, shouting that everyone would only be loyal to him anyway, trying to gain his trust. She asked him to give her a week, promising that he would be satisfied, which added to the hope that things could change for the better. At this moment, Baicha was already half recovered, and this event was a bright moment in a series of difficult trials for everyone. More specifically, he hasn't fully recovered yet. The doctor said he's on the mend, but getting back will take some more time. While he recovers, they need to find a replacement for him, who goes off to explore the hospital grounds so that they don't leave important cases unattended. Yang Ming proposed Fang Xiu's candidacy. After all, he was the one who was able to get out of there and demonstrated his abilities in difficult situations. He's also quite strong, although he had only recently become an esper, and Yang Ming wanted to try him out on 5th grade tasks first to test his readiness. Yang Ming remarked that he was too worried about him, and asked what the difference between the 5th and 4th class of danger was, trying to calm things down. To him, the difference with the 3rd rank really didn't matter at all, as he had always been able to send anyone on a mission before without much repercussions. Now, however, the Cartwrights could attack them at any moment, and he didn't understand why he hadn't given it serious consideration in his reasoning. The guy said that because of his luck everyone but him would die, so he should be completely indifferent to what's going on around him in that case. Yang Ming confidently stated that a real man must go through fire, water and copper pipes to prove his courage and resilience in the face of dangers. The guy immediately stopped listening to his ramblings, believing that such talk was meaningless in the current circumstances and would not help him in anything important. The chairman did call him into his office, realizing that he had an important assignment that required special treatment and attention. He said he wanted to give him an important assignment that he felt would prove to be determinative of the organization's future actions and goals. Fang Xiu replied that if it was not related to them, he would probably refuse, but the chairman clarified that it was related to the incident in Haishui village. Fang Xiu knew of such a village, and this emphasized his interest in what was happening, as he was willing to learn more about the situation. He bluntly said he had never heard of her, which perplexed the chairman and questioned his knowledge of current events. This little village was not far from the city, and it was almost impossible to get to, so few people knew or were interested in it. The name came from the color of the water, which was dark and gloomy, creating an ominous atmosphere around the place and its history. Many residents had drowned in the river over the years, but everyone thought they were just accidents and no one paid much attention, ignoring the warnings. Against the backdrop of such events, one local resident experienced a strange dream that made him think about what was happening and its connection to reality. In this dream, he found himself on the bank of a river, which was a symbol of warning and the need to pay attention to what was happening around him. It was real, however, and he was able to wake up in time, realizing the gravity of his situation and the need to take precautions. And such a case was not the only one. The villagers were experiencing similar situations, and it brought fear to all who knew what was happening. The organization had already launched an investigation into the incident, codenamed Det, and the initial assessment was a class 4, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Fang Xiu was sure that it would be quite interesting, and he wanted to know more about what had actually happened in this village. For Class 5 incidents, the organization pays coins, and for Class 4, the amount is already coins. For Class 3, the amount rises to coins and above. Simply put, it would be much easier for him to earn his place in the Enlightenment Club that way, and he realized this was his chance. Given that his abilities were still a mystery to them, he would have a partner, Shenshen, and they would go on this mission together with Zhao Hao. Finally, after a week of no contact with the entities, he had a chance to meet them, and that filled him with hope for the successful completion of the mission. Although he tried to avenge his wife, the difference in levels between them caused him to constantly die and roll backwards, causing him to become despondent. This was all due to a lack of experience, and he realized he needed to learn and grow so he didn't make the same mistakes again. The chairman was tense with the couple's oppressive aura, and he didn't look at all like an esper who had successfully passed the loss of sanity test, which made everyone wary. The chairman said that they will have another partner with them, an ordinary person who will help them deal with the case, because Shengyu assistant is already a duo formed. The chairman immediately took the telephone in his hand an action that spoke volumes about his determination to act quickly and efficiently in the situation. He called out for someone named Kexen, and this made Fang Xiu curious and interested in who would appear now and what his role would be. Fang Xiu was interested in who exactly would appear now, and he hoped that it would be someone who could help them in the upcoming mission. Some girl suddenly ran over to them. Her appearance was unexpected, and she immediately caught Fang Xiu's attention with her energetic entrance and confident posture. It was his new partner named Su Kexen, and she looked very determined, which couldn't help but impress the people around him and Fang Xiu himself. The chairman told her to meet the protagonist, as they would be working together from now on, and this cooperation would be important for their future operations. Su Kexen, being a graduate of a prestigious university who had been trained by the organization, couldn't help but know that espers developed all their senses much faster than an ordinary person. The girl immediately started to introduce herself, saying her registration number, but it was incomprehensible and seemed inappropriate in this situation, which only added to the comicality of the moment. Fang Xiu interrupted her and told her to just send him her phone number and friend request, explaining that without that, she shouldn't even try to call. The girl was quite surprised at this reaction from the guy, and her surprise became clearly visible on her face, adding some tension to their conversation. Fang Xiu, seeing her reaction, added that she was great at croaking, but in this situation, there was no need to do it anymore, emphasizing his dislike for formalities. The girl was left confused by this encounter, unsure of how they would connect, and her confusion only added intrigue to their interaction. She reminded him of the lollipop girl he had once met on the street, seemingly harmless at first glance, but could soon cause big trouble and pull him down. At this moment, Fang Xiu noticed that someone was still waiting for him, which added more pressure to the situation and increased his sense of responsibility. A woman standing nearby told him that it was a nightmare because they had been waiting for him for so long, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and their displeasure. Some guy seemed to feel confident and said that since it was their first meeting, he should start the introductions and introduce himself. His name was Liu Shuai, and he was probably the oldest investigator here, so he could be referred to simply by his first name, which added to the informality of their interaction. He was able to teleport, which sounded incredible and piqued everyone's interest, and then he asked what kind of power he had, as if it was something unusual. When the guy started talking about his abilities, the woman quickly told him that he'd better not know about it, giving the conversation some mystery and tension. Since she's the squad captain, she quickly introduced them to each other to clarify things and establish clear roles on the team. She possessed fiery power and mind reading, which had been said before, and it added to her credibility in the eyes of the other team members. And the guy's ability, unfortunately, turned out to be rather minor, a stone boner, which caused those around him to be surprised and bewildered at his combat skills. Liu Shuai, of course, immediately started laughing and asking how he was even going to fight entities with such an ability, which only increased the atmosphere of awkwardness. He ironically began to question if this was some kind of joke, showing his distrust of his new partner's capabilities and not taking him seriously. Then the guy said he could only teleport centimeters per hour, which sounded comical and emphasized his modest abilities. It was a pity that centimeters wasn't even half the length of his blade, and he added that it really used to be like that, but now he could teleport by centimeters already. The atmosphere in the car was beginning to strain the woman, and her patience was coming to an end, which was clearly reflected in her face and gestures. She had been furious throughout, and her emotions had already become unbearable, adding to the tension in the atmosphere inside the car. In the end, she decided to use her power to stop them, showing that she no longer intended to put up with their jokes and confusion. The boys had certainly not expected this turn of events, and their faces reflected surprise at the sudden show of force from the woman. The woman stated that she was content and they would have plenty of time for foreds later, which added a dose of sarcasm and mockery to her words. If they didn't stop their jokes and fussing, they would walk to the village, which clearly indicated her displeasure and intention to make them realize the seriousness of the situation. The guys instantly understood everything and stopped, realizing that there was no point in continuing any further. And this was the beginning of a new phase of their interaction. The fourth class of danger and the mysterious espers who couldn't make normal contact with the entities create a strange atmosphere around this mysterious place, as if something is wrong here. It looks like the organization can no longer send new people due to a shortage of workers, but it's too early to draw conclusions. We just have to wait for the situation to become clearer on the ground. The woman standing with the stone in her hands was the very person spoken of, and her arrival was a momentous occasion for the entire crew awaiting her arrival. All the participants immediately got out of the cart to look around carefully and assess the situation that was developing in this abandoned village, full of secrets and misunderstandings. Fang Xiu looked at what awaited him in this mysterious village with great attention, determined to find out what was really going on here. Fang Xiu said loudly that there was someone up ahead, signaling for everyone to be cautious as vague figures could hide many dangers behind them. Indeed, right in front of them, mysterious silhouettes began to appear on the road that suddenly appeared out of the fog, adding to the uneasiness of the situation. The man immediately recognized the woman who appeared on the horizon. Her face was familiar, and this sudden reunion raised many questions and emotions for him. She introduced herself and asked if he was a headman named Wang Gui, hoping that he would be the one who could help her understand the situation. The man replied that this was indeed the case and that his son named Wang Fugui was beside him, then asked if they were hungry during the long journey. The woman, smiling, said that they were well fed, but it would be better if they just rested, because the whole day on the road had exhausted them a lot and taken a lot of strength and energy. The woman went straight to the shower after they arrived, realizing that she needed to freshen up a bit and clean up after the long drive. She knew that it was necessary to be on her guard, because in such an environment any little thing could be decisive and affect the further development of events. She asked the boat if anything strange had happened that would cause them worrying or anxiety during their stay in this mysterious village. The guy replied that nothing much had happened and everything seemed calm, but such ordinariness can sometimes hide deeper problems and troubles. Since nothing unusual happened, then it is not worth going to bed, and it is better to sleep and tomorrow start working to understand what is happening. Fang Xiu said something about the hair, noticing the unusual thing that had caught his attention in this place, and his words caused the people around him to be surprised. The woman couldn't understand exactly what he meant, and her bewilderment only added to the tension in the air, creating an air of intrigue. Fang Xiu said that the old man's hair was too good, considering he was over 70 years old, and at that age, hair should be completely different. The guy assumed that he just dyed his hair and uses masks, but Fang Xiu disagrees with that opinion, believing the situation to be more complicated. The woman also thought about what the boy had said, and it made her even more interested in what was going on in the village and with its people. The woman said that Fang Xiu was right. All the locals and the headmen had spent their entire lives here, and this kind of hair care required a lot of time and effort. The three of them decided to go to bed and the woman would be on duty, realizing that her turn was about to change and she had to be ready for any surprises. At this moment, Fang Xiu abruptly jumped up from his seat, realizing that he needed to be on the alert and not miss any details that might be important. The guy asked where the woman was going, while Fang Xiu wondered if he would sleep with them and wanted to encounter this mysterious entity himself. Fang Xiu decided that it was better for him to face this entity on his own, as he had a feeling that it only attacked loners and the group was safe. It seemed to him that the entity attacked only singly and would not touch a group, so he was determined to put his theory to the test. And the most important thing he noticed when they arrived in this village was the absence of any entity, which was quite strange considering the purpose of their trip. It was indeed extremely strange, for they had traveled to this village for this very reason, hoping to encounter dangers and unravel the mysteries that lurked here. As a result, the lack of essence caused them to have many questions and doubts, causing them to wonder what was really going on in this place. Fang Xiu decided that he needed to rest and he lay down to take a little break. The only place he had encountered this entity was the hospital, and that was the only place he knew of. They were somehow able to connect their world to this entity, which led to this situation. He didn't expect to have exactly the same problem here as he had at the hospital. There was no way to contact the outside world in the hospital, but there might be some means of communication here. As soon as Fang Xiu fell into slumber, something strange began to happen to him. He suddenly felt very cold, as if the temperature had dropped dramatically. The cold sensation made him instantly wake up and open his eyes. Fang Xiu immediately realized that this was the same entity he had encountered. He noticed that the mattress he was lying on was shaking and the water was bubbling around him. Wasting no time, Fang Xiu grabbed his cell phone. Turning on the flashlight on his phone, he was able to illuminate the space around him. He noticed that there was a water surface next to him. Fang Xiu realized that this was the same black river he had heard about. At this point, The woman next to him was also asleep, but the sudden movement and flashlight light quickly woke her up. She immediately asked who was shining a light right in her face. Fang Xiu decided not to procrastinate and immediately said that it was him. The woman was surprised that Fang Xiu was the one who was beside her. She couldn't understand how he ended up in her room and what he wanted, but Fang Xiu asked her to look around and ask the question again. At this point, the other guys who were with them continued to sleep peacefully. The woman decided to follow Fang Xiu's advice and look around carefully. They, along with the main character, began to scrutinize their surroundings. When the other guy woke up, he immediately asked Fang Xiu what was going on and why he got up. At this moment, the second guy rushed towards Fang Xiu in panic. He was frightened, for not so long ago, they had all been sleeping peacefully, and now they were in the middle of the river, which did not suit him at all. Fang Xiu explained that this was the same river where they had discovered this essence, and they are right in the center of this river right now. They realized they were caught in a maelstrom and needed to escape as soon as possible. The woman was already starting to get annoyed with their frightened screams and panic. She firmly told them to be quiet and no one to take any rash action such as jumping or running away in this situation. The boys immediately realized the seriousness of her intentions and stopped fidgeting, listening to her instructions and obeying her authority. At this moment, Fang Xiu simply watched silently, weighing all the details and circumstances to find the best way out of the situation. Igor was puzzled, not understanding whether they would really be let off so easily, or whether it was a ruse, for why then they were being silently ferried to the very center of the river. The guy decided to dip his hand into the water to feel it to the touch and understand its properties. He immediately noticed something unusual about the texture and movement of the water. He tried to row, but there was no movement, as if something invisible was holding them in place. The woman explained that some entities seemed to be able to control the flow of the river, so one should never go down into the water. Moreover, although her abilities in this squad were the strongest, the flames were limited by the water surrounding them on all sides. So in the worst case scenario, she can only save herself, but not everyone else. The guy asked Fang Xiu what they should do since they were dangerously trapped. The same guy asked what Fang Xiu was thinking of doing about the situation. He noticed that Fang Xiu took out something and started manipulating those tools. Fang Xiu tied the shovel to a long rope. He then abruptly began to spin that shovel, gaining speed and power. After a few seconds, he started up the shovel, aiming it far out over the water. Fang Xiu snagged some tree or support on the far side of the river with his shovel. Fang Xiu then commanded everyone to hold tight.